journey began underground. Before the lights, cameras, and conventions. An unlikely assembly of heroes. Forging friendships from pages and pixels. United by a common desire to shape their own worlds. Unleashing their imaginations. Harnessing their nightmares. All in service of the epic adventure. This is your story. This is our story. Soldiers, scientists, adventurers, oddities. 25 years later, the Resistance has become a revolution. Each step on our quest brought us closer to this moment. Right here, right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh my God! The world champion! They are going for the core! It's going down to the beach!
Who is that guy? He is one tough badass.
Well played, well played, well played, well played.
It has been 17 years since Blizzard opened the door to a new adventure.
Let's build the next 25 years together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and CEO of Blizzard Entertainment, Mike Morhaime!
Alliance and Horde. Terran, Protoss, and Zerg. Heroes of Sanctuary. Heroes of the Storm. Heroes of Overwatch. Fellow gamers and friends, welcome to BlizzCon 2016. Can you believe this is our 10th BlizzCon together? How many of you have been to BlizzCon before? How many of you have been to 3 or more BlizzCons? How about 5 or more? Anyone been to all 10 BlizzCons? I have. And how many of you are attending BlizzCon for the very first time? Welcome to all of you, and to everyone watching at home. We have some important milestones to celebrate this year. This year is Blizzard's 25th year making games, and next month will mark the 20-year anniversary of Diablo. On a personal note, I feel so fortunate to have had the opportunity to work with so many talented and passionate people during the past 25 years. And words can't describe what it's been like for us to be able to share our worlds with you. We are so grateful that out of countless options, you have chosen to invest your time and your passion in this community. We would not be here today if not for you. You have made this journey, this adventure, more epic, more wonderful than I could have possibly imagined. Thank you. And what an adventure we've been on together. The world has changed in many ways. Look how far games have come. What was once constructed out of paper and dice has grown and spread globally with the help of technology. Games enhance our happiness. They teach us things. They engage our minds and our hearts, and they can bring us closer to ourselves and to each other. There is something powerful and lasting about the excitement, joy, and personal connections we experience through games. I mean, look at all of us. BlizzCon is a great example of the connectedness that games and technology can bring to the world. I think about how far we've come since the first BlizzCon, which hosted 4,000 people in just 2 halls in this convention center. For the past several years, we've taken over the entire Anaheim Convention Center with over 25,000 attendees. Some of you may have noticed that they are building a new hall. We can't wait to use that one too. This year, you all came to BlizzCon from all 50 states and 60 countries across 6 continents. We have people here from as far away as Argentina, South Africa, India, and Japan. In addition to all of you attending live, millions more are joining us via 70 broadcast streams in 19 languages. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you for joining us here and for those watching at home. We're excited to be part of this experience with you, to create this experience together with you. And we can't wait to talk about what we've been working on. Before we look forward, I want to say one last thing about looking back. Tonight at 8 p.m., I hope you will join us in the Grand Plaza in front of the Convention Center. We're going to cap off our anniversary celebration with a toast and some great live music. We will have custom craft beers on tap. Songhammer will be performing. And Hold the Door, Christian Nairn will kick off things as our special guest DJ. I also hope you'll attend our 25th anniversary panel tomorrow. We'll be getting sentimental about some of the highlights from the past 25 years and what we're most excited about in the future. I'm very happy to announce that Alan Adham, who co-founded Blizzard with me and Frank Pierce, has recently rejoined the company, and he'll be joining us on the panel. Alan led Blizzard through the creation of Warcraft, StarCraft, and Diablo. And he served as lead designer on World of Warcraft for 4 years before he retired back in 2004. We're very excited that he's decided to become unretired. All right, 2016 has been a big year for Warcraft. How many of you saw and loved the Warcraft movie? Warcraft was an epic film with heart, humor, and action, and it did well at the box office too, becoming the highest grossing game-based movie ever made. Following the movie, Azeroth saw a massive invasion of demons with the launch of Legion. Old heroes fell, and new heroes rose. With this expansion, we wanted to ensure there would be more for you to do in World of Warcraft than ever before. We just released Return to Karazhan, which I hope you are enjoying. I want you to know that we are committed to releasing more content on an ongoing basis than ever before. Our next content update is already in the works, and there's much more coming. You can learn all about our plans in the Legion panel later today. It is going to be an awesome 2017 for the Alliance. And for the Horde. We're excited to be working with Make-A-Wish again this year to make a donation for a very good cause. Starting on December 1st, we will offer a new charity pet, Mischief, the Fell Kitty. And once again, the full purchase price through the end of the year will be donated to Make-A-Wish. To date, you all have helped raise over $4 million for a very good cause to help grant wishes. These are kids with very serious medical conditions, and you're making a big difference in their lives. That's a really good thing. All right, this was a big year for another Blizzard game, Overwatch. Since we released the game in May, we've added Ana, updated competitive play, hosted the Summer Games, heard the tale of Junkenstein's revenge, and more. In October, we announced that there are over 20 million Overwatch players, an achievement the game reached in about 4 months, faster than any other Blizzard game. This has been a historic year. Let's take a look back at the launch of Overwatch.
Prepare to attack.
So that map shows you where everybody's logging in all over the world. So at 4 o'clock when the service goes live, hopefully you'll start to see the map lighting up.
This is now my domain.
It's 3:30. You guys good and ready?
Oh, we're as ready as we're gonna be.
This is the server's not working great screen. That means time to get busy again.
This is a very unique launch in that we are launching worldwide in every single region. So it's a historical moment for us.
We're waiting for
To see the map lighting up.
This was supposed to be the most advanced security system on the planet.
We don't have all day. Hurry up.
Enough. Do you have satellite?
Of course.
Are you certain the target is on site?
Oh, she's here, all right.
Okay, you're in.
I cannot wait until the inspection is over.
The door. Sombra.
Turrets are down.
I am in position. Sombra, time to target.
Incoming, right now.
Chairman Blizzcon, the new guidance systems. They will be the difference in destroying the hated Omnics.
Tell me we're still on schedule. The Omnium will not wait for us to be ready before they attack again. Our first new mechs in a decade. This will ensure the future of Russia. Just a little bit further.
Let's move, Skaya! Let's move!
Widowmaker, hold the perimeter. We'll take over. Sombra, I'm cut off. It's on you now.
I'm all over it. She's getting away.
Move, Skaya!
All mechs, fire on catwalk, level 3!
Sombra, status.
Oh, I'm working on it!
Where did she go? Find her!
Katia Volskaya. You have no idea what it took for me to make this meeting happen. Relájate, I'm not going to kill you. I mean, I'm the one that set off the alarm.
Sombra, do you have the target?
Okay, listen. I'm here to make a friend. And show you something I found. Tell me, what would happen if the people of Russia learned that their defender against the Omnics was actually getting her tech from the enemy? What would that do to the future of Russia? What do you want? The most powerful woman in Russia? I've always wanted a friend like that. So I'm thinking, I don't let these images appear on every holovid in the world. And you help out your new friend every now and then. What do you say? Clock's ticking, amiga. As if I had the choice. Now what, friend? I'll be in touch. Boop. Mission failed. Target escaped.
Get back to the ship.
Do you know why you are here?
I believe I do. So there you have it. Sombra will be the next hero joining the cast of Overwatch. I'm sure no one saw that coming. Sombra is a stealthy offensive infiltrator who can hack enemy abilities. She's able to turn the tide of battle in subtle and not so subtle ways. And good news, she is here at Blizzcon for you to play. Overwatch launched with maps in several locations around the world, and this summer we took you to Germany with the Eichenwalde map. There are more maps coming. One of them is Oasis, a high-tech city that was terraformed in the Arabian desert. We're also working on a brand new feature called the Arcade, which will host new game modes, new rule sets, and exclusive maps. One of the exclusive arcade maps is Eco Point Antarctica, the research facility where May was cryogenically frozen for almost a decade. As you can imagine, it is very cool. I know. This map has been custom built for the arcade's 1v1 and 3v3 arena-style game modes. These are just 2 new game types that will be available in the arcade, with more to come. The Overwatch team will tell you all about this new content in their panel today, here on the main stage. And next week, on the public test realm, we'll add Sombra, the arcade, and Eco Point Antarctica. Oasis will hit the PTR in December. StarCraft II also had a busy year. We launched Legacy of the Void to a tremendous response right after last BlizzCon. We followed that up with our Nova Covert Ops mission packs, which extended the StarCraft II single-player experience. I'm pleased to reveal that the 3rd and final set of Nova missions is coming out on November 22nd. Legacy of the Void's co-op missions have taken on a life of their own, rivaling the level of activity that we see on the StarCraft II competitive ladder. We went all out with co-op missions this year, adding new co-op commanders, new missions, deeper customization, and more. And we're not done yet. Here at BlizzCon, we're revealing new co-op missions in a brand new co-op commander, Alexei Stukov, the infested Terran Admiral. You can try out Stukov and one of the new missions this weekend on the show floor. Before I move on, I want to talk about another way in which technology is pushing humanity forward. Advances in artificial intelligence brought us things like intelligent search, improved medical procedures, and even self-driving cars. I'm sure many of you were as fascinated as I was when Google's DeepMind AI AlphaGo defeated Lee Sedol in one of the top Go players in the world earlier this year. Since then, there's been a lot of speculation on what DeepMind will take on next. To answer that question, I'd like to introduce Oriol Vinyals from the DeepMind team.
Thanks, Mike. And thanks, BlizzCon, for the warm welcome. I've actually attended BlizzCon twice before as a fan. And yeah, I must say the show looks quite different from upstage. Unfortunately, they asked me to leave my phone backstage, otherwise I would definitely take a selfie right now. So, my name is Oriol Vinyals. I've been an artificial intelligence researcher for 10 years, initially at Google, and I'm now at DeepMind. So our mission at DeepMind is to solve intelligence and use it to make the world a better place. And we pioneered the use of games as a key part of our plan to get there. I've been a gamer my whole life, actually, and have always loved playing StarCraft And wow. Yeah. As a matter of fact, in my younger days, I was one of Spain and Europe top-ranked Brood War player. And that passion for StarCraft stayed with me throughout university. In fact, one of the projects I worked on while I was a PhD student at Berkeley was an independent artificial intelligence that was able to play high-level Brood War. We called it Overmind. As Mike mentioned, we recently developed an agent that learned to play the board game Go. So Go is the absolute pinnacle of perfect information games. Our agent, AlphaGo, was able to play one of the world's top-ranked Go players, Lee Sedol, in a 5-game show match in Korea with the world watching, and it won 4-1. So, since then, we've started to focus our attention on a new research environment that represents the messiness of the real world. Hidden information, asymmetry, and real time. Which brings us to StarCraft 2. So, today I'm very excited to be announcing our collaboration with Blizzard to open up StarCraft 2 to AI researchers around the world. It's been a fantastic collaboration and a dream come true. So what Blizzard will do, they will release their API early next year, which will allow researchers and hobbyists from around the world to build and train their own AI agents to play StarCraft 2. For StarCraft players like myself, advances in AI could yield some drastic benefits. For example, we might see more interesting AI opponents for a variety of skill levels, or AI coaches that can help players improve. And there's still a long way to go, but maybe we'll even see an agent take on the Blizzcon champion in a show match. Yeah. Also, on a broader scope, these advancements we make in StarCraft might help us when we apply them to the real-world challenges we face in science, energy, and other human endeavors. So please join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on the main stage to learn more about how we build AI at DeepMind and why StarCraft is such a great environment for AI research. Thanks again, and I'll turn the show to Mike. Thanks. Hey. Cheers.
So we're very excited about that, and I'm so proud that Oriol and his team have chosen StarCraft 2 for this important work. The foundations of this project are being built now, and you can help simply by playing StarCraft 2 online. We're all cheering on the DeepMind team as they pursue new frontiers in AI research, and I'm sure this is going to be a very difficult challenge, beating humans. Okay. We can't talk about StarCraft 2 or nearly any other Blizzard game without mentioning esports. This weekend, after a very exciting opening week, we're hosting the finals for StarCraft 2, Hearthstone, Heroes of the Storm, World of Warcraft Arena, and for the first time, the Overwatch World Cup. That's a lot of esports. And there's a lot of money up for grabs. Over $2.7 million will be given away this weekend. Altogether, pro gamers will have taken home more than $8 million in Blizzard tournaments this year. A certain group of players also earned full tuition this year for the remainder of their college careers. I'm talking about the Arizona State University Real Dream Team. ASU dramatically returned to win this year's Heroes of the Dorm tournament after losing to UC Berkeley in the finals last year. We followed ASU and the other teams who made it to the Heroic Four, and we created a documentary from the footage that we captured. This film offers a deep and moving glimpse into the lives of a new generation of sports heroes, and it's premiering here on the main stage tomorrow at 2:30. You all will be the first in the world to see it before its wider release next week. We're very happy with how the film came out, and I hope you enjoy it. All right. let's take a look back at some of the exciting esports action leading up to BlizzCon.
You can see the passion of the crowd. To be here in person, it's just very special.
This is going to go down as one of the moments.
It is time to crown a champion.
What an impressive performance throughout the entire tournament.
Who will be the champion? He is so happy. There's a pyroblast, and he takes it. That's amazing. Look at that emotion. It's a chance for him to be one of the competitors at the World Championship at BlizzCon.
One of the most dominant Hearthstone players we have seen.
Today is the first day of MVP Black's reign of the world.
They're isolating everyone. It's a quad kill.
They need to somehow stop it. That is GG. They have done it. What an incredible performance.
They're posturing to go for the court.
Is this it? Have they done it?
BlizzCon is in their sight.
Cole has defeated Snood. He's crushed through the forces.
This could be it. Jess might be our champion.
Dark, finally a champion.
Showtime may have done it.
True is the Overmind.
Beyond is the GSL champion. So it holds the trophy high. He's done what no foreigner has ever done.
Let's find out who is going to BlizzCon. Method's so close to going to BlizzCon, and that's going to be it. Something goes down. What an unbelievable job.
What just happened? Smackdown, Grubgub laying down the lock.
He goes down to 10% HP. Bizzo, in the meantime, going down to 5% HP. He's going to get taken down.
Keep the only man contested. Cruz goes down. This is it.
Oh my goodness! It's the ball from Zoom! They're almost there! Misfits has won it all!
The competitors in each of our games fought really hard to get here, so the competition lined up this weekend represents the absolute best of the best. You all are present for the equivalent of the Super Bowl of Blizzard esports, so make the most of this weekend and check out the world-class gaming talent on display. There's nothing like this anywhere else in the world. In addition to hosting the first Overwatch World Cup, we have a major new announcement to make for Overwatch esports. Blizzard has been making competitive multiplayer games from the beginning. Overwatch reflects our experience and our passion for super fun, well-balanced, team-based gameplay. We designed Overwatch from the ground up to excel as a competitive game. And now, we're looking for the top players in the world and the team owners who will form the Overwatch League. The Overwatch League represents a true next-generation esports experience. There will be a combine where players attend tryouts and will be evaluated by team owners and coaches across a series of tests. Teams will be formed around major cities to support the growth of a regional fan base. There will be regular schedules, professional contracts, free agency, baseline minimum salaries, and benefits, providing more stability for teams and players. Pro players will compete for fortune, fame, and glory, and have a chance to achieve the types of rewards and recognition you see with traditional sports. This next video provides a taste of what we have in mind.
What's in a name? Well, that depends on what you do with it. Put it out there. Level it up. Get good with it. Like, really good. Get it voted for. Get it feared. Get it to the top of the ladder, if you got what it takes. Test it at the combine. Sign it on a contract. Get it on a team. Get it in a tournament. Get it on a big monthly check. Cash it. Commit to it. Put it on everything. What about this thing? Nah, it's bigger than that. Make your whole city know it. Check that. The whole world. Hear it talked about. See it in the headlines. Then, watch it all come crashing down. Wait. What? Okay. Get it back on the map. Get it back on top. Get it as the #1 fantasy draft pick. Bring it to the playoffs. Get it on the back of a champion.
That's your name.
Better yet, become a champion. Hear it on the lips of thousands of screaming fans chanting it over and over and over again. What's in the name? Well, that's up to you.
We're very excited to share further details about our plans. In the meantime, keep making a name for yourself in competitive mode and tournaments, and keep an eye out for news about the first Combine, which will mark the beginning of Season 1 next year. All right. In addition to hearing all of our latest news and watching esports, Blizzcon is all about having fun, meeting up with friends, and seeing all of the attractions. One of my favorite highlights every year are the community contests. The costume, talent, art, and movie contests are taking place right here at 6 p.m. tonight. And this weekend, they're being hosted by Thomas Middleditch from the HBO series Silicon Valley. And of course, closing things out for us tomorrow night is the one and only fellow geek, Weird Al Yankovic. If you've never seen Weird Al live, it's really a must-see, trust me. One final note I'd like to share is that BlizzCon is very much an all-Blizzard event. Thousands of Blizzard employees are not just attending the show, but are here putting on the show. They're running the stages and the demo areas, and they're also mingling and enjoying BlizzCon with you. Many of them are wearing special blue shirts, so you can easily identify them. Feel free to say hello. We're really looking forward to meeting and talking with you this weekend. To me, BlizzCon represents gamers at their best. These are interesting and strange times we're living in. It's never been more important to play nice, play fair, and think globally, two of Blizzard's core values. Let's remind the world that what matters most is not winning or being first or loudest, but how we are with each other. Let's make BlizzCon a positive example to the world. Be good to each other, here, online, and out in the world. Thank you, and have a great BlizzCon. Okay, now for Heroes of the Storm, please help me welcome Production Director and Blizzard veteran, Kaeo Milker.
Hello, BlizzCon! Woo! You know, as Mike was talking about celebrating our 25th anniversary, I was thinking about where I was 25 years ago and how much Blizzard games have meant to me. My Blizzard memories go all the way back to the original Lost Vikings on Super Nintendo. The timeline of my major life events runs in close parallel to the releases of Warcraft, Diablo, and StarCraft. Over the past 25 years, these games, their communities, and my love for them has meaningfully shaped who I am. And I'm sure many of you can relate to that. Now, this milestone also holds special meaning for the Heroes of the Storm team. When you think about it, Heroes of the Storm is BlizzCon the game. It's our place to celebrate all things Blizzard in one amazing experience. And as developers, we get to celebrate our love for these characters and worlds in ways that we can't do anywhere else. And we're honored to share that with all of you. Now, it wasn't too long ago that we used this very stage to introduce the first iteration of our game. And it was here at BlizzCon that we renamed and evolved it over the next few years. And that was just the beginning. Since last BlizzCon, we've delivered balance patches as often as every week. Major feature patches every 4 to 6 weeks. 19 hero reworks. 3 new battlegrounds. 15 new heroes, including our first 2 Overwatch heroes. Yeah. We completely rebuilt our matchmaking system. We redesigned ranked play from the ground up. We brought you unranked draft, ranked seasons with rewards, added the MVP and commendation systems, and most recently, we introduced StarCraft to the Nexus with our Machines of War event. Yeah, I love me some StarCraft. Last year, we brought the arena to BlizzCon. And with your feedback and enthusiasm in hand, we went back to the studio energized and inspired to expand those arena maps into an entirely new gameplay mode that we just launched called Heroes Brawl. Now with it, we've created the ultimate sandbox that lets us stretch the Nexus in impossible ways and deliver a new, unexpected experience to you every single week with arenas, rule mutations, and single-lane battlegrounds. Now our next Brawl takes full advantage of those opportunities, and I'm excited to introduce you to Blackheart's Revenge. So everyone's favorite ghost pirate has taken to the high seas in our newest Brawl that introduces an asymmetrical style of gameplay to the Nexus, where each team has their own win condition. In this Brawl, only one team has a core. You're either charged with defending it against Blackheart's onslaught, or helping Blackheart's ghost ship sail the seas to blow it to smithereens. We have Blackheart's Revenge here at BlizzCon for everyone to experience. And for those of you at home, it'll debut in-game as a Brawl the week of November 15th. Yeah. Now, of course, it wouldn't be Heroes of the Storm without the heroes. With every new Hero Edition, we're paying homage to those special moments we've shared as Blizzard gamers. Those experiences which crystallized our love for these games and characters. And in that spirit of paying homage, our newest addition to the Nexus honors a fallen warrior who recently made the ultimate sacrifice.
King has fallen. A father. A friend. A warrior. Defender of the Alliance. He was a beacon of hope. A leader without measure. A man who would never accept defeat. He was our shield against the storm. Wherever he has gone, Varian Rin will remain a hero. Always.
So that's right. Varian and Ragnaros are coming to the... Yes. They're coming to the Nexus from World of Warcraft, and both heroes offer up vastly different gameplay experiences. Varian is our first multi-class hero. And what we love about him is his ability to be an adaptable fighter who can assume the role of a shield-bearing warrior or a life-ending assassin based on the talent choices you make in-game. With game-changing talents at levels 4 and 10, you have the power to play this hero a total of 6 very different ways to suit your play style, as well as the needs of your team in your current match. And for all of you who share our love for lore and fantasy, you are Ragnaros. His larger-than-life abilities allow you to show your enemies the true might of the Fire Lord. Hurl the fiery destruction of Sulfuras upon your opponents. Release lava waves that will incinerate an entire lane's worth of enemy minions. Or, and this is where things get really crazy, use his trait, Molten Core, to take over a fort, whether it's still standing or not, and become gigantic. As Ragnaros, you become the raid boss. Use your empowered abilities to defend against an enemy siege or bolster your forces during a push. You may very well full wipe the puny insects who try to fight you. Now, both of these heroes are here for you to try out today on the show floor. And yeah. And we can't wait to see what you'll do with them when they hit the game. We won't have to wait long, because Varian comes to our test realm next week and releases the week of November 15th, with Ragnaros following close behind in December. So let's take a look at Varian, Blackheart's Revenge, and Ragnaros in action, as well as take a peek at some of the skins and other surprises coming very soonish.
I fight for my kingdom.
I'm getting my revenge by destroying those docks. I'll be back.
as you can see, there has never been a better time to play Heroes of the Storm. So in celebration, starting November 15th and running through January 4th, we're launching our biggest giveaway to date, the Nexus Challenge. Just team up with one or more people on your friends list and play games in Heroes to unlock free rewards in both Overwatch and Heroes of the Storm. After 15 games, you'll earn the Genji Oni skin, spray, and player icon in Overwatch, as well as Zarya and the Genji Oni portrait in Heroes of the Storm. And if you and your friends complete 30 games during the challenge, you can also unlock the Orochi Hovercycle mount in Heroes, plus 4 additional free heroes and a free 30-day stim pack. Now that's a ton, yeah, that's a ton of info, so please visit heroesofthestorm.com for all the details. Now there's so much good stuff coming to this game that I can only scratch the surface here. So please check out our deep dive and state of the game developer panels later today at BlizzCon for more information on everything we're bringing you. And of course, don't miss the epic conclusion of the Heroes of the Storm Fall Championship this weekend, where the best teams in the world are putting it all on the line for their shot at becoming our 2016 World Champions. Okay, BlizzCon, we built this game together. Your support encouraged us to break the rules and defy genre conventions, and we're so excited to be celebrating Blizzard's 25th anniversary with each and every one of you. This upcoming year for Heroes is all about bringing you new experiences, meaningful choices, and more unforgettable memories. So as always, thank you, and we'll see you in the Nexus. And now, it's my pleasure to help welcome the executive producer of Hearthstone, Hamilton Chu.
Hey guys. Man, that Ragnaros, huh? Makes me glad I'm not an insect. All right, so there's been something we've been worrying about on the Hearthstone team. It's been a pretty stressful year for players. First, you had to fend off the return of old gods. They're all whispering and stuff. And then there's this crazy party. We had to wrangle rogue archmages. So we thought, maybe we need to take it easy on you for a little bit. Maybe send you on a nice vacation. Someplace calm, someplace soothing. How about beautiful Gadget Sand? What's more relaxing than a sleepy little outpost out in the Teneris Desert? It's away from the action, it's away from the prying eyes of the Horde and Alliance. It's away from everything, really. Now, some of you may have been to visit Gadgetzan yourself. Anybody been to Gadgetzan? Awesome. I like you guys. Now, you folks might be thinking to yourself, hey, you, that's not what Gadgetzan's like anymore. And you're right. When the great cataclysm came a few years ago, it shook the world and turned Gadgetzan into a port town. Well, what even you know-it-alls don't know yet is that becoming a port town was the greatest thing that could have possibly happened to Gadgetzan. With that port came trade. With all that trade pouring in, that little town in the desert exploded into a major city, crowded with bustling citizens from across the lands, and rich with hustling merchants from across the seas, all coming together to build a beautiful city, lined with delightful little streets and charming little shops. But you remember that away from the prying eyes bit? Turns out there's a lot of people interested in a place like that. You know, unsavory types. And so as the city grew bigger and wealthier, those people came pouring in too. Until now, today, just behind those delightful little streets and charming little shops, there's a dark side to Gadget Sam. An underworld of back alleys and shady dens, worming their way all throughout the city. And that's where the real Gadget Sam lies.
Gadget Sam, the city of opportunity.
Gadget Sam, where the gangs rule the streets. Gadget Sam, full of swindlers and cheats. Sip and sing, a ring-a-ding-ding on the mean streets of Gadget Sam. Gadget Sam, where crime doesn't pay. Gadget Sam, but we do it anyway. Take on your rivals for your gang survival and the turf that belongs to your clan. Everywhere you look, kid, everyone is crooked.
Welcome to the big time, pal.
On the mean streets of Gadget Sam.
Now who's got the upper hand?
Mean Streets of Gadget Sam is Hearthstone's newest expansion. Well, all right, it's not the peaceful paradise I kind of promised earlier, but it is a city of opportunity. Now, there are different ways you can grasp opportunity. You can be like this fellow, get out your map, put on your shorts, venture forth to find your fortune. Or you can join the folks who really own the town. Behind it all are 3 notorious crime families, and they run everything. We recommend that second thing. First up, walking the streets in broad daylight are the grimy goons. They're the brutes and enforcers of Gadget Sam. They like to go around offering protection, but not as much as they like taking it away. But they're not just muscle either. If you should find yourself, let's just say, lending them a hand from time to time, they'll make sure you're well equipped for the job. But if you really get in good with the goons, they'll set you up with one of these. A gun that shoots piranhas! It's actually just a little specialty weapon made for hunters. But who among us hasn't dreamed of fighting side by side with tiny fish? Those are the cutest piranhas ever. But not everybody is a fan of the goons. There are those who really look down on them. Literally. Up on the rooftops, across the narrowest of ledges, and in strange doorways that seem to go nowhere, is the Jade Lotus. Now, they're not as crude as the goons are. They're not out there taking protection money or hawking silly guns. They're a sleek and secretive syndicate of spies and assassins. No one seems to be quite sure what they're up to, but they sure seem to be up to something. And if you get in their way, you might find yourself crossing paths with a Lotus assassin. He's kind of a slippery fellow, so it's hard to know exactly where he is. But he's probably in your base, killing your dudes. And finally, there are those who don't have the hefty handguns of the goons or the deft footwork of the Lotus. What they do have are loads of questionable potions and even more questionable morals. They're the Cabal. In the Cabal are spellcasters who have been kicked out of their own guilds due to creative differences. So they hide away in secret, brewing their potions and lending magical aid to those in need. If you come to them and you ask real nicely, they may offer you the services of the Cabal Talon Priest. And who wouldn't want his services? Just look at his talons. They're crackling with health. Oh, come on, that one's good. I like that one. All right. So now you know a little bit about our three families, but here's the fun part. What really makes them mighty is that each of them, the Grimy Goons, the Jade Lotus, and the Cabal, were originally formed by a coalition of 3 different classes. And these 3 classes in each family have decided they like working together. So in the mean streets of Gadgetzan, we've created a brand new type of card, the Tri-Class card. Each family has their own exclusive set of them. This is how it works for the Cabal. In the Cabal are mages, priests, and warlocks. So their Tri-Class cards can be played in any one of those classes' decks. Here's an example, the Cabal Courier. So that potion icon in the corner there, the emblem of the Cabal, indicates that this is one of the Cabal's Tri-Class cards, which means that this industrious harpy can be played in any mage, priest, or warlock deck. It is super fun tinkering with Tri-Class cards to see how they play and feel in each of their different classes. On top of that, just to mix things up even more, when you play the Courier, you get to discover a card from those classes. So if you've ever wished that your warlock could get his hands on some healing, or that your priest could throw a fireball or two, she may be able to help you out. Now, it's not easy getting 3 classes to work together like that. So each family has their own fearless leader. For the Cabal, they have their captain, their kingpin, their chief concocting officer, Kazakis. Kazakis himself is a Tri-Class card, and is one of the most exciting cards we've ever made. Because with Kazakis, you get to create a custom spell. Here's how that works. When you summon Kazakis, he's going to make a potion for you. And depending on how powerful you want that potion to be, you choose a mana cost. And based on that, you discover an effect, and then you discover a second effect, all depending on what you think you need now, or what you think you need later. And then, your job's done. He was supposed to say job's done. It's going to be really funny. Super funny. And then, you have your sweet custom potion in your hand. It is really fun playing with Kazakis. With over 100 different potions you can make, there's always interesting decisions in front of you. And all that is just the tip of the iceberg. If you want to learn more, please join us for the Hearthstone panel right here on the main stage at 12:30. We'll be revealing even more cards, including Tri-Class cards from the other families, and giving you a peek behind it all, how it all came together. We're putting the finishing touches on getting Gadgetzan ready for visitors, and we expect you'll be able to head in early December. But for you folks here at BlizzCon, we thought you might want to get your hands on it sooner, so it's playable on the show floor. When you've given that a whirl, come check out the Hearthstone Tavern upstairs on the 3rd floor. You can enjoy some great music, some tasty snacks, and duel some of our developers. And finally, you have to check out some of these matches between some of the best Hearthstone players in the world as they battle it out for the World Championship. The finals are tomorrow. And now, here to tell you something about Diablo 3. I'm just going to stay out here for this. Here to tell you about Diablo 3, please join me in welcoming Blizzard's Chief Development Officer, Frank Pierce.
Hello, BlizzCon! Hearthstone is a great game, and the work that the team is doing is absolutely amazing. I'm definitely looking forward to Mean Streets of Gadget Sand. Okay, as many of you know, we are on the eve of a very historic occasion, an event that in many ways represents the battle between good and evil, truth versus corruption, egomaniacal madness versus humanity's hope for the future. I'm talking, of course, about the Diablo 20th anniversary. We wanted to do something very special in Diablo 3 to celebrate. Diablo is a historic series. There's nothing else quite like those first moments in Tristram. The eerie music, the ominous story about dark rituals taking place in the church out at the edge of town. This is an important anniversary to us, and we know it's important to many of you as well. So, we're going to take you back to the original Diablo. We are recreating the original Diablo in Diablo 3. Our upcoming anniversary patch, The Darkening of Tristram, will send you back into the depths of the cathedral. Hell yeah. You'll explore a monster-filled dungeon 16 levels deep, and you'll come face to face with the 4 main bosses from the first game, including Big Red at the bottom. The art and sound in this patch will harken back to 20 years ago. Original Diablo music during gameplay, special graphics filters to make the visuals pixelated and grainy. We call it glorious retrovision. Character movement will be locked to 8 directions. As all you veteran Diablo players know, in the old days, we didn't have 360 degrees of movement. We had 8 degrees, and we liked it. This will be a proper old school Diablo experience. It's going to be available to all your current characters, but the best way to experience it will be to roll a brand new character. Now, it would be an utter shame for me to spoil it for you, but there will be many secrets to discover as well. If you love Diablo, this anniversary event will be very nostalgic. If you've never experienced the first game, this will be the perfect opportunity. You have to see what it looks like. Attend our 20th anniversary panel right here at 5 p.m. today to see it in action. Now, you won't need to wait long to get your hands on this. The anniversary patch will be on the PTR next week. Everyone will have something to brighten their spirits after the election. We love Diablo. We're putting our hearts and our memories and our souls into this patch. We're grateful to everyone who has supported Diablo over these past 20 years, and we're committed to this franchise for the long, long term. Okay, a little more Diablo 3 news to share. Next year, we're adding 2 new zones for free to the game for everyone that has Reaper of Souls. They're called Shrouded Moors and Temple of the Firstborn. You'll be able to access them through Adventure Mode. You can learn more about these zones and other plans for Diablo 3 in our panel tomorrow at 4. Okay, there's one more thing. We did extensive market studies. We ran a thorough, in-depth analysis of all the data we collected. We cross-referenced our findings with historical models. It took some time to figure out. We had to look very hard to find the clues. Eventually, we arrived at a very certain conclusion. As it turns out, Diablo 3 players want a specific character class that's not currently available. We've done the research, and now we're ready to execute. Take a look at this.
Death has ravaged our world, and the balance that sustained us has been lost. We feared this day would come when the lands are ruined and the champions of the light can no longer save those in need. But I will. For I wield the power they cannot. And a new army of the dead shall rise at my command. All who threaten the balance, beware.
Necromancers are masters of the dark arts, badass battlefield generals who direct their minions like commanders of the dead, and we're going to be able to play them in Diablo 3. We're talking full loadout, bone spear, blood golem, corpse explosion, the works. The new Necromancer is inspired by the Diablo 2 Necromancer that we know and love, and it takes advantage of everything that Diablo 3 has to offer. Necromancer will go on sale next year as part of a character pack, along with some other great features. If you want to learn more about the Necromancer, attend the Anniversary panel I mentioned earlier, 5 p.m. here today. But if you can't wait that long, the Necromancer is loaded right now in the Diablo area, ready for you to play. So, go explode some corpses, have fun, be good to each other, have a great Blizzcon, everyone.
Panel and find out what's next in World of Warcraft Legion.
So excited.
Welcome to the World of Warcraft Legion What's Next panel.
Hello, BlizzCon! I love it. This is the best time of year. Thank you all so much for coming out, coming all this way from across the country, from across the world, to celebrate the community that we've built together and to learn about what's coming next in some of your favorite Blizzard games. So I know sometimes, you might be hoping that you're going to be in attendance for the announcement of an all-new expansion. Well, this is not one of those years. It'll be way too soon. We're working on one, of course, but we're not going to talk about that right now. Today is all about Legion and what is coming next for you and for us and for everyone in Azeroth. So just before we jump into it, first off, I want to begin by talking a little bit about our philosophy, about how we're approaching Legion content, how we're doing things a little bit differently this time around, and what's really guiding us. And so I think point number one, and this is really the ideal, the value that drives all of the decisions we're making about Legion and about the content that goes into Legion, it's delivering a steady stream of content for all of you, for all of our players. And that means, it means a lot of content. Everyone loves content, right? It means a lot of it, but the steady part also means pacing it out appropriately, making sure that there's something new to do, something to look forward to, something just around the corner, but also that you're not getting overwhelmed, that you're not feeling like you're falling behind, like the next thing isn't coming out before most people are ready for it. So balancing those two ideals, those two competing goals, is kind of what's leading us forward. Next, we really want to double down on one of the magical things about the MMORPG genre. The fact that it's a persistent online world where things are happening when you're not necessarily around. It's a world that's growing, it's a world that's evolving. And we want to really create this sense and instill this sense of a living world where you don't necessarily know exactly what's going to happen when you log in every day. Obviously, you don't know exactly what world quests or emissaries are going to be up, but there could also be random holidays, different events, things that are changing not just through patches, but through just a scheduled, unfurled content that make this a dynamic, evolving, living world. And how we pursue those two goals, we want to change up a little bit how we go about doing that. I think in the past, we've really had these large monolithic patches that have anchored all of our expansion patch content. Things like 6.2 Fury of Hellfire or 3.3 Fall of the Lich King. Big raid tier, 10 plus raid bosses, some outdoor stuff to do, a whole new tier of item level. And there's a great place for that type of patch, that type of patch like 6.2. But a patch like 6.2.3, for what it was, actually also was very effective. It was a small patch. We weren't trying to add a ton of content, but we added Valor points to upgrade your gear, new goals to pursue. The Moose Mount, of course, from the end of Hellfire Citadel, as we saw the community rally together and make a push to defeat Heroic Archimond. Expansions to Time Walking and the Time Reaver mount from there. Just new goals, new rewards, things to breathe life into content that was already out there. That's another arrow in our quiver. And then we also want to experiment with a middle ground, what we can call a medium-sized patch. I think 7.1 is a great example of that type of patch. Who here's had a chance to check out the new Karazhan dungeon in the last week and a half? Yes. One of my favorite pieces of content we've put in the game ever. And that's, it's not a huge patch, it's not the giant raid tier, but it's definitely not a 6.1, it's definitely not a 6.2.3. There's a dungeon, there's a small raid, there's outdoor quest content, there's something for everybody to engage with and move forward with. And so really, it's all about content, it's all about getting it into your hands in the right package, in the right ways. And so, with all that said, let's start talking about some of it. So, first up, patch 7.1.5. So this is Legion's first small patch, maybe in the same vein as something like 6.2.3. This is what is a small patch like for Legion? Well, a couple things. So this type of patch, like 6.2.3 did, will revolve around a lot of systems, new rewards to strive for, and what we call internally evergreen content. That is to say, content that isn't specifically tied to one moment in the story or one particular zone or a tier of gear, but that can actually be relevant throughout the entire future of World of Warcraft's history and lifespan going forward. And what it also means is that it lets us prioritize getting that content into your hands. Now, we're all too infamous for the soon TM and for holding content until it's ready, for holding patches back or expansions back until they're ready. And that's not something we want to compromise on, but when we make this type of patch, one of the most important things about it is when it gets to you. Because for a live game like this, to some extent, quantity is quality. Making you wait isn't fair, it's not right. And so when we build this type of patch, we want to make sure that the individual features, the pieces that go into it, can actually be separated out if they need to be. So let's say there are 4 things that we want to put in this patch, and when it comes down to it, 3 of them are in great shape, they're good to go. The 4th we feel needs a little bit of work. Now, in a traditional huge patch, like if that thing that needs some work is the main raid zone of the patch, well, the patch isn't going out. But for a patch like this, we can just say, okay, let's take that 4th thing, break it off, we'll put it in a 7.2.5 or something else down the line, and get the 3 things that are awesome into your hands ASAP. So that is our philosophy when we approach this type of patch, and it's a bit different from how we've often done things. So let's begin on actual details. First up, time walking. So time walking, introduced in Warlords of Draenor. It's been awesome kind of updating some of the old dungeons, giving us a chance to scale down, revisit familiar places, and get rewards that are relevant to us at max level. Time marches on, and now Mists of Pandaria kind of comes into the fold. I think philosophically, we feel like time walking is probably only ever going to go to the current expansion -2. Like Warlords probably feels a bit too familiar right now. I don't know that anyone's hankering to jump back into Warlords dungeons today. So Mists, I know, shocking, right? But yes, so Mists is probably where that stops for now. But we're really excited to have all 6 original dungeons from Mists of Pandaria updated for time walking as part of the event rotation. Of course, with a vendor and new toys and items and cosmetic things to chase after associated with that particular expansion. So that is coming in 7.15. Pretty standard. This is a perfect example of what we talk about when I say evergreen content. This could really go in any patch if it needed to, but 7.15 is where it's going to land. Next, the Brawlers Guild. So the Brawlers Guild shut its doors for renovation, for some improvements with patch 7.0. We did this once in the past. We updated the Brawlers Guild for Warlords of Draenor. That time, all we really did was kind of remix the existing bosses, the existing content. We retuned them, we restructured them into a new hierarchy, had some new rewards. This time we wanted to do something more ambitious, and that's why the guild shut down for a little while, because it's going to take some time to make this happen. So for starters, there are dozens of new bosses coming to Brawlers Guild when it reopens in 7.15. So all the familiar favorites are there, but this is always a really fun design exercise for a lot of the encounter design team and others to just make wacky, interesting solo encounters with no real lore constraints. This is definitely not canon. There are no clear rules that apply there other than just make it fun, make it memorable, and at the high end, make it tough. Now, also, we're going to have a new type of battle that can occasionally occur in the Brawlers Guild. As we all know, it's a solo experience, but of course you have crowds that gather to watch, to cheer, to jeer, and to wait their turn to enter the arena. Well, occasionally, when someone's queue pops, it's actually going to spawn a raid-level brawler boss that will pull all players who are currently waiting for their turn into the arena at once. And of course, everyone can share in the rewards and the benefits if you're triumphant, but you never know what's going to happen. Now, one of the really cool things about the Brawlers Guild, as we saw it play out when it first came in Mists of Pandaria, is it is a solo experience, right? You're going in and you have a 2-minute fight to the death against a powerful opponent. But it actually turned into this really cool shared social experience, as people would form groups to buff each other, give each other tips, and generally cooperate and offer encouragement in pursuit of the shared goal of climbing the ranks and unlocking the rewards there. And so this new currency that we're introducing that you'll earn through your brawls is really all designed to double down on that social experience. The things that you spend this on are shared benefits. Someone can spend Brawler's Gold to unlock a graveyard that will let people respawn right next to the fighting arena, for example, for a period of time. That'll make you really popular with everyone who's there. Or you can unlock someone who will let you make predictions on who you think is going to win the next brawl for a chance at new rewards, and everyone can participate in that once someone unlocks it. Really making you glad that other players are around and just kind of sharing in the shared set of goals that you are pursuing. And of course, there'll be new rewards. And in the Brawlers Guild, that basically means shirts. Just lots and lots of shirts. And also a basilisk mount. Because why not? So yeah, that's one other piece of 7.15, the return to the Brawlers Guild. Now let's take a look at some of those wacky, crazy brawls that are coming your way soon. So yeah, Brawlers Guild, it's complete chaos. Again, 100% not canon, and that's part of the fun. So next, 715 is going to also introduce something that we call micro-holidays. Now what, you may ask, is a micro-holiday? Well, simple. It's a holiday, but smaller. No, really, right? Like, holidays in World of Warcraft are things like Winter Veil or the Lunar Festival that last for a week or two, offer achievements, some power rewards, a variety of, pets, mounts, things like that to obtain. Well, what if we had smaller events that only lasted for a day or two? What are some of the things that citizens of Azeroth might celebrate as part of their existence, as part of what I mentioned earlier in contributing to building a living world? What days might matter to them, and how might we interact with those occasions? So some examples of what I'm talking about here. Now, Ahn'Qiraj Remembrance Day. On January 22nd, 2006, on the Medivh server, I believe, here in North America. I want to say it was led by the Guild Fury, maybe I'm remembering right. The gates of Ahn'Qiraj were opened for the very first time in the world. And that was the culmination of 800,000 linen turn-ins and all other sorts of pain. And the servers crashed continuously. So to celebrate that, on January 22nd every year, we're actually going to take the servers down. No. So to celebrate that on January 22nd, in Silithus, Azeroth will celebrate its Remembrance Day of Ahn'Qiraj, as Alliance and Horde rally there, perform objectives in the zone, gather supplies reminiscent of the Carapace fragments that you might have gathered back in the old Scarab Lord days, and turn them in on behalf of your faction. And whichever faction in the entire region, in the entirety of North America, or the entirety of Europe, turns in more during this day, they will have their flag, their banner flown over the walls of Ahn'Qiraj for the entire remainder of the year, until the next Ahn'Qiraj Remembrance Day. So, if you want to show your pride for the Alliance, you want to fight for the Horde, come to Silithus on January 22nd. Again, there's no achievements here, no power rewards. There's no mount or pet or thing that will make you upset if you're a completionist and you missed it. It's just something fun and different to do when you log in during this event. Next, Volunteer Guard Day. So Ahn'Qiraj Remembrance Day, it's pretty serious, big stuff. Volunteer Guard Day is really about showing appreciation and respect for the unsung heroes of the Horde and the Alliance. The Stormwind Patroller, the Orgrimmar City Guard that guard the streets of our fair capitals, keeping them safe from evildoers, wrongdoers who would otherwise enter and do us all harm. So on Volunteer Guard Day, if you salute a guard, you can actually take on their appearance, trade places with them for a little bit, and you can go on patrol around the city and keep it safe from various NPCs and others that will attempt to attack. Just a fun, different thing to do. Now on one other day every year, in the zone of Feralos, the Freyfeather hippogriffs hatch. These eggs that are carefully tended, they hatch and they fly out to sea. If you are there on that one day each year when it happens, you can witness that happening, that occurrence, and you can get a little buddy of your own, a little young baby hippogriff, Pepe style, that can just accompany you perching, not a mount or a pet for your collection, not a battle pet to do battle with, but just something neat and different. And finally, really the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of seriousness from Ahn'Qiraj Remembrance Day. Sometimes it can be really rough. Sometimes being a citizen of Azeroth can get you down. You're dealing with the Legion, you're dealing with Deathwing, the Lich King, constantly. Every time you turn around, there's some existential threat to our world. Sometimes you just want to kick back, take it easy. And so this is basically Azeroth Spring Break. This is just, sometimes you just want to take a boat out to the lake, get some sun, chill with your friends, or in the case of, Azeroth, in this case, the flooded Thousand Needles, thanks to Deathwing. But yeah, so when it's boat day, go out there and celebrate. Again, this is in no way, shape, or form intended to be on par or substitute for a dungeon or a raid. They're just fun, wacky things that are going to vary the flow of life in the world. We have plenty more in store that we're looking to add in the future, and it's just part of that living world idea that can carry forward throughout the years as time moves on. So next. So in patch 7.1 just recently, ardent PvPers definitely noticed something cool happened to Nagrand Arena. We went back and took one of the most classic World of Warcraft arenas, updated it, brought it into 2016 with all new art, all new visuals, and in 7.1.5, we are doing the same thing to Blade's Edge. Let's take a look. So yeah, very much like the update to Nagrand Arena, this is meant to be a one-to-one match in terms of collision. We're really happy with the gameplay there. We're not looking to change the gameplay, just put a very fresh coat of paint on an old favorite. Now, at the end, you may have noticed the ogre on his throne overlooking proceedings in the arena. One cool feature of this arena is this is actually our first arena map that has sort of a built-in voiceover announcer who will observe events and call out things here or there. We'll see how that goes. If it's successful and well-liked, it may be something we do more of. So, not content, but also 7.1.5 gives us a first chance to really dig into a lot of the class changes that we made in Legion. You know, up until this point, we've mostly focused on fixing bugs. We focused on a lot of hotfix tuning and balancing and tweaking numbers. But 7.1.5 gives us a chance to look more deeply into the substance of class abilities, rotations, talents, things along those lines. And so there's a few things that are going to guide us as we approach those efforts. So first off, we have a lot of data, a lot of feedback. We can look at all of the talent rows across all 36 specs. And we've definitely heard and seen there are many situations where it feels like there's a mandatory talent in a given row, or in other rows there are talents that don't really have a clear purpose. They never seem like they're worth taking. You go to a site like Icy Veins and it has a big red X through it. It's like, this is never worth considering. That's unfortunate. We would like to work on improving that diversity, and some of that's going to be a matter of numbers changes. Sometimes a talent is perfectly well designed, it's just undertuned or it's overpowered. In other cases, however, we need to rework the fundamental concept of that talent. Or perhaps the thing that 98% of players take as a talent should just be a base part of the spec, and we should come up with something new that's going to flesh out that row and make it an interesting choice. That's the type of thing that will be happening in 7.1.5. It's, of course, an ongoing effort, but you'll see some of it here. Next, secondary stats. So obviously, you know, when we build our items, item level isn't always strictly king, but the way rewards are structured, when you go into a new tier, you go into a new zone, and you see something that is 15, 20 item levels higher than anything you've seen before, the way this game is designed, that should be an exciting moment. It should be a reward moment. And too often, due to large disparities between the value of secondary stats, that's not the case. So this patch is also going to give us a chance to take a look at secondary stat balance, trying to narrow that gap a little bit. It's great that if you're a fire mage, you love crit. It's less great that you look at items without it or items with other stats as completely worthless. And there's a middle ground there where you can have value and excitement about some stats while still keeping interest in all of them. Next, and this is kind of one of the most vague points here, but we've also heard a lot of feedback about just the feel, the flow of your rotations, how, you know, abilities that often come into conflict, abilities that are unclear, and 7.1.5 offers us one of the first chances to try to address a lot of that feedback in the aftermath of launch. And they're just pure mechanical improvements that we can make that aren't about balance, they're just about making playing your class a smoother, more pleasant experience all around. And finally, we've definitely heard a lot about this, seen a lot about this, and while we, you know, in the name of streamlining, in the name of focusing spec and class identity in the run-up to Legion, we pruned, we got rid of a number of abilities. there's certainly room now, after that pruning, to have structured growth, to maybe return some of those abilities, to maybe add some new ones, to flesh out toolkits. So for example, if you're a hunter, and you're a marks hunter or a beastmaster hunter, and you don't quite feel like a hunter because you don't have any traps, we agree. It was a mistake to say that... Yeah, it was a mistake, right? It was a mistake to say that only survival has traps. Survival can be the masters of traps without being the only one who have them. There are times where we elevated spec identity at the expense of class identity, and there are places where we can walk that back in the interests of everyone. Or for example, if you're a rogue and you've been running a lot of Mythic Keystone dungeons, and you wish you still had the ability Shroud of Concealment so that you could sneak your group past some packs, and your group might be really happy or excited to have a rogue in the group. That could also be happening in 7.15. And by could, I mean is. So that is patch 7.15, a small, humble patch in the world of Legion, featuring Season 3 of the Brawlers Guild, Mists of Pandaria Time Walking, micro-holidays, an art update to Blade's Edge, class updates, and more. Bug fixes, new rewards, all kinds of little things. That is the 7.15 package. Now, of course, the next question, when? When is this going to be in your hands? When will you learn more? Soon. No, actually really soon. The second we get back from BlizzCon, we're going to work on taking down the 7.1 PTR, working to put 7.15 PTR up. You'll see a ton of these changes there. Can't wait to have people jump on, start giving us their feedback, and helping find bugs so we can get into your hands as quickly as possible as all part of a steady stream of content. So 7.15, small patch. What comes after 7.15? 7.2. Now, what possibly could patch 7.2 be? What could that bring? Where might we be going? Seven 2 is the Tomb of Sargeras. In patch 7.2, we will return to the site of our greatest failure, where Alliance and Horde faltered and broke and barely escaped with our lives, where we lost our leaders in the shadow of the Legion stronghold, and we had to retreat. But we've spent the intervening months leveling up, building class orders, recruiting champions, getting artifacts, empowering our artifacts, and it might just be a different story this time around. Where Horde and Alliance failed, the class orders will succeed. Maybe, it's up to you. All 12 classes working together constitute the armies of Legionfall. Where the Alliance and Horde can't necessarily put aside their differences, the leaders of the class orders can see that manifest destiny in front of them and understand the consequences, understand the stakes, and what they must do. And so this is the faction that you will work with, that you will be a part of, that you'll be one of the leaders of, as leader of your class order, as you make your way up the Broken Shore and fight your way to the foot of the Tomb of Sargeras. Of course, there will be all new world quests, both around the world and focused in the Broken Shore. We're incredibly happy with how the world quest system has played out so far. We want to keep doing more with it. And so we see this as really an integral part of making content going forward. When we make quests for a place, when we're telling a story in a place, we're also going to make world quests that complement that story, including things like class-themed, class-focused world quests that are set in the Broken Shore area. Now let's take a look at what the Broken Shore may look like when you return there today. So a difficult task awaits us at the Broken Shore. So part of accomplishing our objective, part of making our way to the tomb, is going to involve first claiming a foothold in enemy lands, and then fortifying that foothold, building it up as we strengthen our forces and get ready for that assault. In something that's reminiscent of maybe patch 2.4, Isle of Keldanos, for those who remember that, a big part of what we're going to be doing here is actually restoring and building up old elven ruins into functional structures that can serve as a staging ground as we press the assault forward. And actually, rather than just a sequence as we had it in patch 2.4, here players are going to be actively involved. They're going to have agency in choosing which buildings to build to unlock new content, new rewards, and new ways of interacting with the world. So when you choose whether you want to build or focus on the Nether Disruptor or the Command Center or the Mage Tower and upgrade and fortify those structures, in the course of doing so, you'll be upgrading or you'll be unlocking new world quests. You'll be unlocking new rewards, new vendors, new other types of content, world bosses, what have you, in a way that you, the player, control, rather than we, Blizzard, dictating, okay, this is up this day and that's up that day. It's a much more organic way of delivering content and telling the story of the unfolding battle as you fight your way up the Broken Shore towards the tomb. Now, while that's going on at the tomb at the Broken Shore, what's happening back in the tranquil areas of Val'Sharah, in the hills of High Mountain and Stormheim? Well, the Legion isn't taking this sitting down. The Legion is striking back. So Legion assaults are very much inspired by our pre-launch invasion event that we had in early August, right before Legion, the expansion, came out. There we were defending places like Westfall, Tanaris. This time around in 7.2, we're going to be defending the other zones of the Broken Isles, as the shadow of the Legion falls upon Val'Sharah or upon Azuna or upon Stormheim. And we need to help defend our newfound allies in the Dreamweavers or the High Mountain Tauren and fight back the Legion so that we can keep pressing our advantage on the Broken Shore. So these zones come under attack. When they do, it'll basically disable all the world quests currently active in the zone, and the skybox turns dark and terrifying. All sorts of demons pop up, Legion command ships in the skies, a very familiar scene for those of you who participated in invasions back in August. This time around, we're wrapping it into our world quest structure, so as you arrive in the zone, you'll be completing a variety of what are essentially world quests to take down Legion lieutenants, to clear out Legion presence from fortified areas. Once you've done enough of that, and by the way, those will count towards your emissary if you have an emissary up in the zone, so don't worry about, world quests going away temporarily. Once you've done enough of that, you'll unlock a target of opportunity and be able to strike at the Legion commander on the ground leading the assault. Again, very similar stuff to what you saw back in August. But then there's one extra step beyond that. Once you fight that assault on the ground, well, there's this massive aerial presence. There's this, Legion cruiser in the skies, bombarding, beaming down troops. And you will join a 3-player scenario, very reminiscent of what we did in Mists of Pandaria, which we haven't really had a chance to revisit in a while. Role agnostic, you can jump right in, and that's where you'll take the fight up onto the Legion ship up in the skies, take that ship down, and fight them back. There's a separate set of content for each of the zones of the Broken Isles, and when you're questing on the Broken Shore and suddenly you see a demon invasion pop up, well, you better head out there, because there'll be great rewards to be won, and of course, we need to safeguard all of our lands from the Legion. So now when I say you're going to head out there, well, how are you going to do that? So often it's been asked, well, so what's the deal with flying? What's the plan with flying? Am I going to use my Flight Master's whistle and then go to the nearest flight point, mount up on my trusty steed, and by steed I mean water strider, and head off to the nearest invasion? Or will I soar majestically through the clouds, gazing down upon the lands of the Broken Isles? Yes. Yes, you will. So patch 7.2 brings the second part and the conclusion of the Broken Isles Pathfinder achievement. So this achievement basically entails the first part, which many people have worked on and already completed and earned their mount speed bonus in the outdoor world, plus doubling down on and following the philosophies that we laid out in Warlords when we announced our flying plans there. Explore the new Broken Shore area, defend the different zones from the new Legion assaults that will fall upon them, complete the main outdoor quest line associated with the Legion Fall campaign, up to opening the gates of the Tomb of Sargeras. Don't worry, you don't need to go in. There's no raid or dungeon content involved in this. It's all about outdoor world gameplay, because that's what you need to master to unlock flying. And then finally get your reputation up with the Legion Fall, the armies of Legion Fall, and you will be able to fly around the Broken Isles on your character and on all characters on your account. So, pretty awesome. I mean, flying around the Broken Isles, that's great. It's going to really change the way we play the game, and it's something we look forward to for a long time. Could there be anything cooler than flight in the Broken Isles? Well, what if you were doing it on your very own custom class mount for every one of your classes? Take a look at this. So yes, each and every one of those amounts awaits you at the end of your class order campaign, at the end of the Broken Shore experience. And even if you didn't see them all flying in that video, they are, of course, all flying-enabled flying mounts, because you will be flying in the Broken Isles. Okay, so moving on. What would the patch, the Tomb of Sargeras, be without the Tomb of Sargeras? So the next raid zone after the Nighthold raid will, of course, be the tomb itself. This is a 9-boss raid where we'll be descending into the depths of the Tomb of Sargeras, once the ancient holy temple of Elune before it fell into the Legion's corruption, where we will harness the pillars of creation with the ultimate goal of sealing off the Legion's invasion of our world. We've scoured the 4 zones that we leveled up in to get those 4 pillars. The 5th pillar awaits us, the Eye of Aman'Thul, awaits us in the Nighthold raid at the end of Suramar, coming in the near future. But by the time we make it here, we will have all 5 of those in our possession, and our mission will be putting them to the purpose for which they were designed, for which they were meant. Now, the Tomb of Sargeras, as I mentioned, used to be the Temple of Elune. It offers a really cool opportunity for us to explore more than just, the black and green exterior Legion facade that you see as we actually delve down into its depths. So on this slide here, we actually have a mix of a 2D kind of side cutout and top-down layout of the raid. This is actually one of the first steps in our internal process of making a new raid zone or making a new dungeon. Before any 3D geometry is built, we want to get a sense of the overall structure, the flow, where the bosses are going to be located, and how it all fits together. I look forward to everyone doing their CSI magic and trying to triple enhance on all the little text here. But the raid itself actually has 4 main sections, I would say. When you first enter, you're entering into what we think of as a dark cathedral area. It's the grand glory of Elune fallen into Legion corruption. It's a reflection very much of that exterior art style and just that massive entry hall that you enter into. And that's where the Legion presence is most strongly felt initially. But our objective is actually deep down below. And the Temple of Elune existed millennia ago, before the Sundering, as a complement on the other end of the bridge across from Suramar. And the Sundering itself, of course, wrought terrible damage to the structure itself. So as we descend, we're actually going to spend some time venturing out of the Foundation into underground caverns, where powerful minions of Queen Ashar await us, Naga and their allies. Through that section, we'll be able to come back into a very low part of the tomb that actually has in many ways escaped the Legion's influence. It's been sealed away since the time of the Sundering. But darkness has been fostered here. Darkness has been growing and overtaking these halls in the millennia since that time, and that is what we enter to discover, though we will need to go in there and go through there to put the pillars to use. And then finally, once we have explored all of those areas, we will unlock a way down into the deepest, lowest depths of the Tomb of Sargeras, where Aegwynn once fought a battle against the Avatar of Sargeras. And, well, we'll have to see what happens there. Let's take a look at some of the foes you'll be fighting. So first off, we have this guy. He's kind of a cross between an Infernal and a Pit Lord. Plan is for him to actually come crashing through the side wall in that main cathedral entrance area, assemble in front of you, and bar your path. We love starting raids off with large, visually impressive foes, kind of going back to Lord Marigar in Icecrown Citadel and onward from there. Deeper in on the first floor, we have this fellow, a new member of the Legion's army that we've yet to see, kind of a melee variant of the Jailer. As we go further into the Naga-controlled areas, this powerful Naga brute will bar your path, as well as this Sea Witch, who commands a powerful Kraken beside her. Now, in those lowest, deepest recesses of the tomb that I mentioned, there is the reason why the Tomb of Sargeras is called the Tomb of Sargeras. This fellow. This is the husk, this is the fallen avatar of Sargeras that once contained the soul of the Dark Titan himself that was vanquished by Aegwynn. But that dark power, a remnant of it, still lingers within him, within this massive construct, within this terrible creature, and we will have to go through him in order to accomplish our final goal in the depths of the tomb. Oh, also this guy. So, Kil'jaeden himself awaits us. The left hand of Gul'dan, brother to Archimonde, who fell at Hellfire Citadel, and the architect of the Legion's latest invasion and their great plan against Azeroth. Kil'jaeden the Deceiver is the ultimate foe that stands at the end of the Tomb of Sargeras. So that is the raid. So do you guys miss patch dungeons? I mean, I know we did Karazhan recently, but that was almost more of a 5-player raid. But remember when we used to do things like Magister's Terrace or Trial of the Champion? Just a little, like, 3-4 boss dungeon to complement the story we were telling? We really missed that too. So let's do another one. So, as I mentioned in the raid, you'll be descending in the raid. In the dungeon, you're going up, you're climbing the tower, you're climbing the spire of the Temple of Elune. You'll go through 4 bosses along the way. And your goal here is going to be to use one of the 5 pillars of creation, the Aegis of Agrimar, which will be put to a special purpose at the very top of the tower to open the way. This dungeon will be available both in heroic difficulty, queuable normally through looking for group, and mythic difficulty, and of course, mythic keystone difficulties, as with all dungeons. So again, as we saw with the raid, here's a little sort of 2D cutout, top-down view of how the dungeon's going to work. As you enter, you're actually in a balcony overlooking that main entrance hall, overlooking that first room of the raid zone, looking down on the space where you would be if you were there, but instead you're going to be climbing up, sort of the concentric rings as the tower narrows towards the top. You'll be going past what was a monument, what was a building to the glory of Elune, past majestic hanging gardens that grew in moonlight, that have, of course, succumbed to fell taint since then, and the minions of the Legion that infest the halls. So a couple of the enemies you'll be facing in the dungeon include this fellow, because what's a fell garden without a fell tree? And this variant of the Moarg Brute, who will just put a beating on you if you try to pass. So, raid, dungeon. Let's talk a bit about PvP. So, PvP. In 7.2, what we want to do, as well as, of course, having a new season and building upon our reward structures, we want to introduce a new way, a new mode of PvP gameplay, PvP brawls. Now, these are very much inspired by brawls in Hearthstone, brawls in Overwatch. It's something that we've seen and really enjoyed a lot playing other Blizzard games. The idea here is a week-long event. There isn't necessarily one up every single week. It could be every other week. We'll nail that down. But something that varies up the gameplay, something that changes up the rules and lets you jump into PvP in a new and different way. So the goals of the system, in line with a lot of what brawls serve in other Blizzard games. We want to add variation to the battleground experience. You know, Arathi Basin is awesome. Warsong Gulch is awesome. Many of us have been playing these maps for literally 12 years now. And sometimes a little twist on that experience is welcome. It also gives us a chance to experiment with some new ideas. If we want to try changing the rule sets a little bit, or trying some new match types, new game types, but we don't know for sure how they're going to play out, if they're really going to have legs, if they're fun as a little, test that we do internally, or there's something that people would want to do for months or years to come, this lets us experiment with some of those rule sets, some of those changes, and the most successful brawls could very well find themselves as permanent fixtures in our PvP landscape. And finally, the goal is for these to just be plain fun, and it lets us do some things that are wacky, a little bit different, but it's okay because it's just around for a week, and if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. So let's take a look at a video highlighting a few of these types, and then we'll talk about it on the other side. Okay, so there are many brawls planned, much like micro holidays or that sort of thing. This is an expandable system where we can keep adding new content. Let's talk real quick about some of the things we just saw. So first off, there was South Shore versus Tarren Mill, the return of the Aniversary Battleground, 40v40 craziness in Hillsbrad. Next, a slight variation on Warsong. It's just the Warsong Gulch map, but how does Capture the Flag play if you can cap their flag even if you don't have your own? How does that change your strategy? How do you change your approach to this time-honored map? We'll see. Next, Packed House is what we call this. What if we drop two 15-player raid groups into one of our standard arenas like Blade's Edge or Nagrand? What does that look like? Is it balanced? I can promise it won't be, but will it be crazy? Probably. Gravity Lapse, that was the little Eye of the Storm cameo you saw there. The basic rules like gravity don't necessarily apply when you're in Netherstorm. Winter Arathi Basin is one of the cooler ones. No pun intended, sorry, actually really didn't intend that. It's Arathi Basin, except of course a blizzard has descended upon it. And it's not just a cosmetic change, you actually have very low visibility. You can only see 50 or 60 yards around you. So if you're up at Lumbermill, you certainly can't see what other people are doing. So you better communicate well as you plan your assault, plan your defense. Oh, and of course, since it's winter, all the water's frozen over, so you can just ride over all of it. Should be a cool twist. And finally, one that wasn't in the video, but is a personal favorite. So one of my favorite PvP world quests is the Bareback Brawl one up in Stormheim, where everyone can jump on various mounts. And there's a ram mount that you can get that will just send whoever you hit flying. Now, what would the Eye of the Storm battleground be like if everyone were permanently on ram mounts? We'll find out. Okay. Next up, artifacts. So artifacts, like world quests, another pillar of Legion that we are incredibly happy with, incredibly psyched about how these have turned out. And we want to and we need to continue updating them with content, with rewards, and fleshing out the system so that artifact power is something that is valuable and that you desire for as long as Legion is Legion. So first off, we're going to be introducing the ability to further empower your artifact, unlocking all new traits, never before seen, including a new gold border one, a three-pointer, and a utility trait that you can work your way towards. At the same time, you'll also empower your existing artifact in a way that lets you put a fourth point into all of your three-point traits. That's going to be a total of 15 new points that you can spend once you've empowered your weapon in 7.2. Of course, in order to make this reasonable, in order to make this not just a ridiculous, insane grind, there will of course be new artifact knowledge levels that will let you continue to catch up. Now, obviously, as time goes on, I actually meant to mention this in the 7.1.5 context, as time goes on, we become increasingly sensitive and we think a lot about alt-friendliness, about main switching, about someone who picks up the expansion a few months in and what their experience is going to be like. And so in 7.1.5, we're actually rolling out some artifact knowledge catch-up mechanisms where if you are a decent ways behind the cutting edge in terms of knowledge, you can just purchase knowledge levels directly with order resources from your researcher without having to wait those multiple days for the work orders up until at least 10 or more. That way you can just play the game instead of feeling like there's no point trying to progress on your alt until you get past this feeling, this arbitrary time gate. Just spend your order resources, go. Also in 7.2, we're going to be varying up relics a little bit. We're going to be introducing new types of relics that can modify not one, but two traits. So you have some all-new combinations you can unlock. If there are a couple of things that you think synergize really well with each other in your artifact, you can look for items that are going to modify them in combination and really just push the power level of your weapons and your character farther than ever before. Now that's the mechanics that you'll be earning. But there's, of course, content to go with those mechanics, as there was when you first obtained your artifact and you first went out and went through the storyline that led to claiming the weapon as your own. In 7.2, we will see a continuation of that artifact quest line. And so anyone who has unlocked most of their artifact up until that point will be able to jump into 7.2, do this continuation, and that's what will allow you to further empower your weapon, unlock these additional 15 points that I just mentioned. But even further, after that, there's also a new appearance that we're going to make available for every single weapon. Now, there are 5 appearances for each artifact currently available in the game. There's the base one that you begin with. There's what we consider the upgraded or evolved form of that you get from finishing your order campaign. There's the PvP one that you get from dedication to PvP gameplay and prestiging. There's the organized PvE one that you get from organized dungeon and raid content and a lot of perseverance there. And then there's the hidden one, which you don't get. Sorry. We're working on that. But what we're adding to flesh that out is a solo one. An appearance that recognizes not time commitment or organized gameplay, but dedication and mastery of your specialization. This is very much inspired by the Rock Delar questline back in classic World of Warcraft, by the Priest questlines for Anathema and Benediction, or more recently by Warlocks and Green Fire in Mists of Pandaria. The idea is there will be a difficult challenge that tests your skills with your spec, and if you can overcome it, then this is some of what awaits you. So I'm going to go through these pretty quickly since we have 12 classes, but these are the Death Knight appearances, Frost and Holy Blood, Demon Hunter, Havoc and Vengeance, Druid. You can get that Spectral Cat form that we showed off back at Gamescom last year. Oh wait, Guardian's not on here. That's weird. Oh yeah, here. So, a very different type of bear form. This is almost like a werebear. New animations, different style. If you see one of these tanking your dungeon, You know that they're a good player because you know that they completed a challenging Guardian Druid test. Hunters, mages, monks, paladins. There's that Shattered Ashbringer in the middle that, again, we showed off like well over a year ago that you'll now actually be able to get. Priests, rogues, shamans, warlocks. If you want to dress up your floating skull some more, you can do that. And warriors. That's weird. That thing in the middle, that looks kind of like a flail or a morning star or something. I didn't know WoW could do that. Guess it can. Weapon physics, it's a thing. Okay, so those are some of the artifact rewards that you can earn, that you can seek out and claim if you are good enough. That's the only barrier. Dungeons. So obviously I mentioned a new dungeon coming in 7.2. We are incredibly happy with how central dungeon gameplay has been to Legion so far. With the array of dungeon content that we've had, with the Mythic Keystone system that really provides an alternate parallel progression to gearing if you're not, you have a smaller group that's not necessarily up for rating but wants challenging content. And so we want to keep building upon that. So we're doing a few things on that front in 7.2. First off, we want to make sure that dungeons stay relevant. Right? When we move on and we have Nighthold gear and 7.2 is coming out, what's the point of running a heroic dungeon at that point? What's the point of running even a regular mythic dungeon that drops 840 gear if we're all in much better stuff than that? So when 7.2 comes out, we're actually going to increase across the board the difficulty of heroic and mythic dungeons as well as their rewards across the board. We're going to basically introduce the Tomb of Sargeras dungeon in heroic and mythic, and that will have the tuning and reward that makes sense for a dungeon in that place. And then everything else is going to be moved up right alongside it so that they all stay relevant, as opposed to the problem we often run into in the past where, let's say in 4.1, the troll dungeons come out and you don't have any reason to run the original dungeons. What that also, of course, means is that the whole Mythic Keystone system also gets renormalized and bumped up on top of that. So rather than being irrelevant, a Mythic 3 or Mythic 4 will go back to being challenging and relevant for the intended audience alongside the Tomb of Sargeras raid in 7.2. Karazhan. Now, initially, it felt like, man, 9 bosses or 8 bosses, depending on how you're viewing it in Karazhan, that's really tough to have as one dungeon experience without a weekly lockout. In 7.2, we're going to break this up into upper and lower sections that will be available as 4-boss Mythic Keystone runs, but they'll also be queuable random heroics. Also at the same time, we're going to add queuable heroic versions of Court of Stars and Archway. So that if you are the heroic dungeon player, if you're not someone who jumps into match-made or to organize non-match-made mythic dungeons, you basically have 5 new dungeons coming your way for your playstyle in patch 7.2. Oh yeah, speaking of Mythic Keystones, one of the great things about this is that it's an expandable system. We can keep adding new variables, new ways of interacting with the system. So expect some new affixes coming your way. For those of you in the crowd who are some hardcore progression raiders, if you've done Mythic Il'gynoth and you know how the bloods work, imagine if every mob in the dungeon wore an Il'gynoth blood. Just imagine. It's great. What, why don't you guys think it's great? I give up. Okay, so 7.2, pretty large patch for Legion. Outdoor questing zone, 9-boss raid, 4-boss dungeon, Legion assaults, PvP brawls, artifact challenges with new traits, dungeon updates, flight in the Broken Isles, and new class mounts, and more. When is this coming? No, actually, soon TM, sorry. But right after 7.15 PTR is done, again, apologies to those of you who hate content, but get used to there often, almost always being something on the PTR. The second something comes down, we're going to have a new thing to put back up because the content train marches on, and that's how it goes. 7-1, 7-1-5, 7-2. There'll, of course, be a 7-2-5 after that. So yeah, I mean, at the end of 7-2, we will have delved into the depths of the Tomb of Sargeras. We will have vanquished the avatar of Sargeras again. We will have stopped Kil'jaeden himself. We will have used the Pillars of Creation to seal off the Legion's invasion of Azeroth. Feels a lot like that's where this story should come to an end. I mean, in a lot of ways, Icecrown Citadel is kind of like the Tomb of Sargeras of Wrath, and that's where that ended. So, where else is there to go after this? Well, if you've been listening to Illidan, if you've been listening to and learning about the nature of the Legion, you know that they're likely to be back. We may win a brief respite. We may save ourselves for a day or two, for even a year or two. But what will come after that? They'll just be back for more. Where else could we go in our search for the end of the Legion? If we want to stop the Legion, if we want to truly win peace for Azeroth, we're going to need to look beyond the land around us, beyond the Broken Isles, beyond Azeroth itself, to the skies. We are going to need to go to Argus. Now, we're going to have a whole lot more to talk about when it comes to this in the future, but there's almost nothing that I can say that would not be a tremendous spoiler right now. But suffice it to say, this story and our journey is far from over. We have an epic tale, an epic story, and an epic amount of content prepared coming your way. Thank you so much for joining us for the ride. Hang on tight, because it's going to be a great one.
Welcome to the World of Warcraft Legion Design Retrospective Panel.
Hi, guys.
Welcome, heroes of Azeroth, to the World of Warcraft Legion Design Retrospective. This is really our opportunity to talk to you guys about some of the very early iterations of design in World of Warcraft Legion, to show you some screenshots of things that never even made it to the alpha, talk a little bit about really what we do for a living, how we iterated, how we redesigned things, and then even in some cases, talk a little bit about where we want to go into the future. I'm going to kick things off. My name is Jeremy Fiesel, and I'm going to be talking about probably the very first thing that you did in WoW Legion, and that was the Broken Shore experience. So let me paint a picture for you here of a team, can you imagine, that was very early on in Legion design. At this point, we had only begun concepting a single zone, and that was Azuna. Beautiful shot you can see of here. And we loved this art style, this sense of history in this place. There's so much that's gone on the Broken Isles, so many stories that we wanted to tell of the ancient elves that used to live there, what happened to them, the sinking of the continent and it rising again. So it was at this point that we begun our first concepting of the Broken Shore. Given that we really liked this art aesthetic, and that the Broken Shore is connected to Suramar via a land bridge, we figured, why don't we go ahead and continue this ecology into the Broken Shore? Here's a very early screenshot of what the Broken Shore looked like. As you can see, it's very different than what ended up in the shipping product. There's a lot of coral there. There are ancient elven ruins that were very pretty, and at one time, you could tell were pristine and beautiful. And we went a little bit further down the Warcraft 3 direction. If you played the Broken Shore experience in the Tomb of Sargeras, way back in the Frozen Throne, there was a lot of really pretty undersea life there. So we applied that to our Broken Shore as well. We thought it looked pretty cool. We decided to move forward. We applied color. We added demons and the Fellstorm. And this was the end product. So as you can probably tell, there's significantly less demon influence here, and the Tomb of Sargeras at this time was still a pristine entity. The demons had really only begun to invade our shores. So we did our first playtest. As you can see, we like to stand things up very early. A lot of the art assets weren't complete, but we wanted to see how long it would take, how it paced, and whether or not we were telling the story that we really wanted to tell to kick off the Legion expansion. In the first playtest, there were a couple of things that you never saw in the shipping product. In one section, there was a giant pillar, and you jumped in gnomish gyrocopters to blow it up. Past that pillar was a pristine city section that looked completely different than everything else on the Broken Shore. It looked like it had been untouched for centuries, like it was something that the Highborn would still exist at. And in this pristine city section, with trees, with grown elven buildings and elven architecture, there was Tyrande, standing in the center amongst a circle of dead sentinels. Surrounding her were the ghosts of the ancient elven priestesses that used to worship with her at this temple. Now, of course, Tyrande being evil, she was being mind-controlled, because that's what Dreadlords do. So you damaged her down to 30%, and she called out to the Mother Moon to dispel this horrid illusion that had caused her to lose her sanity. That shattered the illusion for everyone in the area, and the buildings crumbled, and the trees withered, and the coral returned. And you learned that this was Tichondrius and his brothers. You then completed what we call a bar objective, where you do a variety of different things. In this case, it was putting down some elven spirits, killing some dreadlords, and rescuing some elven sentinels, and you worked your way through the rest of the area. There was also a significant increased amount of path crossings for the Alliance and the Horde. We thought it was a pretty cool idea that we had a scenario that had both the Alliance and the Horde in it, and we thought it would be pretty great if you were able to see the other side. We went a little bit crazy with this idea, and at one point, the Alliance was going over a bridge, and the Horde was going under you, and you were jumping over the Horde and waving at them, and it was a little silly, but we thought it was pretty cool. Ultimately, the entire thing took 2 or even 3 or more hours, significantly longer than the shipping Broken Shore experience. So we did our first playtest, and we came out of it feeling like we weren't telling the story that we wanted to be telling. So what went wrong? Well, we looked at the story that we were telling, especially with our architecture and level design. A pristine elven tomb off in the distance that was once a worshiping place for elven priestesses. It was surrounded by a city that was once pristine, but was now in ruins. And it was also underwater at one point. And it also had elven ghosts at one point. And if you look at this list of things, of the story that we were telling in this space, you're probably saying, wow, there's something missing. And it's literally the title of the expansion pack, The Legion. We weren't focusing on what was cool about the Burning Legion returning to our world. So what story should we be telling instead of this one? The Legion is here. And not only is the Legion here, they have brought new toys, which to destroy us with. They've brought new structures. They have new mechanisms to invade our world and destroy our major lore characters. Sorry about that. So we sent this back to our artists, and we said, let's think about the Legion more like a Warcraft 3 army. How would they bring in their structures? What would their units be? What would their defensive structures be? And they came back to us with this concept. A Legion command citadel shooting out a fell seed into our world, out of which structures grew out of the ground and poured out demons, built up defensive structures that destroyed us and pushed us back. And this, we really felt like was a new version of the Legion that we've never seen before. A version of the Legion that was scary enough that they could kill off some of our major characters. So we sent this back to the artists again and said, okay, but this needs to feel like the ultimate expression of power for the Legion. This is the Legion's seat of power on the Broken Isles. Take this idea of these structures and these units and tell us, what would that look like? And they came back to us with this, a fell city. And we all kind of looked at this and said, yeah, that's what I want to see when I crest that hill in the Broken Shore. I want to see our future go up in flames because the Legion is able to take over a space this rapidly in a way that they've never done before and destroy major lore heroes like Tyrion. From there, it was all downhill. We loved the art style, and we applied it to the rest of the Broken Shore, all the way up to the beginning, and including the once pristine Tomb of Sargeras that you can see here that is completely felled out. We're happy that you're going to be able to return to this space, which we think the artists did an awesome job on, in patch 7.2, and even experience both the dungeon and the raid of the Tomb of Sargeras. And with that, I'm going to hand things off to a man who headed up the other half of the introductory experience for Legion, Mr. Blingtron himself, Jonathan LeCraft.
Some time ago, the team got together and we picked out the features for the next expansion. You know, things like dungeons and raids and quests, and even the Demon Hunter as a new class. Well, as it turns out, that was way back in Burning Crusade. So when we got a second chance with Legion, we didn't waste a minute. In fact, I want to say within about 3 days, we had an internal build where you could make a Demon Hunter, hop in through the regular character creation process, had a few abilities, and you even kind of looked the part. And what this allowed us to do was start a really cool feedback loop where people could easily play, and then they would come and talk to us, and we'd be able to make changes, and we'd repeat that. Well, after a few weeks, we took a deep breath and we said, let's look at some of our core philosophies. Well, with Legion, every character class had a laser focus on its core fantasy and, you know, some reinforcement there. So that one was easy to put front and center. But we also knew a lot of people were going to try out the Demon Hunter, so we wanted also to make sure that it was easy to learn. And one of the ways we kept ourselves on track for that was we said, all right, let's limit the number of abilities we're creating to a single bar, meaning no more than 12. And how we went about that is we made this map. And this is a bunch of high-level concepts in very discrete quantities. And this really helped keep us on path when we were surrounded basically by too many cool ideas. So there's the plan. And I also wanted, so there's the high-level plan. Let me talk about some of the individual abilities and the design iteration there, starting with I-Beam. Well, this one started out simple enough. We had a brainstorm, and we were talking about the Illidan fight, and someone says eye lasers. And at the time, I remember looking around at everyone, and we all thought, well, this is kind of ridiculous, but we also all thought, of course we have to do it. So the first iteration, the first prototype was very simple. It was beam from your eyes to the target, did some damage around them. Okay. Well, we kicked that up a little bit, and instead you would hover in the air, and you would channel this beam into the ground. But wherever your mouse cursor went, that beam would follow it and do damage to everything around it. And this actually felt kind of cool and a little bit different, but for one problem was that most mobs don't move around that much. So a lot of times you'd just be sitting there, you know, hovering in one spot, and it didn't feel very heroic. Well, next up, we got this awesome storyboard from the artist. And we looked at that and we said, oh, we love it, let's do it. And we implemented it, and we hopped in the game, and we tried it out, and we loved it. But as we played it, we kind of said, oh, you know what? I think this ability is doing too much. In fact, it kind of feels like two abilities. Well, there we have an easy decision. We just cut it in half. And that first part, where all those arcing energy comes from your eyes and slams down around the opponent, that became the talent known as Fel Barrage. And that second half, you know, with that powerful front-facing beam, gained some artistic embellishments and became the I-Beam that you know today. Now, another ability with a humble beginning is Fel Rush. And this one began its journey as a simple charge to the target with a big chunk of damage at the end. And it was very functional, and in fact, it worked awesome with ventral retreat. But we wanted something a little more unique. So what did we do? Well, first we took off the targeting, and that turned it into a short dash, which then, of course, damaged anything you would pass through. We also made it really, really fast. And just as a kicker, we thought, you know what? What if we let you fell rush over obstacles? So we gave it the ignore gravity effect. And we tried it out, and it felt really good, except for one tiny wrinkle. And that was, there you are in the starting area. You're cruising towards that first quest giver, and you're going down a very steep slope, and you hit fell rush, where you would stick to the ground for maybe a couple yards, but then you would lift off and get launched into the air, right off the edge to your death. We didn't want that. So the next day, I went to talk to one of the programmers. We'll call him Steven. That's his actual name. And I said, Steven, how do we make it so that you stick to the terrain but go over obstacles? And that's kind of an ambiguous request. So at some point during this conversation, he stops me. And he opens up a drawer, kind of ominous. But he pulls out a little monitor and a console. He plugs it in, and he turns it on. And there's Mega Man. And this is one of the earlier 2D versions. And in that game, they've got a jump, and they've got a dash. And what we were able to quickly discover is they had solved it by giving all the control to the player. Meaning, if you're on the ground, you stick to the ground. If you're in the air, then you do the air dash. So in that one little move, we were able to gain some really great design inspiration from one of our favorite games of all time. Of course, we have to talk about the big purple demon in the room, Metamorphosis. This one threw us for a little bit of a loop because even from the get-go, we saw the early art and we said, oh, it's going to be so epic. The form is going to sell itself. We don't need to do very much. Let's just add a nice, straightforward damage bonus. But the feedback, in fact, from you guys, was, well, I can't really feel the effects of it. Huh. That should be an easy problem to solve, so we just doubled it. But lo and behold, same feedback. At this point, we kind of suspected something was wrong, but you know what? We doubled it again. And at this point, it's just completely ludicrous values. And the feedback changed only to, oh, well, I'm definitely killing things faster, but I'm not really sure why. And that's when it crystallized that any changes going forward had to be visceral. So we did 3 things. Well, first we added that big Illidan-style leap. You stun everything when you land. And then we added the haste bonus, which let you attack faster, which means you were pressing buttons faster, and that's something you can feel. And then last, we concentrated that damage bonus into 2 abilities so you could more easily see where it's coming from. Now, each of those have their own story, too. But I don't want to take up the whole hour. Come find me if you want to hear them, though. So I'm going to leave you guys with some stats. I like stats. 2 out of 3 Legion accounts have made a Demon Hunter for some purpose. We don't know. So we dug down a little bit more. And 30% of those Demon Hunters have made it to 110. So that's probably why you always see them in instances and running around. And if you've gone through the experience, you know there's a choice between Kain and Alterus. Spoilers. But Kain is winning, just so you know, by a long shot. Next time you see him in game, give him a high five. And last, my favorite, 7.5% of all Demon Hunter names, are a pun with Illidan. And we even looked into some of that and saw that they've been saved for a very long time. So as it turns out, you were prepared. You guys, thanks for letting me ramble. Right now, I want to give it up to the guru of artifacts and connoisseur of the Hawaiian shirt, Owen Langren.
We'll get there. So blank slate, an empty canvas, dreams. When we were beginning to work on artifact weapons, that's pretty much what we had. Thankfully, our artists are really, really good at turning dreams into images and concepts and reality. And so we quickly got to work solving some of the problems. Today I'm going to talk to you about the artifact powers, what really makes an artifact weapon an artifact weapon. I'm going to talk to you about the way that your artifact progresses and grows with you over time. But before I do that, I want to explore a little bit about the core values that we had for what the artifact was. We wanted this artifact to be the single most powerful thing your character had ever equipped. The item that you held in your hands and looked at and said, how is this possibly going to get stronger than it already is? We had examples from lore, things you'd seen in the past. Ashbringer, Doomhammer, even Frostborn. So we had these ideas of what an artifact weapon could be, but we still really didn't know what it would take to actually realize that. And to do that, we knew that we had to focus on concentrating the cool and really digging down into one particular weapon. We chose Ashbringer. We said, okay, we are going to build Ashbringer from the moment you start your acquisition quest to all of the powers that we can possibly get. We sat down and we started brainstorming, and the team was just bubbling with ideas. And there were so many cool ideas for powers and stuff that we knew that we couldn't just have one really powerful thing on that weapon. It needed to be a whole host of different ideas. We also knew that Ashbringer wasn't going to be something that a Death Knight was holding on to, that a warrior was wielding to smash in battle, that Ashbringer was going to be purely for retribution paladins, and that each of these artifacts would be tied uniquely, inextricably linked to your specialization, almost like a second character in a way. And so thinking about it like a second character, we said, okay, we have all of these cool powers that we've brainstormed, we have all of these cool ideas. How are we going to present them to the player? And so what you see up here is a very early Visio. Like, we couldn't even put these in the game yet. We couldn't attach them all to an item. But we had an idea. We're saying, okay, we're going to make 3 really cool splashy powers. We're going to put them at the ends of these trees. And after you equip Ashbringer for the first time, you then are going to choose one of these trees and go down it and eventually get that splashy power at the end. And so we prototyped this in game. And it worked pretty well. I mean, classic talent trees work pretty well themselves. But it had a core problem. As soon as you picked up Ashbringer, we were actually asking you to make a choice that drastically impacted the rest of your leveling experience and even some of your time at endgame. And so because of that, you ended up reading all of the traits and telling, oh man, this is just completely nuts. So we went back to the drawing board, or in this case, Microsoft Excel, and we said, hey, we're going to try a completely different idea. Tiers of power, wherein you buy up all of Tier 1 before you can unlock things in Tier 2. Buy up all of Tier 2 before you can unlock things in Tier 3. We prototyped this in game, and you can see there that there was a bar on the side that indicated how powerful your artifact had become over time. So we'd solved the problem of forcing you to make a really intense choice, but we'd also solved the problem of choice altogether. You just got to buy what you could buy in Tier 1, and that wasn't really fun at all. We then went onwards. Okay, let's hybridize these things. Give you so many powers within each tier that you can't possibly choose them all. Well, now you're wondering, should I go back to Tier 1 or pick that new cool thing in Tier 3? We tried an arc approach with really strict dependencies that you slowly moved clockwise around the artifact as Ashbringer was sitting there front and center. But that had sort of pendulumed back to that original 1.0 problem where we were asking you to make a really important choice immediately. And so none of these solutions are really working. But the arc had one core element that really inspired us, Ashbringer, front and center in that UI. And that led us to what we call the constellation. We took the best parts from all of those different solutions that we tried. The 3 splashy, unique gold-bordered traits. The idea that eventually you could get everything from the tiers of power. The idea that there were a whole bunch of things to get from our hybridized approach. and the strict dependencies of the arc layout that let us go and map across. So constellations, we think, solved a lot of the problems, and hopefully you're having fun with them today, but they took a lot of time and effort and iteration to get to. So we've got our powers, we know how to present them, but what does the artifact actually do when you pick it up for the first time? What does Ashbringer do when you get to wield it and bash those demons in the skull? Well, again, let's look back to history. Let's look back to the things in the past. Legendary weapons. We knew that legendary weapons were cool and exciting and really represented the pinnacle of power prior to that. And all of those legendary weapons had a very strong passive effect. Something that every time you were swinging, you had a chance to trigger this. And so we built that. We said, hey, Ashbringer is going to have an incredible power. It will vaporize demons every time you attack. And they delivered the combat power. It was very successful at making sure that you killed stuff a lot faster. But over and over, we got the feedback, even from you and Beta, that your character hadn't changed when you equipped your artifact weapon. You were pressing the same buttons in the same order. And that just wasn't acceptable for something that was supposed to be the core fantasy of what a weapon could be. So we went back to the drawing board and gave you active abilities instead. And immediately we knew that this was the right direction. The active abilities were a visceral moment where you made the choice. You invoked the power of Ashbringer, blasting demons into the ground. Further, they allowed us to differentiate much more so than the passive abilities that were triggering off spells, left, right, left, right. Here, Falkiel could suck the soul of your demons themselves and channel it into raw destructive energy. Alaneth could implant an arcane time bomb in the heart of your enemy. Tick, 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 boom. Finally, it gave us the ability to really amp the visuals up to 11, because we knew that when you invoked the power of your artifact weapon, nothing else was happening. You'd made a conscious choice in that moment to say, okay, I'm going to use this power. And so you wouldn't be mortal striking, you wouldn't be death from aboving, you wouldn't be Templar's verdicting, you would be invoking your artifact, and so we could crank the visuals up to 11, like Cinderghost's fury sweeping across the battlefield. So we have our power, we know what happens when we pick up the artifact for the first time and use it. How does the artifact actually grow and change with you? And again, we were thinking about these artifact weapons almost as characters. So what's the simplest possible solution for growing a character? Experience. So we literally mirrored experience values. You started out with a very small artifact that would get experiences. You did quests and killed kobolds and Vrykul and demons and everything else. And it worked pretty well. Item level increased, you got access to new powers, but it had a core problem in that you were very quickly diverging from your friends, and if someone played even 1 or 2 more hours than you 2 or 3 times a week, a couple weeks later you'd end up in a situation where you couldn't even play with each other, and that was really sad. So I said, okay, well, leveling solves this by caps, right? Leveling, you go to 110. So let's try that in this system. Let's install a cap in the amount of artifact experience that you can earn at that time. And it had worked for Valor in the past, and we heard your feedback in patch 6.2 that, this was perhaps not the most fun thing in the world, but we also solved the problem of actually wanting to play a lot of the time, because you had in your hands a weapon that you wanted to power up, but you couldn't anymore. And so when you were pushing for that Mythic +7 or Mythic +8, suddenly you had no incentive to do that. But that obviously wasn't acceptable either. Our next attempt was the thing that we know as artifact knowledge today. The idea that no matter when you play, no matter what you do, you can always empower your artifact. But that every day that passes, as your researchers are looking into their books and scrolls and finding out what's going on, they're creating multipliers, making your ability to empower the weapon even better. So this makes sure that play is always valuable, but at the same time, it ensures that you can't ever diverge too far from your friends, because they're also learning how to empower their weapons better. And ultimately, that item that may have given you 1 bubble initially gives you 5 or 6 different power bubbles on the progression to a power. So those are some of the challenges that we faced when we were developing the game systems behind the artifacts. I hope you're looking forward to the challenges that you will be facing in patch 7.2 as you complete your solo challenges to get the last appearance for your weapons. With that, I'm going to hand things over to Brian Holinka, who's going to tell you why Red Paladins are totally fair and balanced in PvP, and the artifact trades from Ashbringer are, you know, pretty good.
Thank you, Owen. I mean, I'm not even sure, do we even have Red Paladins here today? I'm not even sure. I'm not going to talk about Red Paladin PvP as much as you would all love that. Instead, I'm going to talk about the honor system that we added in Legion, kind of the problems we were trying to solve when we were designing it, and some of the challenges we had. When we sat down to make Legion, we said, what are our goals for PvP? What are we trying to do? Well, if we were trying to make it more cute, we'd just get a pink gnome and pigtails, because that's the cutest thing ever, right? But really, there are a lot of people who love PvP, because PvP is love. There's people who playing. We just had the Arena Championships, had probably the biggest crowd we've ever had at BlizzCon for that. Incredible competitions. We have people who play this game for days to be the absolute best at their class, and we have a huge community that loves them. So there's a lot of people that love PvP. But it's always better when you have more people to kill or your friends want to play with you as well. We want to bring more people into our PvP love circle. And what we saw is, you know, there are people who've played World of Warcraft for over 10 years. Anybody play World of Warcraft for over 10 years here? And they've played this game forever. They write blogs about it. They run podcasts. These people, they're super into the game. But for whatever reason, they didn't play PvP. And for us, we always thought, well, you know, some people just aren't competitive gamers. Some people just don't like player versus player. And then two things happened. Heroes of the Storm came out, and Overwatch came out. And all of a sudden, we saw these same people who love World of Warcraft playing in these other competitive games. So obviously, we read that one wrong. And we thought about it. We kind of reached out to all of you, and we said, well, so what's the problem? What's the thing? And a lot of people said, you know, maybe gear is the problem. Because we've always kind of done things with gear to make it feel very unique and special for PvP players. But what that possibly did was put a wedge into the communities. It said, I'm either a PvPer or I'm a PvEer because that's the thing I'm pursuing. That's the gear I'm pursuing. Resilience will fix it. But that didn't necessarily happen. And so we thought, well, all right, if gear's the problem, maybe let's just try removing gear. Now, I don't mean naked PvP, as fun as that would be. I just mean that your gear doesn't increase your power. We set your stats, and we try to make things balanced from a PvP gameplay standpoint. And that works in a lot of ways. Obviously, anybody can enter PvP in this situation and feel like they're competitive. We have a lot of balance knobs that gives us. But at the same time, your gear is what defines your character. It's what you're doing in this role-playing game. You're going out, getting gear, and making yourself more powerful. So our next idea was, well, why don't we try what we did for Mists of Pandaria challenge mode dungeons? We'll say everybody's the same eye level. And that also, once again, kind of solves our balance problems. Everybody's the same power. Your gear has meaning and significance. But the problem here is you don't really have any pursuit of getting better gear. You don't care about eye level at all. I mean, imagine if we lived in a world where secondary stats trumped eye level. That would be a rough place. And so instead, we want people to want to, you know, not just get one set of gear, that trinkets bonuses and set bonuses are the only thing that matter, and then they never equip and upgrade. So that's when we came to our hybrid approach that we have now, which is kind of a system where we set your stats, but then we also increase those stats based on your average item level. And this is great because, once again, for the most part, in the back of your head, you know that gear matters. Like, you want to go out and get better gear. But on the other hand, you don't think it matters that much. And so this gives us the ability to tune the game in cool ways, and players still feel like getting gear. But it's always been the case in PvP that gear was your progression system. You'd go into random battlegrounds, earn honor, about 27,000 of it, and you'd get your full PvP set honor set. Then you'd go into rated arenas or rated battlegrounds, earn conquest, about 27,000 of it, and then you'd have your full gladiator set. And now we're kind of reducing the impact of gear, so that progression didn't feel as worthwhile. So we thought, let's revisit what honor is, and basically arrived at Honor 3.0. Honor as a secondary leveling system in the game. So whenever somebody does a battleground or does an arena, they're earning honor and moving this bar from left to right, because who doesn't love to move a bar in World of Warcraft, right? And so you're moving this bar from left to right, and you're upgrading, you're getting that ding effect, boom. And so that's great. But at the same time, a bar is just not enough. You need to come up with cool and compelling rewards at every level that make you excited to ding. And we thought, well, this is a really cool opportunity for us to create all those spells that we think make a lot of sense for PvP, but don't make a lot of sense for the rest of the game. And that's where we created our honor talent system. But we had a problem with our honor talent system. Should we unlock honor talents just like we do normal talents? You get a row, you go completely across when you hit a level from left to right? In that case, you would have to reach max level to have an option in every row. And that seemed like a problem to us, because ultimately we were trying to solve that problem already with gear. So instead we said, well, what if you unlock talents one at a time going down the column? And what this allowed us to do is by level 10, you have an option in every one of those rows. Maybe it's not the best option for every situation, but you're effectively at full power. And that's 20% of the way, because you honor from level 1 to level 50, so by level 10 you can get there pretty quick. But then as you unlock more honor talents, it's about customization options. It's about, hey, when I'm in a battleground, this one makes sense. When I'm in an arena, this one makes sense, or when I'm out in the world. And so that's great. We love this system. We've gotten great feedback. Players enjoy this, and they love their cool honor talents. But in the same respect, that's something maybe a PvPer is the only one who would care about. If you don't actively go in PvP, this spell that only works in PvP is not as compelling. So we went out and tried to come up with some really cool faction-specific toys, like our honorable pennants, so you can show off Horde versus Alliance. Incredible mounts that our artists make that are unique to the honor system. And of course, unique artifact looks that have a very PvP vibe to them. And fortunately, as we go, we can continue to create new rewards for the honor system moving into future patches. Perhaps like these two little guys making a comeback. We didn't really just want it to be about going from 1 to 50, though. If you unlocked all of your honor talents at 50 and you did that in the first 2 weeks of the expansion, how are we going to continue this progression in any meaningful way? So we took inspiration from some other games, and we thought, what would be cool? What if you could optionally repeat that progression for cosmetic rewards? Things like the artifact look or a badge on your unit frame. It won't be a thing you are required to do, but something we wanted to be hardcore. So we said, well, when you do it, you reset your level to honor level 1, and all of your honor talents go away. And this was controversial for a number of reasons. But for us, what really swung the pendulum was we created all these cool rewards for the honor system, mounts and artifact power and gold and cool toys and pets. And now most people weren't going to do it because this barrier was so significant. So then in 7.1, we just did a 180, said you still get your honor talents, and everyone can move through that progression. And our plan is just continue to add prestige levels with every season. We won't reset your prestige level or anything. You'll just have more honor you can earn and more cool rewards you can get. So this system's been great. We've gotten great response from our teammates, from all of you, a lot of people doing PvP who haven't done it before. It's given us tremendous tuning knobs to balance arenas at a high level like we want to, and not really damage the PvE ecosystem too much. So thanks for your time. I'm going to hand it over to Paul Cubitt, and he's going to talk to you all about Legion Professions.
I like to go back in time to January 2015. And that was when we started working on professions for this new super secret expansion we were working on at the time called Legion. Now, we already knew at that point we wanted professions to be more than just a bunch of recipes. We wanted a lot of extra stuff to do. And we were pretty sure that meant quests. But what kind of quests? Just regular old quests? Quests where you craft things? Frustratingly difficult quests where you chase a moose all the way across Stormheim? We didn't know yet. So we said, let's just pick 1 or 2 professions and we'll build prototype quest lines on top of those. And we'll just hammer on those until we see what feels good. And the 2 we chose were blacksmithing and mining. So for blacksmithing, we tried a bunch of things. It actually took us a little while, but the structure we ended up happy with was pretty simple, fairly linear. Started in Azuna, because remember this was 2 years ago before we even had the concept of scaling zones. Azuna was just the level 100 to 102 zone. Ended in Suramar, centered around the hub of your trainer in Dalaran, taught you a bunch of recipes along the way. And we thought that structure felt pretty good. So then we moved on to mining, and that we tried something a little different. It's more organic. You'll be out in the world mining, and maybe you find a cool rock and bring it back to your trainer, and they teach you how to mine that rock more efficiently. Or you'll be out mining and a creature shows up and they attack you, or they teach you something about mining right out there in the field. And we thought that felt pretty good too. So now we've got these 2 prototypes under our arm. Let's move forward and build the rest of the profession quest lines for our primary professions, the alchemy, herbalism, skinning, tailoring, so on. Now by this point, we've already, we got a couple more systems coming online in Legion. It's getting to be a little bit later in 2015. And we realized we have a quest problem. So your quest log, it's already got your zone quest in it, that's normal. But now it's also got this Order Hall quest line, and this Artifact quest line, and the Illidan quest line, and 2 different profession quest lines. And they're all pulling you in different directions and commanding your attention. How overwhelming would it feel if you actually had to deal with 6 different profession quest lines? We determined that would be too much. So how are we going to give you that extra content, extra stuff to do for these secondary professions without overloading your quest log? Well, for fishing hardly has any quests at all. Your progression as a fisher is done by collecting rare fish, filling up achievements, and then eventually unlocking and upgrading the fishing pole artifact, the Underlight Angler. So, fun fact about the Underlight Angler, it started its life as a joke. Someone in an artifact meeting said something along the lines of, hey, I just figured something out. Fishing poles are weapons. Artifacts are weapons. We should make a fishing pole artifact. And and we heard it, we went, oh, that's awesome. Like, we can never do that, of course. But like, cool joke, though. And then someone else brought it up again, but more seriously, and we started talking about it and said, well, what would that even be? Is it an engineering thing? Is it demonic in origin? Is it from the Titans? And as we started talking about this in front of Owen and the other design leads and the art director and game director, we were all kind of surprised when nobody said, no, you can't do that, that's too silly. So we made it, and we were really glad we did. On the subject of fishing, we also wanted fishing this expansion to be more of a community experience, so we added Dalaran fishing raids. This was something that was intentional. We were hopeful that people would figure out that if you have more people fishing together in this one particular area, that it would be more lucrative for everyone involved. And yeah, you guys figured that out pretty much day one. We saw these fishing raid groups showing up in the group finder, so good job. In contrast, there was actually another type of fishing raid that showed up in Legion, and that was the Garrison fishing raid. So what happened here, if you're not familiar, sounds like some of you are, at least one person is that due to an unforeseen interaction with the new looting rules in the new expansion and the old area of the Garrison, you could get super rare fishing items, things which would normally take a couple dozen hours or more to earn in just 1 or 2 hours of fishing in a 40-man raid inside the Garrison. Now, this was not intentional. And when it happened, we were freaking out a little bit. We were running to each other's desks that morning saying, like, how can we stop this? Who knows what's going on? We need to protect the value of these rare items. Can we hotfix this? And the answer was, yeah, we could. So we put together a hotfix and we're ready to fix it. But before we pushed that button, we stopped and said, you know what? People are playing together in their Garrison. They're forming raids to go fishing together. There's something really cool and like MMO-y about that. So yes, it is actually really important that we do protect the value of these rare items for the people who spend a lot of time earning them and are proud of that. But people are playing together and having fun, and that's really kind of the most important thing here. So we let it slide, at least until Broken Shore came out. Garrison fishing raids remain. And we carried that philosophy forward, too, to other exploits that showed up later with mining and herbalism, which required you to play with other people in kind of a fun way. We said, we can hotfix this right away, but let's let people keep mining basilisks just for a little longer. So moving on to our next profession, cooking. Cooking, much like fishing, has... It's a confusing response. Okay. Cooking, much like fishing, has hardly any quests at all. So cooking, your progression is done through work orders, through your sous chef, Nomi. So a couple things. I'm not sure what you guys are even laughing at. What worked well about Nomi? Well, a couple things. I think most notably, he gave you a reason to check into Dalaran every couple days, which is something our game needed and continues to need. What could have been better about Nomi? Well, the system was a little opaque. I think it wasn't always obvious what you had to do to progress. And there was one other thing I was supposed to say about... Right, he's a horrible chef and he burns all your food. So, fun story about Nomi. While we were building him, we were putting together his treasure tables, which recipes go where. We knew pretty early, okay, it feels bad and broken if you don't earn any recipes, you just get that empty loot window. So we said, we know what to do, we'll just put in a gray item. We'll call it badly burned food. Kind of a joke, this recipe didn't work out, but you can sell it for gold. Well, we could have named this item anything. We could have called it kitchen scraps, failed recipe, tasty kitchen leavings. But because of the naming of the item, you get the impression that Nomi is this really bad chef, can't control the temperature of his ovens. And that really wasn't actually our goal. So again, we said, well, we know how to fix this. We can just change the name of this item. But by the time we were able to do so, Nomi had actually become really recognizable for being a bad chef. People were making jokes and memes about him, and it felt like it would be a betrayal of that, to just roll him back to being the boring chef he was intended to be. So yes, now Nomi is a bad chef, but that also means he just has a lot of room to grow. Okay. Let's move on to some of the new systems we added for professions in Legion, what we think worked well about them, and what could have been better. So first, gathering nodes. Mining and herbalism nodes are now shared. Up to 10 people can hit them. We think these felt really good. Thank you. They feel natural. You're not competing as much with other players. I know people at Blizzard who, after they're done with their normal raids, they go on herbalism raids together. That's just like beyond rad. What could have been better? Skinners did not get to participate in this new shared resource node system. And in fact, the experience of being a Skinner may have gotten just a little bit more painful in Legion, because due to our new tapping rules, you can have a situation where someone who's not even in your party helps you kill a creature. That's good, but then they fail to loot the corpse, and that means you can't skin it. That's bad. So don't worry, Skinners, we got you. We have a fixed plan for that particular issue, as well as a way for you to have a more shared resource system in the future. So. In the meantime, everybody else, please be kind to your fellow Skinners and just loot your corpses. And this will all go away. Next, we have recipe ranks. So we added the ability to have 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star versions of certain recipes in Legion. And we thought these felt pretty good, too. Even after you've learned all your recipes, you could still progress within your profession. You could still have something to look forward to. What could have been better? Well, I'm not sure we actually got our tuning right. Ideally, a 1-star recipe is really easy to earn. Anybody can do it. 3 stars are pretty hard to get, and 2 stars land somewhere in between. Where we ended up was a lot of our 1-star recipes were gated behind a long quest line, maybe a little bit too long. And then a lot of our 2-star recipes were just on vendors in Dalaran, where they probably would have been better served out in the world in treasure chests, and creatures, and dungeons, and so on. Lastly, the Obliterum Forge. This is a new system we added to allow you to upgrade the quality of the gear that you craft. And this did pretty much everything we expected too. We saw a lot of people unlocking the Forge, trading bracers in order to do so. A lot of people crafting Obliterum, buying and selling Obliterum, applying Obliterum to their gear. The word Obliterum is just really fun to say. What could have been better? The actual experience of obliterating an item probably isn't as rewarding as it could be, especially for small ticket items like level up gear, individual potions. That's not the most satisfying click in the game, and maybe something which could get better in the future. So the future. All across the World of Warcraft team, Ian talked about this a little bit yesterday. We have this really big, important goal of making sure this expansion stays vibrant with patches and content, stuff to do. That holds true for professions as well. We really want to make sure that crafting and gathering remain viable throughout the lifetime of this expansion. You've already seen in patch 7.1, we added new recipes, we added the blood trader, we increased the obliterum cap up to item level 855, so you can get your crafted gear up to 855 now. In our upcoming patch 7.1.5, the obliterum cap's going up again, now to 865, so the crafted gear continues to get better. There's more new recipes showing up. There's going to be a new quest line for blacksmiths to unlock some forgotten weapon transmogs. And we have more plans for patch 7.2, and the patch after that, and so on. So by the time this expansion is done, if you're a gatherer, it's possible you might not even be gathering from the same gathering nodes anymore. If you're a crafter, you can look forward to new gear, new consumables, maybe. Just an idea we've thrown around, not a promise, but an idea. Maybe even crafted legendaries. The future is really fun to think about, really exciting to think about, but unfortunately this is supposed to be a retrospective. So I'm going to give it back to Jeremy Fiesel to close us off. He's going to talk about my favorite kind of quests in the world. World quests.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. So when we approached the World Quest system, there was one major question that we wanted to answer when we approached Legion's endgame. This is a really pretty concept art picture of Suramar at night, one of my favorite zones. And the big question that we wanted to answer was, what was our favorite daily system, and how do we improve on it? So we look back into the past, and especially at Mists of Pandaria. When you look at MOP's dailies from an aggregate standpoint, there was a lot of cool stuff to do there, and you were doing them for very recognizable people. Going out with the Shadowpan in the endgame, you knew who they were, you had already quested for them, and it felt like the continuation of an awesome story. So we took that as our initial prototype and set forth these design goals. First, it should tell a great story. We thought that MOP did a great job of this, not only at continuing the stories of people you'd already worked for, but at creating new stories for them that continued to tell their story of how they lived in this universe, things like the Golden Lotus and the Celestials. However, we wanted to make sure that it didn't feel like when you logged in, you had an overwhelming list of things to do at the beginning of the day, 20 or more daily quests, and every time you unlocked a new faction, adding more daily quests over to the top of that, to the point where you felt a little overwhelmed. Instead, we wanted it to feel like the world was an active participant, like things were changing all the time, and logging in at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day could significantly change what you had to do. We thought the variety of content in MOP was great. Things like the Roll Club, Lao Softfoot, killing elites, killing creatures, and regular quests had a great variety. However, we thought the variety of rewards could really use an improvement. Doing the same thing every day and getting the same reward for it felt a little repetitive. And lastly, we wanted to make sure that we made better use of the entire continent. The level designers make this huge, gorgeous world for us to live in. And in this world are people that you've already done quests for. You know why they're there. You've heard their stories. Why don't we continue to use all of this great content that we've already built in the endgame? So we started discussing some of the types of content that fit into the system best. For example, level up quests. But instead of just doing level up quests, we did variants of level ups, where sometimes we would take several quests, change up the objectives, so you would have a quest earlier where it was kill 10 things and kill a boss, and instead, in the world quest, it's kill 5 things, kill a boss, and collect some things. This let us vary things in the endgame, vary to your leveling experience, so it still felt like new content. Secondly, we wanted to make better use of our rare spawns. Our rare spawns are fun things to fight when you're leveling up. Let's also make them fun things to fight in the endgame by adding additional abilities to them and giving them additional levels of difficulty. We definitely wanted there to be max level areas so that as you're walking through the world of the Broken Isles, you can look off on that cliff and see a powerful level 110, 111, or 112, or even in the case of Stormheim, 113 dragon that's waiting for you to level up and take it on. And that helped it feel like you were leveling against some piece of content rather than the entire world leveling alongside you. We dipped our toes into this idea of PvE/VP with the Warden Towers, giving us the opportunity to get you flagged for PvP without necessarily direct repercussions. And a part of this is allowing players that may not necessarily PvP all the time to get into the PvP system, kind of what Brian was talking about, where it gives you an entry point where you can feel like it's a little bit safer. At the same time, we went completely the other direction and added 5 FFA arenas to the islands, the most that we've ever done in an expansion pack. And this was super exciting for us. Just because of the sheer amount of things you can do in an overworld FFA arena, we could never have done an arena, a hardcore arena, where you were riding on the backs of animals or you turned into a murloc. So this gave our designers a lot of freedom, which has ultimately caused them to come up with the idea of brawls. We also took a look at some of our systems that already fit cleanly into the daily system. Daily dungeons felt awesome. Why can't they be world quests? Daily pet battle quests, of course, felt awesome. So why can't they be world quests? And we started thinking, at this point, really outside of the box. What else could be a world quest? Can we get away from the idea of daily quests and really add a huge amount of additional content that maybe couldn't fit cleanly into the daily quest system before? Like our trade skill bonanzas, where you find a trade skill world quest that you and a bunch of friends can get together and gather a whole bunch of materials. And we thought this was awesome. However, whenever you're designing a system, there's always one overriding philosophy or one question that you have to ask yourself at the very beginning. So I'm going to put this back to you real quick. Let's pretend that you are the lead designer in charge of world quests. What is the very first design question that you have to ask yourself? Think about that for a second. Yell it out if you want to. The very first question that we had to answer, believe it or not, was how many icons is the right number of icons to be on the map? And you're probably thinking, that seems like something that you get to a lot later. But in fact, it speaks to a lot of different values. For example, the number of icons that you have on the map directly relates to the number of things you're doing per unit time. And there's a certain amount of things that you want to do in a zone that feels right. There's an amount of travel time between quests that just feels right. And we can change up any of the values on the other end of that spectrum. We can make the quests take longer. We can give them better rewards. But one thing that we can never change is the size of the world. So that was the first question we answered. And we decided that this felt like too many things to do in one space. This was our first playtest instructions, where we actually created content at those points. We gave all of the designers a map for what their daily adventure would be like, sort of a slice of content, a day in the life of world quests. There were some bonus objectives here, some treasures, a summonable boss and a rare spawn, a regular quest and a pet battle quest. And we sent this out to everybody to playtest. The feedback we got was very positive, that this felt like a great iteration on daily quests. Everything coalesced from there into a more modern system that you see today. This wouldn't be a design retrospective if we didn't also discuss other iterations to systems. For example, not only did we want to vary the content, we wanted to vary the rewards. We felt that things were a little too static in the past. So we came up with this new reward scheme, where doing a single world quest could reward you with a wide variety of different things to do. And what fell out of this was the idea that your daily adventure, even if we gave you the exact same world quests 2 days in a row, could change significantly. How you're going to approach those world quests on that second day is going to be completely different based on what the rewards are. This is just another layer of sort of randomization of the content that allows you to have a different adventure every day. But we ran into a problem, and that was that we made about 50 world quests across the world, and some days you didn't feel like doing 50 world quests. And in fact, some players felt like 50 world quests a day was maybe a little bit too much for them. They wanted to take a smaller bite. So we came up with the idea of bite-sized rewards. You can see my terrible MS Paint here. This is actually what we send to other designers to convince them of things. We took a system that we liked, Hearthstone's daily system, and sent this out and said, what if we did something very similar, with the end goal of getting you to different zones on different days? And it ends up that what this does is add even a third layer of flavor to create a delicious cake of content. You have your first bite, which is your emissary quest, which will send you to a different location at the beginning of every day. Got your second bite, which is the rewards that you get, and your third bite, which is your variety of content. The combination of these three things means that throughout the entire lifetime of the expansion pack, it will be very rarely that you will ever have the same adventure on any given day. And it's one of those great things that gives world quests longevity. Now, of course, this wouldn't be a retrospective if we didn't also talk about things that hit the cutting room floor, things that we didn't quite get to. Some of the exciting pieces of content that we really wanted to get to, but kind of ran out of time, were scenarios. We wanted to do more things like the Holm High Mountain adventure, where you could be taken to an entirely different space from the Broken Isles with a bunch of other people to do something fun and awesome. We wanted to do class-specific quests. We think this is a really cool idea. Whether or not that's paladins getting together to wreck things with other paladins, or paladins getting together to help out the Warlock Order Hall, we think that's pretty cool. We wanted to bring back Legion invasions in the Broken Isles. We wanted to create summonable bosses, similar to the Encourage elements way back in the day, where you would get an outfit together and then summon up a boss that everybody could fight. The idea that you could create a world quest in the world that everybody could participate in. Rare world quests, similar to Hulan back on Timeless Isle, where Hulan would spawn and everybody would yell to everybody in the zone, "It's only up for a small period of time, you better get over here." We like the idea of region-wide world quests, like Kazumoth the Hungering, where one entire region, like North America, can unlock it for everyone else. And I'm very excited to also announce you'll be seeing all of these elements make a return in patch 7.2. Just the sheer fact that we can talk about that many iterations on world quests, and right now you're probably thinking of cool ideas for future world quests, tells us that this is an awesome system, and the future is bright for world quests in World of Warcraft. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. On behalf of my fellow designers and everybody on the World of Warcraft team, thank you for coming out today, and we'll see you on the Broken Isles.
I have witnessed our end. Demonic armies spilling over the horizon and onto our shores. Heed my warning. The Burning Legion has returned. Stronger, more determined than ever before. These demons seek to annihilate everything upon Azeroth. No single person can stand against the Legion alone. And so you came to me. I will deal with these intruders. No, she wouldn't. I knew we couldn't trust her!
In the end, death claims us all.
The Legion cannot be stopped. Our time is short. Now go. But remember, should you fail, all worlds will burn.
Hello. Citizens of Azeroth! How are we doing? Welcome, and thank you so much for coming to this year's in-game cinematics panel. My name is Taryn Gregory. I am the in-game cinematic director for World of Warcraft, and we're going to have a great panel for you today. Now, looking around the crowd, I get this sneaking suspicion that maybe, just maybe, you're more aware than most that the Legion has returned to Azeroth. Maybe? Yeah? How many of you have taken the fight to the Broken Shore? Maybe come across a couple cinematics as you've been adventuring? Maybe they've been a bit brutal, right? All right, so before we get into it, I do have to warn you all, we're going to talk about spoilers. Only in the context of the stuff that we released with Legion. So if you want to remain unspoiled, maybe not, but please stay. We want to share everything with you, so please go, but you've been warned, spoilers ahead. Now let me introduce our panelists. Up on stage with us today, we have Chris Evans, our in-game cinematics department supervisor. We also have with us Sherman Ohms, World of Warcraft lead machinima artist. Jordy Swainbank, our in-game cinematics lighting lead. Jessica Drew Johnson, our in-game cinematics modeling project lead. And Yunho Lee, our animation show lead for Legion. So before we dive right into the story content, our in-game supervisor, Chris is going to come up and tell you a little bit more about in-game cinematics and how it works. Chris?
Thank you so much, Taryn. Well, hello. As it states there, my name is Chris Evans, and I am the supervisor of the in-game cinematics department. First off, thank you so much. We share something that is so cool, and it's so awesome you guys come out here and check us out, and I love this. So this is our second BlizzCon panel dedicated to the in-game cinematics department. Was anybody here last year? Awesome. Welcome back. And if this is your first time, welcome and thank you. So let's get right to it. A lot's changed. We have a lot of new faces, and in fact, our department has nearly doubled in size. Yeah. We have a lot of new tools and techniques that we had to utilize to address all the challenges that the Legion expansion put in front of us. These are now primarily to improve our speed and our quality, and we're going to be talking about that today. We did a lot of content for Legion. I hope you enjoyed it. Awesome. Yeah, well, we love doing it too. In fact, if you count the cinematics, we did nearly double the number of cinematics for Legion that we did for Warlords of Draenor. And we're always looking forward to doing more, I'll tell you that. So about us, we are the in-game cinematics department. You might hear people say today, IGC stands for In-Game Cinematics. We're part of the story and franchise development division at Blizzard, and that's the part of Blizzard Entertainment that makes like books, radio plays, toys, collectible figures, and houses the pre-rendered and the in-game cinematics department under the umbrella of the Blizzard Animation Department. And in fact, we are a department within pre-rendered cinematics. So, the thing that differentiates us from those high-fidelity pre-rendered cinematics is we work with the game engines to create our content. We get our art direction directly, or the way we make the cinematics look, directly from the gameplay, and thus our movies are created in the style of the games we are working on. So, why? Why an in-game cinematics department? Well, if we take a look at a frame of Varian here, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of detail. This takes a lot of people, a lot of planning, and a lot of computer horsepower to get done. We, however, use the game engines to create our content. This allows us, because we use game assets, we use game environments, this allows us to change our story content quickly in response to things like quest design. So we can stay in sync with the game design process. And one thing I'll tell you about game design is as you get towards the end, it starts to change really, really fast. So, in the case of World of Warcraft, and this is pretty cool, we're actually treated like part of the development team. So we use a custom version of their game client that is a tool to help us make our cinematics. Now, some of the benefits of this are, one, our environments are already there for us. They might not always be done, but at least we have something to work with. We also can generate background characters and crowds from game assets. Now, this gives us the ability to put extra characters and creatures in our cinematics without having to create, rig, and animate them ourselves, which is probably one of the most time-consuming and expensive parts of 3D animation, is creating characters. So here's Khadgar. This is what he looks like when he comes fresh out of the engine, right? So we create our basic frames in the game engine, and they render really quick. So that's Khadgar. And then we can enhance this as the narrative requires, right? And so we soup it up in a post-process. And you're going to be hearing a lot more about this later, and it's a fascinating topic. So I'm going to turn this back over to Taryn, and we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of Legion. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris. So, it's been great meeting a lot of you at BlizzCon. I love when you come up and we get to chat about this stuff. And in the last couple days, one of the most common questions that's been asked of me, actually, is how do we determine what moments in the game experience are turned into cinematics? I mean, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of great moments in every expansion. How do you know which one is going to be a movie and which one isn't? That's a great question. Some of the moments are obvious right from the beginning, right? Like the big idea, the broken shore. Obviously, this was something we wrote early in the process, and we knew it was going to be a flagship moment in the launch of Legion. But some other moments will appear over time. as the World of Warcraft quest designers flesh out the new corners of Azeroth to explore, and they find these really, really strong moments that we should consider to make into cinematics. But even after all of that, we have to make the hard choices as to which ones will have their time on the big screen. And one thing that has become a guiding principle over time, kind of the North Star of which ones we should do, is the idea that if a cinematic, if the moments happening are going to be remembered for years after the fact, perhaps long after this expansion has been out for a long time, that's the best reason to make sure that moment becomes a movie. And here's an example of one that is exactly right on the mark for that. Oh. So Val Shira, I can see some of you cringing already. Just remembering just the heart-rending experience that this whole entire zone was from beginning to end. And we feel you, right? We're not immune to the guises of the stories that we're telling. In fact, to be honest with you, I teared up more working on this movie than I ever have working on other content. But as we got into the story, Ysera, like so many of our heroes from Legion, did not deserve the fate that befell her, these tragic events as we take the fight to the Legion. But as we got more granular with this story, and we realized the specifics of exactly what was going to go down, the manifestation of an ancient night elf goddess, and the beauty of what was really going to transpire in this moment, it was more than just a tragedy. This had the opportunity to be one of the most thematically transcendent and memorable moments in World of Warcraft. And so in order to visualize that, we really had to take to heart the gravity of everything coming together in this piece. And to tell you more about that, I'm going to invite Sherman Ohms to tell you more. Sherman?
All right, folks, let's talk shop about Val Shira, a cinematic that we needed to strike a number of emotional chords on, between the death of a dragon and the manifestation of a goddess to her people, all within the veil of an eclipse. But how do we do that? How do we start the process on such a performance-based piece without any dialogue going on? Well, we start often by looking at the key characters involved, so let's begin with Elune, which is interesting because we weren't exactly sure what she was going to look like when we started. However, we do have a race in Warcraft that is entirely devoted and worships Elune. So we turn to the Night Elves. And through examining their architecture, their art, and even everyday objects that they have, we notice the same motifs popping up. These undulating curves and sweeping lines, almost like ribbons, along with the color palette Night Elves are known for, blues, violets, and these silvers echoing the moonlight. So we took those elements, those visual cues, and created an asset for Elune. Those of long tendrils that she could use almost like arms to pick up Ysera and bear her up towards the heavens. Now, Ysera was our other key player, and a shot in particular, that in which her eye is purified merely at gazing upon the presence of Elune, really speaks to the tragedy that has befallen her at the hands of Xavius and the Nightmare. But it also speaks to the purity that's still within her, that she's still a tragic victim, unlike Deathwing and Malagos that have preceded her. However, we were getting closer to our subject than ever before. So our modeling team looked at our model and her texture and gave it those extra special touches so that in that final shot, you can really get a feeling for what Ysera is experiencing in those final moments. And perhaps that even if you weren't able to save Ysera's life, that you and the Night Elves were at least able to save her soul. Now, once Elune has carried Ysera up and immortalized her among the stars, what's left is a patch of fresh grass and foliage and a vine pedestal lifting up the Tear of Elune. We felt this was a really great hookup for you, the player, that once you come out of the cinematic, we can let you down a little gently so that you can walk around the scene and experience it for yourself. So we took all those assets, boxed them up, and delivered them to the game team to implement in the world that they were building around the Temple of Elune. They did a marvelous job creating a representation of that scene that you can experience and interact with as you pick up this pillar of creation and take it back to Dalaran for safekeeping in Ysera's absence. And that's what this was about. It was about giving Ysera, one of our most beloved dragon aspects among the community, a great send-up, something uniquely her, and creating a moment that Night Elf and player alike that witnessed it would remember. Taryn?
Awesome. Thank you, Sherman. How great was Night Song, by the way, the song in Val'sharah? I think Neil Acree is here somewhere. Awesome job. Thank you for that. All right, moving on to the next feature. Probably one would say the most new heroic feature of Legion.
But remember, should you fail, all worlds will burn.
Where are my demon hunters at? Anyone enjoying playing, Illidari? Having a good time? Awesome. I know I have. I create a little justice up here. So, when we had the opportunity to revisit the hero class paradigm, only the second time in World of Warcraft history, we had developed cinematic techniques over the last few years that we never got to use the first time when we rolled out Death Knights. So we really had to ask ourselves, what's going to make the Demon Hunter experience live up to the idea of a hero class? Well, let's talk more a moment about what a hero class is. How is that different from normal classes? Well, normal classes begin with their humble beginnings at level 1 and, killing boars in the forest of Elwyn, whereas a hero class will begin this time as one of the Illidari, one of Illidan's chosen few, coming right in the middle of a historical event at the Black Temple. And we asked ourselves, how cool would it be if we could actually play these scenes through the Demon Hunter's own eyes, or lack thereof, and feel as if we're immersed in the experience, That maybe Illidan was issuing commands directly to me, the player. That would feel heroic. Or perhaps facing off one-to-one with Maev's Shadow Song, one of the most triumphant characters from Warcraft 3, memorable. So this premise sounded incredibly exciting, but ultimately it was going to have to be pulled off by the animation team. They would have to make it work. So I'm going to have Yunho come up and talk about all the challenges they faced and bringing the Demon Hunter cinematics to life. Yunho?
Thanks, Taryn. Hi, Blizzcon 2016. My name is Yunho. I'm really happy to see you guys back again. So I have worked on a lot of cinematics like StarCraft, Diablo, World of Warcraft, and Hero of the Storm, and Overwatch. But I have never worked on anything like first-person view cinematics before. This was totally something new to us. So the biggest question was, how do we make the audience feel like they're a part of this story? And also, how we're supposed to make them feel like they're watching the movie from their perspective. At the same time, we have to tell the story. So we started looking for some sort of references here and there, and take a look what we found. We have Overwatch. Why? Let me tell you later, but we started watching a lot of gameplay footages here and there. Of course, we played a lot. The main purpose was to figure out where would be the best place to put those weapons on the screen, and how do we make the camera interact with the surrounding characters. After we figuring out all these important elements we can make use of, and we started applying them to our Demon Hunter cinematics, and take a look. Wow, this is humongous Blizzard epic scale weapon covering up everything. So how am I supposed to tell the story out of this? Okay, so we tried again by moving those weapons to the corner of the screen, and actually this works better for the storytelling. But we are missing something here. If you want to hold a weapon like that, you don't feel like warrior at all. So we tried again. This is the final version we have. The weapons are sitting nice and easy into the cinematic. Also, now you can feel like you're a warrior and ready to some sort of action. Now we put everything into early stage of the layout. Everything moves linear, but that's fine. More important thing is that we are figuring out what kind of camera and lens and angle we have to use, how far and fast the camera should move in the screen space. Also, we are figuring out and planning out all the performances on the surrounding characters. this is what we have in the end. We refine the camera motion by adding organic feel to it. Also, most of the priority is that we are making you feel like Illidari in the story. Let me talk about the performances on Vault of the World and cinematic. Normally, all these cinematics are divided by shots, and shot is 1 or 2 seconds long. However, this was a 30 seconds. There's no camera cut. The character, Maeve, you see over there, she's wearing gigantic helmet and covering all the faces, and how am I supposed to make this interesting and compelling to watch? So I thought about what was the most important things should happen in this scene, and it is actually Maeve's hatred on you. That's the key selling point. So this is my first try. This was kind of working, but the acting choice of that hand squeezing action, we already have seen those kind of gestures so many times from the other movies already. What we really need to feel here is that Maeve's hatred on you, despite the fact that she needs you to save Azeroth. So I added Maeve's interaction with the Crystal Prison. Now we see the idea starts working. However, this does not feel strong enough. It feels too gentle and too nice. She almost feels scared to touch the crystal. So this is the final version we have. Cool thing about this is that we can not only see her hatred, also at the same time, we can feel some sort of a connection between those two characters. All of this coming through a strong scratch action.
Awesome. Thank you, Yunho. So now is the time in which we're going to take a little trip to a very, very big city.
And by the curse of the night well, I am damned to wither away as my city burns.
Not if we can help it, Thalysra. All right, Suramar was a bit of a different beast for us this time around in Legion. It was being worked on at about the same time as the Broken Shore cinematic was, but in contrast to that cinematic's amazing complexity, Suramar was more of an exercise in efficiency, a quick one at that. We knew you were going to spend a lot of time at max level, so this introductory cinematic was a way for us to open the gates, as it were, to bring you up to speed about what was happening and show you what was at stake through the perspective of a character you would be interacting with a lot, Thalysra. And through hearing her tale, you would experience the sorrow she felt, the betrayal she suffered, and the anger she felt at being cast out of the elite Nightborn society to becoming one of the Nightfallen when you first meet her. In a lot of ways, it's reminiscent of the Black Temple trailer that in-game cinematics had made prior. A single narrative thread told by one character witnessing the downfall of their civilization while also suffering from their own transformations simultaneously. And we had to fit an entire history lesson for this zone in a scant couple of minutes. So how do we do that? What's the process there? Well, when we're trying to make something as efficiently as possible, we start by looking for existent assets and other things that we can use. And at the time, a comic was being made for the web called Nightfallen. And some of these panels in the comic were gorgeous. They were already cinematic in nature. All we had to do was bring them into the game and sort of set them in motion, and they would help tell the story. Now, Suramar was also telling its story. It was immense. The first time we saw it, we couldn't see from one end of the city to the other in the game. It was a real jewel, too, to juxtapose against the Legion's brutal monochromatic aesthetic. But what you see in the final frames isn't exactly how it starts out. In fact, when we first logged into Suramar, this is exactly what we saw. It's something we call gray boxing, and it's a way for the game team, as they're building a city, to sort of make a 3D sketch, to figure out the placement, the size and shapes of buildings, as well as where city streets and causeways go, so that when you're walking around in the final city, you can really get a feel for the size and scope of it, as well as not getting lost and everything flows nicely. And As assets are finalized by the game team, they implement them, and we start to see the city take shape around us. But as all this stuff starts going in, how do we take advantage of that? How do we see all of it? Well, we have some other tools for that too. One is a camera system that we can use. It's sort of a get in and go, fire and forget sort of system, where we can take a single camera and put it at one point, but then we can move that exact same camera to any other point in the world. And we can scope out every nook and cranny of the city and leave no stone unturned. Now, to that end, we can also take entire scenes and transplant them to other parts of the world. So, in this shot, Thalissa is walking the lonely streets, but we can magically whisk her away to Black Rock Mountain, give her a tour high among the clouds of Skywall, or, just for fun, put her in the depths of the sea in Vashir. Wait, something's not quite right there. But, using these efficient tools, we can spend more time focusing on bringing the city to life even more, using our crowd tools to create a bustling population where everyone's going somewhere, something's always being done, and adding little doodads and knickknacks to help tell our story, so that once that story is told, you understand the history of Suramar, its opulence and magnificence, as well as its fall to the Legion, and Thalissa's plight within all of this chaos, and why you, at this point in time, are needed to reclaim that city from the Legion.
Awesome. Thank you, Sherms. Now let's take a quick look at a big spat between old rivals.
You took my son's future. And now I've taken yours.
Oh, Stormheim. Oh. Also known around the office as Gen versus Sylvanas. How many people here we got on Team Gen? How about Team Sylvanas? I anticipated that, yeah, okay. But herein lied the challenge, right? This was going to be a big, epic fight scene, and we've done lots of those, but this was going to be different. This was not Thrall versus Garrosh. This is not good versus evil, light versus dark. This is two current faction leaders that are currently leading the Alliance and the Horde, going toe-to-toe in what could become a bloody battle to the death. So how do we handle that? It's very, very delicate work, because while it's always in our mind that we want to create the most epic story we possibly can, we also want to be mindful to look through the lens of the players themselves and realize that the two factions are like home teams. And they're always going to be rooting and feeling like, oh, I'm in it for my team, or I'm in it for my team. So we had to be delicate and make sure that it felt good for both sides, regardless of the outcome. And as we dug into the story development and started fleshing out this fight scene and looking for all the ways that we could do the epic wolf here, the smash here, we had to give each side their own good heck yeah moment where, oh, yeah, he got her, or she got him, right? And the push and pull and up and down made each side feel like that their stake in the battle had really gotten something. So by the end, the ultimate split outcome, given that Gen had physically lost the physical fight, but had managed to outfox Sylvanas, had managed to outwit her and keep her from the nefarious task at hand, felt like a great balance to make sure both factions felt like their leaders had done good in this fight. All the while, not ignoring the tremendous emotional underpinning of the scene, which of course was the story of a father who always wished he could have taken that arrow for his son. So now we're going to move on to the biggest part of our content for the delivery of Legion, the Broken Shore.
The Broken Shore finale. It's the continuation of the pre-rendered intro cinematic to the Legion expansion, where we were introduced to an uneasy partnership between Horde and Alliance, forged to defeat the Legion at the Broken Shore. This was one of the most ambitious cinematics we had ever made. We knew it was going to push us our people, our technology, and our pipeline to the edge of its capabilities. It's the story of an enormous battle. It's over 4.5 minutes long. It's laden with large effects. It has a multitude of characters, and it is incredibly complex. For a small team like us, it was a daunting challenge. So we knew we were going to need to develop lots of new tools. Tools to do things like transfer animation and lighting data from shot to shot. We wrote a custom crowd tool, and it uses the game engine to populate background actors for these enormous battle scenes, simplifying what was once a technical and complicated process. It was the first time that the in-game cinematics department was going to use large-scale, volume-based, computer-generated effects for things like explosions, smoke, spells, to highlight key story moments. Coming up, we're going to talk about how the animation department was able to use this new technology to bring this massive battle to the screen, portraying intimate moments amidst the chaos and fog of war. We're going to also hear how this important and tragic moment in Blizzard lore was made to work seamlessly from a narrative point of view, something that can so often be taken for granted. But first, I'm going to turn you over to Jessica Drew Johnson, who's going to talk to us about the characters she helped create, polish, and bring to life for this epic cinematic. Jessica.
Thanks, Chris. I had to make a massive cast of characters for not just Broken Shore, but all of Legion. And that work was really daunting. I ended up having to use every single shortcut and tool in my whole repertoire to make these characters come to life. And I'm going to talk to you about the different methods that I used to make this happen. The easiest was working on Sylvanas. Thank goodness she already exists in the game, and she even got a new costume change for Legion. Because she already exists in the game as a complete character like we needed her, all I had to do was just make her animation ready, working on the different joints in her body, which allowed me to spend a good deal of time working on her face and getting that really good close-up performance that she delivered in so many different parts of these cinematics. And another method that I used was, in between projects, I worked on creating an entire library of kind of generic characters from each of the races using the player meshes that you guys play with on a regular basis. And it was with that library that I was able to work on Gen Greymane. So Greymane exists in-game previously just as his human form faction leader. But they gave us this amazing piece of principal concept art that I had to use to create a whole lot of Greymanes, actually. I had to make 4 different versions of Greymane. And I had to completely make up his Worgen form. So we started from that generic base Worgen mesh. And that mesh needed a little bit of work, so we really had this amazing and glorious faction leader for the Worgens that they'd be proud of. So we started off with a Worgen that was kind of fluffy, but we realized we needed to have that amazing mane on this character, so I had to make him extra fluffy. And it wasn't even enough, really. Talking with art direction, they're like, can you go more fluffy? And I worked on not just his hair, but also his textures. Actually, Sherman helped too, on making him the fluffiest and most majestic Worgen that you've ever seen. But because I had used the generic mesh, a lot of the texture space matched up from his human form over to his wolf form. So in clothing him in his wonderful outfit, I saved a lot of time by just being able to plop the texture from one to another. And this allowed me to make 4 different versions, everything from his regal fighting form to his feral fighting form. And I feel that we gave Greymane an amazing moment, multiple moments in multiple cinematics that were really worth our time. Now, kind of combining those 2 different methods, I worked on Vol'jin. So yes, he's a character that exists in World of Warcraft, but a lot of his armor pieces are a permanent part of his body. So I had to take my generic troll that allowed me to remove different things based on his performance and actually make a really epic version of Vol'jin that you're going to be fighting alongside in the Broken Shore, and then also see him fall with the fell stab wound, right? As everything's corrupting his body. And actually, I spent the majority of my work time working on his textures, making a modeled bruising pattern all over his body, having that fell creep just take over everything, ruining his makeup, you know? And when you see Vol'jin talking to Sylvanas in the end, yes, we could have had Vol'jin look at the height of health for this, but that texture change really sold his performance as he's handing over the mantle of the Horde. Which brings me to the hardest method for making a character. That would be Mechatort.
Vernomrigon!
So this doesn't exist in World of Warcraft. It just started out as a frame from our storyboards. And from that, we had one of our artists, Zach Podratz, create a basic sort of concept piece for this character. That was handed over to the World of Warcraft team where they sort of wowified his pimp ride and really gave us something to aim for, which we made a sort of 3D base mesh. We really wanted to visualize how this character would act and behave and be framed in the cinematic. Through that work, it was then turned over to our animation team, and they ended up providing the most valuable insight. They sort of were the ones that were like, what if we had his gun arms sort of do this rotation? And it was so cool getting to have that cross-team conversation with this really sweet epic hero. So taking their feedback, we brought it back in, finished his mesh, kind of broke down the different materials, like where's gonna be the shiny, and then finished texturing everything by hand and making this super sweet, epic, high tinker badass. And I really feel like he is somebody you want to ride into battle with. You are in good hands with the high tinker. And that brings me to talking about all the different technology we use. We are constantly evolving how we make these cinematics and how we make these characters, which means that I end up making the same character a bajillion times, like Varian. So Varian I've made for Mists of Pandaria and also for Warlords of Draenor. And so when they handed me, they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna need a new Varian. I was like, sweet, Varian variation, yeah. And I worked on Varian, I was so stoked. I was like, oh, we gotta work on it for pre-rendered, so I'm gonna take all these cool ideas. And I made and did all this cool work and said face and hair and cool armor. And then I read the script. I have to say, I am so glad that I got to work on Varian and add all of those details, because in the hands of our animators, we delivered the most compelling performance as Varian, this true hero of the Alliance, gets to sacrifice. Oh my goodness, I'm just so proud of the work we did. And I'm actually going to hand it over to Youngho, who's going to talk a little bit more about the animation for these cinematics.
So before we get into Broken Shore cinematic, I need to go back and talk about World of Draenor cinematics. What you see here is Battle of Shattrath, our longest and largest and most epic cinematics in World of Draenor. For this piece, we had a total of 5 unique characters. And these are good numbers to tell the epic story by the time. Meanwhile, for the Broken Shore, we had few more and more and more. Is it still going? We had 21 characters. Surprisingly, these are not everything. We even made variations on the background characters. So in total, we had more than 30 characters just for Broken Shore cinematic. Having that number of characters allowed us to create the largest epic scenes we could never done before. Now back in World of Draenor, this was our basic facial setup for every characters with about 50 facial controllers. In Legion, however, we doubled the amount. Now we have more than 100 facial controllers on every character. Since we put those extra facial controllers on a more accurate landmark of the facial, we could have get the even job done even faster than before. Part of the reason for this huge upgrade is that we've been unifying our rigging system across all cinematic departments. You know what that means? Now we can share and reuse animations between pre-render and in-game, and vice versa. Whenever we need, we could search and grab any animation from our animation library. And then the size of the library is kept getting bigger and larger. Having this flexibility made us to maximize the full force of a Blizzard animation to create the most epic experiences we could ever done in in-game cinematics.
Awesome. Thank you, Youngho. So now we're going to take a look at one of the more interesting features that the Broken Shore provided for the players.
Do not let the Horde die this
I'm sorry, Vol'jin. I'm sorry. The fog of war. So, for those of you who may have not noticed, maybe you did notice, the first minute of the Broken Shore cinematic was actually different depending on whether you were Horde or Alliance. This began as kind of an experiment again for us, where we were thinking in the context of the fog of war, a phenomenon harkening back to the early days of Warcraft and Warcraft 2, in which two disparate factions would be fighting on the same battlefield, but this fog would keep them from seeing what's actually happening to the other faction at the given time. This kind of was like that. The first minute, you were only seeing what was happening to your side of the faction on your side of the battlefield. And we thought this was going to be a really interesting narrative choice, and we were really excited to see exactly how that was going to play out. Let me tell you, we had no idea what the fan reaction was going to be to that at the time. When the forums exploded and the Alliance and Horde were just going at it, we kind of marveled for a moment. Did you mean to do that? But it was great. It's great to have the Alliance and Horde factions like our arms up in arms again. But another side effect of this fog of war mechanic was that the Horde had a lot of moments occur outside of the purview of the Alliance. A lot of very important moments, specifically Vol'jin's fall, Sylvanas taking the reins, calling her Valkyr, putting herself in vulnerability to save the Horde. But what had happened to Vol'jin? We felt we had to follow up on this, and we had to find a capper for this story.
Who among you will help me avenge him?
The fate of the Horde was unclear. While on the Alliance side, we had the clear line of succession with the son of Varian Rin, the Horde side, not so much. We had no idea necessarily, definitively, who would pick up the reins of the Horde. And so this movie had a lot of weight on its shoulders. It had to treat Vol'jin's demise at the hands of the Legion with dignity and grace, while at the same time having to make the case to both the players and to the characters within the story that the choice of Sylvanas for War Chief was not crazy. You know, it had to be a good choice, and we had to feel good about it. Unlike a lot of the other cinematics we did for this series of content, this was going to be little more than a conversation. There were not going to be any big explosions, fight scenes, spectacle of any kind. This was two people talking. And so, in order to get the drama in the scene, in order to really feel what was going on, it was going to fall on the lighting and cinematography parts of our pipeline. And Jordy's going to come up and talk to you about how we visualize this incredibly important scene. Jordy?
Obligatory hello, Blizzcon! Thank you for playing along. My name is Jordy, and I'm super excited to be here to tell you guys about the second most depressing cinematic we made for the Legion expansion. That would be that of Sylvanas and Vol'jin. At its core, like Terran said, it's a relatively simple affair. Vol'jin dies, Sylvanas is taken over, we move on with the Horde. Like, I get that, right? But it's a little more complex because it is just a dialogue between the two of them. And to make that a little more exciting, to guide your eyes as the viewer to certain places, we had to spend a little more time thinking about what we were going to be doing. For things like this, I'm going to talk about 3 different shots throughout that sequence. The first one being that of Sylvanas. It's a good-looking frame. She's got those piercing eyes. She's got that blue skin, purple skin, bounces off the background. It works great. But we start off with something a little different. We start off with that. It's a little more chaotic. You're not really sure where to look. And so our job is to kind of help guide you and your eyes to the point of focus, which is Sylvanas. So we push the background back. We push the characters in the background back a little bit. We still highlight their faces so you can see their performance if they have any. We give them edge lighting so that they in turn pop off the darker background. And then, of course, we get to our main hero character here, Sylvanas. We give her a lot of edge treatments, and we really pop her eyes out, and again, highlight that great skin, which she's kind of contrasting against the background. Her eyes, her skin, she pops, it works. Unfortunately, for our falling hero, who has terrible eyes and terrible skin and a broken tooth, it's Vol'jin. He looks tragic, like Jessica said. They spent so much time making him feel so fel-infested, so wrecked. How do you give a hero that you didn't spend enough time with some dignity? How do you treat him with respect? How do you give him a semblance of romanticism? The process starts similarly to that of Sylvanas. We'll darken the background down a little bit. We're going to darken him down a bit because we're in that chamber still. But we gave Vol'jin a custom lighting pass, which really kind of helped highlight his performance as he's giving his last few sentences out there. We also gave another custom light pass on his shoulders to remind you he's still on that throne. He's still War Chief. We brightened his face a little bit more, just so you can see his face a little bit better when he's talking. And we gave a fairly aggressive color correction pass on top of him to create some visual drama as he's giving his sentences. We had a little more atmosphere, and we darkened the corners down a little bit to centrally focus your attention. As he says to Sylvanas, take the Horde, and then he dies. And it's really tragic. What happens? It's really sad. But everybody was there. They all heard it. You know, Vol'jin passed along the torch to Sylvanas, and that could have been it. But how they handled the transition of power and story, I think, is epic. Right? At the end of this sequence, she says to the whole massive Horde, Vol'jin is dead. Who among you will help me avenge him? And with those two sentences, she not only solidifies that she's War Chief, Vol'jin is dead, they all heard it, but she lays out this epic call to action for this horde of Horde, like this massive avenging wrath, like, come fight with me for him. And I think that's just awesome. And in this last shot of the sequence, where I kind of always get goosebumps when I watch it, I finally feel like I'm part of the Horde, right? I'm representing the Alliance, but I feel like I'm Horde right now. The fire's burning, she's turning towards it to ponder her next move. We start with something dramatically different in this case. We start with this. And at first I'm just like, I don't know what to do. Like, there's no sky. So we'll start with the sky first thing, obviously. But it's dark, it's nighttime, so let's make it dark. And again, not dark enough. Let's go darker. We pop that fire a little bit, but then those Hordes chanting like, for the Horde, you can't see them. So we gave them a custom lighting pass so that you can really read their animations. I think it works a little better now. And we go for some more atmosphere, some more blooms, some moonlight. And finally, as the camera pulls back, as Sylvanas turns around to ponder the future, we too are on board with the Horde. And we wonder what's next as well. And I don't have those answers, mind you, but if there was anybody up here who did, I would think it would be Taryn Gregory, and I'm gonna hand it back off.
Thank you for that rundown, Jordy. Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. So now we're going to take one more look at the broken shore and the way that it all comes to an end. The Broken Shore finale. As I mentioned earlier, this was one of the big ideas of Legion, right? We knew about this maybe over a year ago when we first started discussing how Legion was going to pop off. And in those early meetings, I remember sitting down with Alex Afrasiabi and Chris Metzen, and they were telling me that Varian Wrynn is going to sacrifice himself. It's going to be heroic. It's going to be amazing. And I ask, okay, what happens? How does it go down? Go figure it out. Oh man, that is not an easy challenge to be told, go find the best way to kill your own king. But, so we had to take to the challenge. And here's the challenge in all storytelling, is that while you can have a log line, such as King Varian Wrynn heroically sacrifices himself, you know the A and you know the Z. But filling in everything in between, and giving it all the twists and turns and curves and story gravitas that it needs to become a memorable scene, that's where all the work goes in. And so we dive in with our storyboard artists, and we start exploring. And we say, what is it going to take to get from that A to that Z and make it feel like it was rewarding, make it feel like it was epic? And we beat this up for weeks and weeks and weeks on end, going back to the Warcraft team, trying it out, trying new things, showing them different versions of this movie. And one of the big initial things we had to make sure was intact was there had to be a reason, a very, very convincing reason that Varian would sacrifice himself here. That it couldn't be someone else, or that maybe the other guys wouldn't have allowed him to do it. And that's where the gunship came in. We added the gunship to this story to bring it kind of back in from the pre-rendered movie, but also as a device. And this device would allow us to get all of Varian's men in one single point of vulnerability. And this creates a situation that we can exploit. And the way we do that is we throw a 10-ton nuclear Fel Reaver from the sky at this ship, and have this giant Fel Reaver grab onto the side of the banister, and now we have some jeopardy. Now we have a situation in which it's clear Varian is the only one who could possibly step in and intervene. And so we go to Varian, and he has to make a choice, and we have to see him making this choice. And we telegraph through the letter that we had heard him writing in the pre-rendered movie all of his thoughts, all of his feelings to his son, and his acknowledgement that sometimes it's going to be necessary to fight for the survival of Azeroth. And as he let go, and he was flying through the air like incredible superhero and smashes in, heroic leaping his head for 9 billion critical damage, we thought, this is it. We finally found the heroic sacrifice. This is going to be memorable. And we went back and we reviewed it, and we actually said, you know what? I think we need to keep going. Because when you're making it, you never really know when you've hit that mark. And so the safest thing to do is just to keep on pushing forward. And so we pushed forward. He got back up. He kept fighting through rows and rows and rows of demons. This, of course, was very important, because the Legion was never about one giant demon that you could defeat and walk away. The Legion is unending. The Legion is millions. The Legion is Legion. And so to demonstrate, going toe to toe, hour after hour, it's not the combat that will get you, it's fatigue. And as our king laid on his knees, broken, before Gul'dan, when he was so close to making an impossible throw for victory, and Gul'dan approaches him and spoke to him almost gently, almost comfortingly. You will be remembered as the king who died for nothing. That's the telling moment. In deriving the story from these moments, this is the one that mattered. No matter what Varian said subsequently, if we had done our job, if we had built up this moment, if we had taken you on a roller coaster ride and shown you the heroism of this character, when Gul'dan's words impugned upon Varian's triumphs, you should feel a rejection in your gut of all those words, and the words should come out of your own words. No, for our homeland, for the Alliance. And even at this moment, even when all was said and done, and Charlemagne laid shattered at his feet, we were still asking ourselves, had we done right by our king? Had we created an epic experience to make this king remembered? And I hope you all felt that it was worth it, that we did right by Varian Wrynn. Speaking of which, did you all catch the cinematic yesterday for Heroes of the Storm, in which our king returns to the Nexus and faces Ragnaros one-on-one? Well, we have a special treat for you today. I'm going to bring on stage Jason Hill, the director of that cinematic, and he's going to talk to you all about bringing Varian to the Nexus. Jason?
Thanks, Aaron. Wow, oh my God, thank you so much for coming out to our panel. You are definitely the most beautiful audience that we have here at BlizzCon. As Taryn said, my name is Jason Hill, and I am one of the directors for story and franchise development. But to make it simple, one of the directors for cinematics. What I'd like to talk to you today about is a little piece that, that you saw yesterday, hopefully, Ragnaros versus Varian, or Varian versus Ragnaros, however you want to approach it. Normally, when the game team approaches us with a new character for Heroes of the Storm, the first question we tend to ask ourselves is, how would this hero respond to the Nexus? Would they be confused, amused, horrified? How would a Protoss even respond to somebody like Azmodan? Well, for Tracer, it was an amusement park, and for Gul'dan, he wanted, you know, unlimited power, and for Stitches, he just wanted some friends. Recently, when the game team came to us and said, hey, we want to do Varian and Ragnaros for BlizzCon, we're like, okay, let's do that. That sounds awesome. So the first question we naturally asked ourselves was, what's Varian's reaction to the Nexus? How would Varian respond to, say, Alarak or Tracer? What would he say to Butcher, of all people? Well, Taryn and I actually share an office, and for quite a while, I actually watched the evolution of the Broken Shore cinematic before even starting on the Varian piece. And in that cinematic, realized that we had his friend, his ally, Greymane. We also had a character who he believed may have actually betrayed him, Sylvanas. And we actually had his executioner, Gul'dan. That's a spoiler. So, but it did bring up some interesting questions for us, though. What would Varian and Gul'dan do together? What would their adventures be? How would they go about doing anything? And we shot around a bunch of ideas, and none of these actually worked out. So, but what we did find out, and what we did realize, is that we didn't actually want to dilute Varian as the hero of this piece. If we give him a large supporting cast, it would take some of the attention away from him. And so soon after Legion's launch, we needed tight focus on Varian. We really needed to honor his Warcraft story arc and then introduce him into the Nexus. The idea of actually doing a eulogy for Varian got us on the right track. Now, for the eulogy, we actually realized it was actually a great bridge between the two games. When we find Varian, he's in this beautiful forest. It's serene and peaceful, and none of us would ever want to leave there, hopefully. None of us would ever want to leave there, but we needed Varian to have a sacrifice. Taryn mentioned sacrifice earlier. He needed a reason to leave. He needed a reason to move on. We needed to introduce what is typically known as the hero's call. In this case, the hero's call is the burning leaf. There's one element, there's one thing that does not fit in this forest. Everything else is beautiful and green. Here comes this orange leaf that's on fire. And it tells Varian and the viewers that something's wrong. But Varian, being the hero, is compelled to find the answer. Now, from the minute we see the burning leaf, every shot following is full of danger and foreboding. There's the smoke and fire in the distance, the damaged bridge, the trees that are burned to husks, the cooled lava field, and finally, Varian arrives at the lake of lava where he encounters Ragnaros. Ragnaros, this bad boy. All right. Something else we realized very early in production is Ragnaros had never been portrayed in a cinematic before. And so when thinking about it, we were like, well, we really want this giant monster movie feel. He should feel like a total force of nature. He should not be able to be stopped in any way. So if you watch the piece again, Ragnaros actually keeps Varian on the defensive for almost the entire time. But again, Varian being the hero, he's not going to give up. And Varian's final actions hopefully convince the viewer that he has a plan to defeat the Fire Lord. You know, look at these images up there. Those top two images should be desktop wallpaper. If I ever saw an image, that should be desktop wallpaper. If anybody wants that, we should figure out how to make that happen. All right. I'll talk to the game team. We'll see what we can do. So, while this project was actually birthed in our in-game cinematics pipeline, the game team realized they wanted something really special for you guys here at BlizzCon. They wanted just an extra, can we give it something else? Can we make it give it just a little bit more? And so we realized we could also take advantage of using the outstanding artists that we have in our pre-rendered cinematics team, as well as leveraging the tool set they've done for the Overwatch episodes for this piece. It is able to increase both shot complexity and image fidelity by leaps and bounds. The added plus, I got to ask Jessica to model Varian once again. Finally, before I hand this back over to Taryn, I just want... soon to be in the BlizzCon store. Not really. I want to thank all of you, our extended Blizzard family, for supporting story within our games. We are huge fans of these characters. We're so glad you are too, and we hope to bring you a lot more cool stuff in the very near future. Thank you. Back to Taryn.
And so our panel comes to a close today. Thank you all so much for coming out. A quick shout out to Stephanie Morokin and to Brienne Loftus for helping us put this together. The World of Warcraft team for continuing to let us play in their sandbox and having a great time. And all of you for showing up or tuning in at home. We really appreciate it. There's nothing quite like being here with you at BlizzCon. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your convention.
Thank you for attending the in-game cinematics, the Cutscenes of Legion panel. Up next, Diablo 3, Dev Talk and... Welcome to World of Warcraft Q&A.
everyone at BlizzCon? Sounds like it. Well, welcome to the World of Warcraft Q&A here at BlizzCon 2016. I am so excited and so honored to be here. For those of you who do not know, my name is Panzer, although I guess a few of you might know me as Trade Chat from YouTube, or maybe... thank you so much! Or maybe from my work with Wowhead, or from that time I was on TV, although that was kind of weird and I don't really want to talk about it. Anyways, you know what I do want to talk about? World of freaking Warcraft. Yeah, you guys like WoW? You're into that? You play WoW? I have been playing WoW for nearly a decade. In Legion, I am playing a Resto Shaman, although over the years I've played nearly every single class. I've played every role, and I've died to every elevator. So I'm sure you guys might be able to relate to that, but it could just be me. But I think we can all agree that this is super exciting, and we're all pumped to grill these guys with our questions. So let me introduce our panel. On the end there, we have the executive producer of World of Warcraft, J. Allen Brack. Next to him is the game director, Ian Hazakostas. Oh, look at you, Mr. Popular. In the middle there is Matt Goss. He is the lead systems designer for World of Warcraft. Then the creative director, Alex Afrasiabi. And here on the end is the art director responsible for all the beautiful things in WoW, Chris Robinson. So for those of you who might be unfamiliar with the way this kind of works is they don't get to pick what we talk about. That wouldn't be any fun, would it? We're going to pick what they talk about. So we're going to be taking questions from you guys here at BlizzCon in Anaheim, California, as well as some of you guys who are at home watching via the virtual ticket, because we have the magic of the internet at our fingertips. Let's start off today with a question from our audience. You guys might know him from the Realm Maintenance Podcast. Ro, what do you got for these guys?
Hi, I play Ro, a warlock with engineering in AIE on Earth and Ring. And my question for you folks is, in 7.2, outside of raising the Obliterum cap, is crafted gear going to scale up in power level to be more competitive with dungeon drops?
I mean, the short answer is yes. Like, crafting will actually catch up. We're still trying to figure out the right way to do it. We have a couple ideas. Maybe it's, maybe it is Obliterum, maybe it uses Obliterum, maybe it's a new kind of Obliterum, one that we haven't discovered yet. But yes, we want to make sure that blacksmiths, tailors, leatherworking, those all can make gear that's relevant at endgame, even in 7.2.
All right, thank you so much. Our next question is from a World of Warcraft fan from the internet, and he wants to know any plans to address the issues with low population realms and faction imbalances.
So we've talked a little bit about this challenge in the past of, it's not a great gameplay experience for us to limit the faction of characters that can be created on an individual server. So what we want to do is do a round of connected realms. Connected realms are a technology that we have that allows us to combine certain types of realms, certain realms into kind of one larger mega realm. And the idea is that we would take certain realms that favor the Alliance in terms of size, certain realms that favor the Horde in size, and kind of combine them and figure out about what the right percentage is to the best of our ability. So yes, that's something that we're working on.
Reorganization. Next question is from someone here at BlizzCon. Her name is Tanya.
Hi, I'm Book from the Old Guard on Earth and Ring, and thank you for Gnome Priests and Gnome Hunters. And my question is, now that the gnomes have been playing with the light and they're curious creatures, is there any chance we'll see gnome paladins? Or also, now that we're in the Emerald Dream, maybe some gnomes start experimenting with nature magic and become druids or shamans?
Yes, druids, tiny little druid forms.
I feel like that would make things almost too
Right, guys?
easy. That would make things almost too easy for the gnome-only guilds out there that are trying to do everything with their rosters of just gnomes. I mean, aren't you up for a challenge? Now, in all seriousness, though, when we come up with our race class combinations and what works and what doesn't, we've broadened those a lot over the years. But when we're thinking about racial identity and what affinities they do or don't have, and when we think of gnomes, they are handy. They're, they have sort of the tinkering mechanical side, and they have the arcane experimental magical side. Things that feel more spiritual or holy aren't really at all, they don't really work in the same way with gnomish culture as it's been defined overall. That's not to say that that couldn't be something that happens in the future, but for now, that's sort of where we've drawn the line.
I mean, I guess. We have another question from someone at home, and they want to know about the difference between like PvE balancing and PvP balancing, because it seems like there's been a lot more efforts to balance PvE content as far as classes go, but not as much towards PvP. And the PvP crowd is scary. Like, don't make them mad.
So I think we definitely look at both balances, and I think what often comes up is, PvE, DPS numbers, or, who's winning damage meters, or those kinds of things. But I think PvP balance is harder because you have to use more of the class, and it's actually the different classes and their full utility against each other. And so we look at, we use data, we look at, what people are playing, what we hear about, and we take all those factors into account and make tweaks behind the scenes. But a lot of those things, I mean, the PvP team, if you look at our patch notes, and especially in Legion, they've been really responsive to the way the PvP meta is changing, or the, different classes being too powerful or not powerful enough. So we keep our eye on it, and we make changes when we need to.
Yeah, I mean, having for the first time in Legion a separate set of knobs to turn when it comes to individual abilities, as well as the whole honor talent system, also gives us a whole new kind of set of arrows in our quiver when it comes to solving those problems. But yeah, I mean, as Matt said, we're looking at things like representation and overall compositions. Another factor that comes into play is also something may be balanced, quote unquote, in terms of its win-loss rate, but if it's really unfun to play against and leads to degenerate sorts of matches, that's also another dimension that has to be considered when we're making our changes that doesn't necessarily come into play as much in rating. The Dragon's probably not posting on the forums complaining about how boring that fight was.
Yeah. You're gonna love this question, Alex. You're gonna appreciate this. To the floor.
Hi guys. What happened to Medan from the comic series? Wasn't he supposed to be the new Guardian?
Yeah, Alex, we're listening.
You crafted iTech.
So, what happened to Medan? Great question. We've danced around this for a long time. How to put this? Certain fiction exists outside of the world of Warcraft that we love, but isn't necessarily what we would consider canon. So Medan is Guardian isn't considered canon in Warcraft lore, which is why for the last 5 years you haven't seen a reference to him. So that doesn't mean that there can't be a story for Medan. It's just not like it was laid out in the comics.
So TLDR, if you love something, let it go?
That's it.
We have a player online who wants to know about artifact power, and they want to know if you've considered pooling your artifact power on your character so that you can reuse it for other specs and other weapons without having to level that character up separately kind of for a month to get up to a place where they're viable.
I mean, so there's a couple of facets there. I think really the problem that's trying to solve is the desire for catch-up on other characters or other specs when it comes to leveling your artifacts. So something that was alluded to in the panel yesterday is a desire to offer much more accelerated, aggressive catch-up on artifact knowledge in 7.15 and beyond. So you'll be able to, if you're significantly behind the curve on artifact knowledge, you'll be able to just purchase those knowledge tomes directly from your researcher for order resources without having to wait the 3+ days per level. That way you can really just get into the fray, get into the thick of things, start leveling your weapons. As far as off-spec and multi-spec stuff goes, there I think knowledge also does solve that to a large degree. If you've been primarily focusing on one weapon, you have your knowledge levels pretty high, and you've been neglecting your others, as soon as you switch over, you're very, very rapidly going to be able to get your first couple of gold traits, a couple dozen points, and really get your spec within striking distance of the others. Obviously, if you want it to be your new main primary spec, that's a different story, and that'll require longer-term time investment. But the way the whole system is structured, if you switch over and start focusing, let's say you were assassination, you want to be outlaw now, you start focusing on your outlaw weapon, a month or so down the line, there isn't going to be a meaningful difference between you and someone who had never even dabbled with assassination to begin with.
So our next question is from Hazka here at Blizzcon.
Hazka, Burning Blade. Shout out to Gorehammer. I've been one achievement away from the Salty achievement, or from the Salty title, for quite a long time now. Where'd the Stranglethorn Fishing Derby go? And do you have any plans for it in the future?
Yeah, so Stranglethorn Fishing, we had to turn it off because of some tech things. And we are bringing it back in the future. I'm not sure if we know when.
I think aiming for 715,
Yeah,
but don't take that as a promise. That's a goal. We were also aiming for 7-1 until 2 weeks ago, for reference.
Yeah.
Basically, the whole tournament was set up around the premise of there can be one winner per realm. The first person on a realm that brings the required fish back in is the winner for that week. Well, in the post-Legion world of sharding, and the way we had to rebuild our architecture to make things like the smooth Legion launch happen, there isn't that clear one-to-one relationship anymore of there is a Stranglethorn and a realm. And that made the entire thing break down in horrible ways that would have been a really negative experience for players. So we're actually looking at, when it comes back, it's likely going to be a region-wide contest. Like the Stranglethorn Fishing Tournament will be like all of North America or all of Europe, and it'll be the first 100, let's say, or the first 50, something along those lines to turn it in will win the prize. That way it also evens things out a little bit. If you're in a higher pop realm, you're not going to be disadvantaged in trying to complete it.
Well, that's encouraging. You're going to like this one too, Alex. This one is from online, and they want to know, where is Raytheon in Legion?
So, for those of you that played beta, Raytheon was around. We tried to get him into High Mountain in one of the quest lines. And more so, he doesn't fall off. Not that he was integral to the narrative. And we actually ran into a lot of problems with it. There was just time issues, timetable issues that we just really couldn't get to work. So for now, he's still wandering Azeroth, and we will see him in a future content update. But for now, he's just wandering.
All right. Our next question is from someone here at BlizzCon.
Zen from Lightbringer. For the last 3 expansions, it was very difficult to keep up with leveling alts. And as somebody who really appreciates playing alts, it always felt like either they're guarded behind the rep grinds or arcane knowledge grinds or something like that. I understand you're making improvements to arcane knowledge, but still feels like a lot of the things should be account-wide.
Yeah, like reputations.
Yeah. Reputations, and just make it easier for us to play alts, not to do chores on alts.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I mean, I am also a player who plays a lot of alts, and I think what we try to do is we try to strike a balance between playing your main character or playing a character that you have a lot of progression already in, and also playing the character that you want to progress and having a meaningful progression system there, and trying to take away some of those things that do feel more like a chore or feel like it's a, you know, it's not a fun experience to play through multiple times. So I think all those things are on the table. I mean, we talked about the artifact knowledge catch-up that we're doing in the future, which will help with artifacts. I think we're looking at reputation as well. There's some new things in 7.2 we want to look at with reputation for even characters at max reputation. So it's not just as easy as flipping it over and saying like you can earn rep on other characters, but I agree with you. I think in Legion there's so much more content to play through. Like when I switch to a different character, I get a whole new class order campaign. I get a whole new profession quest line, which is awesome. But trying to minimize at the same time the things that everybody has to go through.
I think it's also worth noting, from the other end of the other side of it is looking at what are the things that are gated behind those reputations, if you're talking about rep in particular. So in 7.1, we made the attunements to access the Suramar dungeons account-wide. We also made unlocking world quests account-wide. Those are two of the biggest things that made you feel like if you were used to having those things on one character, there were absolute must-haves on an alt, and it wasn't an optional thing. So in that world, well, once you have those things up front, if reputation is there, just sort of measure your progress through the storyline if you want to play through it a second time, or let's say your main was a blacksmith, an enchanter, but your alt is a leather worker, and so you want to get your Dreamweaver's rep up to get leatherworking patterns on your leatherworker, that may be another form of progression that isn't so mandatory or feels like it's crippling your ability to play that character. And so we want to, again, like Matt said, strike that balance and draw the line between things that are excluding you and things that would remove goals, because part of playing and progressing in alt is striving towards and reaching goals.
Well, on the bright side, Legion Pathfinder is account-wide. That account-wide flying. We have another question from online, and they want to know, are any of the other basic race mounts, like human horses or Forsaken skeletal horses, going to get graphical updates the way that we saw Tauren Kodos get updates?
So it's really hard to give a definitive yes or no to that. That decision-making comes along when we were talking about what is most relevant to the storytelling we're doing at the game this time. So in the case of Legion, we felt like, I used Kodo as an example to say, we're going to see a lot of Tauren. That's clearly a very Tauren-related mount, and in that case, it made a lot of sense to update them along with the Tauren updates that we were doing. So in the future, I'd say have hope. It's like I said, it's hard to say, yeah, we're going to do the horse, next week or whatever, but we're always looking for reasons to go back and update older content like that when it makes sense in the newer content that we're building.
But we want them. We have another question from a member of our audience.
Right, yeah. So the role players of Moonguard have a bit of a lore question for you. So, given that Blood Elf Paladins get their power from the Sunwell these days, and the Sunwell's on Azeroth, what's the effective range of it? How does it work on other planets and other timelines? Is it a trans-dimensional cross? What's up with that?
So, the Sunwell. Holy magic is woven throughout the entirety of the cosmos, right? So, while the Sunwell exists in a certain specific location, its magic will absolutely kind of travel through everything in the universe as light does. So effectively, there's no range.
That is how light works. That is how light works. We have another question from one of our players online, and they want to know, are there any plans to turn the World of Warcraft token into a currency that could be used to buy other character services, like realm hops or changes of your faction or customization?
Yes.
Louder for the people in the back.
When we actually designed the system, we actually designed it to be useful across all the different kind of services that we have. And before we launched the system, in order to kind of make sure it was a smooth system that worked in the way that we wanted it to, we backed off of that and changed it to be 30 days of time only. But we do have plans to expand that in the very near future.
Would that be like a separate part of the auction house? Because right now the token is all by itself.
So the token will remain by itself, and you would have an option to redeem a token for 30 days of game time or a certain amount of Battle.net balance.
All right. Our next question is from Adam here at BlizzCon.
Hey guys, Shinjaru, Brewmaster Monk, Ice Crown. Are you ever going to update old vanilla armor sets, or even older, or even other expansions? Also, why don't you increase the main backpack?
Good God, yes. Why?
I'll start with the armor set question. So we do from time to time try to go back and not necessarily just revamp older armor sets, but we try to take inspiration from them and reintroduce them with sort of like updated graphics and appearances. So probably, I don't think there's going to be a case where we go back and specifically just change existing art one for one as much as using it as inspiration.
We'll get to that.
And I don't have the bag answer for you.
Okay, so there's a little bit of an anecdote about the backpack, which I need to share, which is for a long time there's been this almost a myth on the design team that changing the backpack is incredibly difficult and it's going to cause a lot of problems. And I said that once in a meeting, and immediately after the meeting, our gameplay engineer, Pat Magruder, came over and he's like, "What are you talking about? It's not that hard. Why do you guys keep saying that?" And I know, and I was like, we've been saying that. Nobody knew that that was actually true. So it's not as easy as what he was saying. Like the gameplay side of it is easy, but the UI side maybe takes a little bit of work. So I will say we are looking at it. I wish I could give you guys an exact patch, but it's something. I actually think I'm a little worried that if we do it, we don't know like what else people will ask for every time, because it's kind of like that thing that everyone talks about. So
we'll just dangle it there, hold it over you.
Yeah, exactly. Because
now
now you guys know it's easy. So
I think the broader question of inventory space, right? I mean, obviously we've continued to increase bag sizes right up until Legion, where we didn't do that further, because we instead, with things like the transmog system and otherwise, pulled a lot out of your inventory. More things going into the toy box, more things going to other places. You have the reagent bank that makes it more easier to store and file those away. And so at some point, it raises the question of, if you want more space, we can give you more space and you'll fill it. But then you start to need increasingly, you need bag mods, and you're filtering through 142 slots. We'd rather take a step back and ask the question, why are you feeling that you need to carry 142 items around with you? And what are we doing that's making bag space such a contentious issue? And let's fix it on that side of things.
Secondary stats. No. Okay.
Oh, shit.
So really quick, I just wanted to add one thing about the armor. We get a lot of questions about updating older content, and I think one of the things we're really sensitive to is the nostalgia that players have for the roots in the game. And so anytime we're talking about armor sets, mounts, anything like that, if we go in and we change them, chances are it's going to be split down the middle as to whether or not people feel like it was an improvement or that we ruined what they felt like was a really important part of the game for them. So it's something we're always balancing and thinking about when we make decisions like that. And I think that's why we always err on the side of, let's use older content as inspiration for newer content, but not necessarily go back and change it wholesale.
One extra little tidbit of info. So patch 7.2. So this wasn't mentioned in the panel yesterday, but the raid armor that you'll be getting from the Tomb of Sargeras is in fact very, very heavily inspired by the Tier 6 Black Temple sets. So if you want to imagine what World of Warcraft's artists today, with our engine, with the armor tech that we have today, would do to, let's say, the Lightbringer set for Paladins, well, you'll have to see that in 7.2.
Our next question is from an online player, and they want to know if you've ever considered removing like gathering professions as a thing that counts against your professions, so that you could have like 2 professions and a gathering profession, or you could have all of the gathering professions and then only one crafting profession.
Actually, this comes up I think every expansion we've talked about this. It comes up internally a lot too. And the one thing that we always look at is how core professions are to the overall character that you have. So if you have the druid who's an herbalist, that's a meaningful connection to that character. So what happens if you are an herbalist and you get another thing on top of that? So we like how professions diversify our characters beyond just class. It's class and profession ends up being a big part of who your character is. But again, it comes up all the time, so who knows, we could do it.
I got distracted by Pepe, I'm sorry. What's your question, Carol?
Hi, I'm also known as Elena from the Bearers of Light of Moonguard. Please don't judge me. First of all, I want to say thank you for Legion. I absolutely love this expansion. I guess they do too. And I love the artifact weapons. So my question is, what's in store for our weapon in future expansions? And if they are not going forward, what are you replacing them with?
So, great question. We said from the outset when we introduced artifact weapons that these were going to be a feature confined to Legion the same way that the Garrison was confined to Warlords. Part of what that means for us is that it actually frees us to really do crazier, bolder, more exciting things with the feature that we could never really do if we were putting it out there and committing to update it for years and years and years to come. We wouldn't really be comfortable committing to the idea that you're never again going to get a weapon upgrade. And we probably wouldn't want to be in a place 6 years from now where we're making your 133rd trait for your Ashbringer because you feel like you need continued reasons to progress your artifact. Now, all of that said, obviously there's a tremendous amount of attachment to this weapon, and we know that it's not going to suffice in any way, shape, or form to just replace it with a really high-level green weapon that has high DPS. That's not what we're going to do. A couple of things. I think one thing that we've talked about that we hope to do is at the end of Legion, when all is said and done, you'll be able to, players who have played through the Legion storyline during the Legion timeframe, will be able to unlock the artifact appearances as permanent transmog appearances to carry forward. So if you've earned that, Shattered Ashbringer, or you've spent, 30 hours of your life fishing with a lot of other paladins for that Corrupted Ashbringer, you can show that off, going on and carry that with you as a memory of the pain that you've suffered. Whereas someone who joins the game 4 or 5 years from now won't have that option. They can go back, they can get the Ashbringer, they can customize it, but they can't take the appearance off it. Separately, the progression that the artifact represents, and the max level gameplay, and the desire to, almost always keep leveling. It's like you never run out of wanting experience. You always have something to look forward to. We're really happy with the way that's played out, and that type of gameplay, that type of design, is likely to manifest itself in other ways that just aren't a specific weapon this time around.
Would that be like kind of a feat of strength where when the expansion was over, you would no longer be able to earn those anymore, kind of the way mounts work?
Exactly, very much like that.
Cool. So our next question is about legendaries, which I, for one, am very salty about because I still haven't gotten one. Is there, someone out there knows my pain, I'm sure. Is there any chance that in the future we may see like a set legendary loot option so that people can gear their off specs and not worry about getting a main spec artifact, because right now it's sort of random, and like, what's going on with the RNG on those?
So the first question, it's interesting. With legendaries, we actually talked a lot before we launched about whether we would need a separate loot spec, or like a legendary loot spec, or something that would let you target specific legendaries. And it just became really complicated to keep. I think it's a little too complicated right now to keep loot spec in line and remember what it was set to when you last left your raid, and we thought that a second one would do this weird second ability to choose between them. So I think that specific thing we probably won't do, but I do know one of the things that a lot of people worry about is, okay, well, I can't play as a prot if I want to get my arms legendary, and that's something we will, we're looking towards. I think we have some cool ideas that we can help with, and so that you don't feel as bad and don't feel like you can't do the things you want to do because of it.
So I think, and also as just as Matt said, really, in the long run, we're planning on adding more legendaries to the game over the course of the expansion. And right now, there's a total of 8 for a given spec, but once maybe there's 10 or there's 12, it gets to a point where it feels like you really can't, with any degree of certainty or hope, chase after a specific one. And so that's a problem for us to solve more broadly, the ability to focus your efforts in some way or another. And the solution that we come up with for that is likely to also address the quote-unquote legendary spec concern.
Yeah, also the legendaries that go across your specs are also very cool that you can play with. So.
All right. Hi, Colby. You have a question for the devs?
Yes. Now that Blizzard has a cookbook, would it be possible to lend one to Nami? And he's killing me.
He's got a point.
He's getting better, right? Yeah, he's already...
A badly burnt point.
He's ranked 2 now.
Making steady progress.
Yeah.
Just imagine where he's going to be.
Yeah,
just imagine.
The sky's the limit, really, for that guy. He's really can't go down anymore.
Our next question is from one of our online viewers, and they want to know, artifacts and their appearances are great, but we have now thoroughly raided the armories of Azeroth's past, so how do you intend to extend or even surpass such a popular system in the future? We can't just go get more. No one would believe you.
Yeah.
We found these badasser weapons, guys.
I think that's probably pretty much covered by the question that we just had a little while ago. Yeah, I think we know that it's going to be a painful parting, but we will make it make sense when we get there, and you'll feel good about what does come next.
Yeah. Our next question is from here at BlizzCon.
Hi, Panzer. Hi, guys.
Hi, Gary.
Nice
to
see you again. Exactly.
It's nice to see you, too.
I play Braylon, an Alliance Paladin, on the Blizzard Watch of the Q Guild. So shout out to them. My question for you guys is, how far in advance do you guys plan your character arcs? For example, with Garrosh, when he was introduced in Burning Crusade, did you guys know his ultimate fate right then, or did it modify over time as the story evolved?
That's a really good question. So how far in advance do we plan out character arcs for our big characters, or little ones? Garrosh is an interesting example. Very far. Garrosh was one of those ones where Metzen and I actually sat down and we're like, we need Gromash's kid, and he's going to be in Nagran, and he has a destiny that we need to fulfill. And we didn't quite know where that destiny would go, and initially we wanted to go much more heroic with Garrosh. It didn't quite turn out that way. But I'm satisfied with where he went. But other times, you know, you have things like Rathion, who we had no idea where his arc would go. And it's just about who gets geeked up about the character or the whatever it might be, or the story, and where they want to take it. So that started out in Badlands, and then the next thing you know, it's all over the place, and it's awesome, and it's something we want to do more of. So a little bit of both. We do plan for a lot, and for much we do not.
So our next question is from the internet, and they said, back in 2014, cosmetic class accessories were mentioned in an Artcraft post. Now, is this something that was scrapped in favor of artifacts, or is it in the works for future expansions? I think they're talking about, like, maybe quivers and stuff like that.
Yeah, so that wasn't scrapped in favor of artifacts. What ended up happening was we started talking about that system and coming out and building that slew of you know, class accessories that we showed concepts for, had a design for it, thought about how we were going to implement it, and then right after that is when we decided we were going to build artifact weapons for this expansion. So it's not that it killed it, we just put a pause on class accessories as they existed to kind of see and feel out what was going to happen as we started working on the artifact system. And I'd use the example of, you know, like you have now a quiver that'll go with your bow and kind of matches the two, so we can make sure that as we built these artifacts, we could really play up that class fantasy as much as possible. So now I think we're at a point where we're going to go back and take a look at what did we accomplish and get through with the artifact system, and if there are more things that we want to do with class accessories and that class fantasy, we'll continue to explore that.
All right. Oh, look who it is. Hi. Hello. Hi, Ian. He got louder claps than you did.
Okay. In Azuna, the Naga are kind of weird in that we don't know why they're there or who they're serving. Khadgar just says, oh no, some Naga have showed up and want the pillar, why? And then Prince Ferrandis says they're working with the Legion, but then we never see them working with the Legion. And now in 7.2, they're in the Tomb of Sargeras, but they're in a different part than the Legion. Whose side are the Naga on?
Hi, Ian. How you doing? It's a good question. Naga, like humans, for example, do not all have the same allegiance to the same matriarch, for example. So it's quite possible that some Naga will work with the Legion, like they may in 7.2, although that's actually not a certainty, because we don't know what's happening in the tomb yet. Well, you guys don't, we do. And beyond. As far as Azuna, that is setting something up, hopefully. And we'll see where it goes, but Ajara certainly is interested in the Tide Son of Golganoth. Why? I don't know. I mean, I do know, but we'll see, right? So that's a story that will hopefully blow out and expand in future content. Just wait and see.
We'll see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question is from the magic of the internet, and they want to know, do you plan to add more content similar to like the Withered Army Training World Quest? I have a follow-up.
Do you want more?
So you know.
Oh, no.
Have you guys like considered how awful it is to be a healer? Like if you play a tank, you just go in there and you taunt everything and they all hit you and you run out and you're like, oh, I'm done now. And if you play a healer, you're like, oh, I'm dead. I have 4 points and I'm dead now.
it's not how awful it is to be a healer, it's how great it is to be a tank when it comes to the Wither Army training. Like, it's a whole different experience. And if anything, that was, I mean, that was probably the one tuning shortfall of the Wither Army scenario. That it was designed as sort of a progressive thing. You build up your army of what we call them internally, withered Pikmin. And from week to week, you're a bit stronger, you have a bit more upgrades, you can make it farther in, and they're the ones that are carrying you to victory as you marshal their forces, and you're helping out. Obviously, the tank just walks in, says, hey, wait here, I'm going to go solo everything. That was perhaps not ideal. But that sort of solo gameplay, the sort of solo scenario that you can work towards and improve upon, that aspect of it was cool. Are there versions of that that could express themselves in other forms? Is there a piece of that that could work its way into something like, you know, unlocking new artifact appearances in 7.2? Perhaps, probably not as involved as the full scenario, but solo gameplay is cool. You know, group gameplay is cool, but it's nice to have fun, challenging things to do in groups of all sizes, and that includes one.
I just want it noted that I really hate it. I really, really hate it. Our next question is from Andrew here in our audience.
Hi, I'm Zen Sunim. I'm the author of the GTFO add-on. And hopefully you've used it. Well, you already answered my question about the hidden Frosty K appearance, but I'm going to ask, are there still any secrets in the live game that still haven't been discovered by anyone? Can you tell us more about, you know, hidden stuff in the game?
I'm pretty sure there's secrets in the game that I don't know about.
Yep. I think there's a couple, nothing huge, nothing Kosumov level, but if you ask that question again in a couple of months, the answer may be different. I think, you know, it's been really cool to see the excitement around searching and discovering great mysteries like that. I think things like that make the world feel larger, feel more mysterious, let players be part of, you know, a community effort, a community search. We don't want to overdo it. We don't want it to feel like the world is suddenly full of Easter eggs and everyone's just, you know, looking around every corner, turning up every rock. But when done right, there's a lot of coolness there. When done poorly, as with a couple of the hidden appearance unlocks, or more than a couple as the case may be, there can be some frustration there. But we're learning lessons. That's not something we're going to stop trying to do. And I look forward to the community's efforts to uncover those secrets in the future.
So our next question is from the internet, and it is, do you have any plans to make this expansion a little more alt-friendly? Because I feel like we were told this was like, oh, this is the most alt-friendly expansion, and we don't believe you.
I think we talked about this a little bit before, too. I think we look at every patch that comes out, we actually ask the question of, you know, well, what if you, I mean, two questions. One is if you want to switch characters and you want to try something else, how hard is it to catch up? And then also, if you're coming into the game for the first time and you hit in the middle of 7.2, how hard is it to catch up? Both of those things are, sometimes those answers are the same thing, like we have the same solve. In the case of knowledge, I think that's, you know, we've kind of gone for one solve. But I think each time we look at both questions as different. As I said before, too, I think alt gameplay is really, really powerful. Players like playing different characters. They like trying different things and seeing how a different role or a different class has a different, basically lets you see content in a different way. So we're always looking for that, but I don't think we have anything that we haven't talked about to announce.
All right, our next question is here in the audience.
Hi, I'm Silver from Dragonblight, and shout out to Rivaled, my guild. And my question is about Assyria. Why did you guys pull a Game of Thrones kill on Assyria? Doesn't that contradict established lore?
Spoilers, right, yeah. Sorry, whoever hasn't seen that one yet. She dies. So, heroes make grand sacrifices in our game, and it's happened a lot in Legion, as we're seeing. And while Ysera, who is now mortal, by the way, after Twilight of the Aspects, is dead, her spirit lives on. So what that means going forward, I don't actually know, but it could be cool. It could be something cool that happens, but I wouldn't hold on too long to her being gone for good.
Interesting. Interesting. Our next question is from some of our online players. This was like one that we got a lot, and that was, will we ever have the chance to join multiple guilds, say one for PvE and one for PvP? And we know that you can do order halls. We know that you can do class housing. It's weird how people have been saying guild housing for such a long time, and we're getting everything but guild housing.
So I think a couple of things. Like, we recognize that, you know, we actually have different social groups that we interact with. So not just our guild, but we may have, you know, our raid, which may be coworkers or friends or past friends. So I think supporting multiple social groups in WoW is something we're looking at actively. We actually have something that we're looking at and how that could work. I love the idea of guild halls. I love the idea, like, all those are great ideas that we should be looking at. And I think, you know, we have so many ideas. It's a matter of which ones we do first and which ones we do later, but who knows?
Who knows?
I'm gonna keep saying who knows, but
Is that
what
the
I mean
same?
is
Is that
someday.
the also guild housing? Who knows?
I think when it comes to guild housing, the two main obstacles there are, first off, a bit of what we saw in the garrison and the danger of isolation. If it's a place that you never visit, then, well, what's its point? If it's a place that you visit all the time, then even if you have a large active guild, most people in your guild are probably out questing or doing dungeons or doing whatever at a given point in time. So if you're hanging out there, how much time are you spending in a private instance? And what harm does that cause to the overall fabric of the world? Second, the fun of the guild house, or whatever form it takes, as I've seen it described and as I've seen it in other games, is in, you know, customization, it's in decorating the place, it's in mounting trophies, whatever you'd have. Well, who gets that fun? Who's the one who's making the choices? Is it your officers and the guild leader who are deciding what you want to purchase and unlock and put where? Or is it, you know, actually a system that is benefiting the entirety of a guild? Those are the two big questions and challenges that I think stand in the way every time that comes up. It's not to say, as Matt said, that could never happen, but that tends to lead us to pursue other things before we return to re-exploring that idea.
All right, our next question is from Natasha here at BlizzCon.
Hi, I'm Arani from EU Argent Dawn. Shout out to Steel Song and the Horde Shadow. My question is, now that Vol'jin's dead and the Darkspear have no prominent lore characters, what do you have planned for the Darkspear next, and who will succeed Vol'jin?
Yeah, Mon.
Vol'jin. Tragic. Good question with Vol'jin. So, there's absolutely plans. This isn't how not to make this spoilery. Just ruin it? All right, well, listen here. No. There's more to Vol'jin's story. And in time, we'll figure it out.
What does that even
That's all. That's really as far as that can go, guys. And that's probably too much. That's it.
Like, I for one am disappointed with that answer. I'm saying what everyone here is thinking.
That was a no-win question.
Our next question is from a member of our online audience, and they say, Legion brought big improvements to melee combat animations and spell effects for a lot of casters, but are we going to see any, like, ranged weapon animations get the same effects and the same treatment anytime soon?
Yeah, we're still working on that system, and you're going to see more and more of that as we move forward. So nothing that I can really give much detail about, but we're still definitely plugging away at it.
Soon, TM. Our next question is from here in the audience.
Hi, my name is Zillions, and I'm from Alpha on Whisperwind. We're recruiting, by the way. I have a very serious question. Could you please tell us about the future plans for pet battles?
Sure. So yeah, I think since we introduced pet battles in Mist of Pandaria, it's been an exciting system. It's not for everybody, but for those for whom it is, it's something that there has a tremendous amount of depth. People have really dove into, and we've continued to update the world with, you know, new trainers, new challenges, new battles to tackle. We do have some actually interesting plans in the works for an upcoming Legion patch. I will leave you with just these 3 words: Pet Battle Dungeon. And you can fill in the blanks, you can use your imagination, but We'll see.
We'll see. Our next question comes from an online viewer, and they say, the current talent swapping system feels like a nuisance. Why do we have to take extra steps just to change our talents?
Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, can you just? It's alcohol. No. When Legion was in beta, I think we actually had a couple different talent mechanisms for changing talents and how talents felt, how you could, where you could change them, what you could do. The one thing that we were looking at was we wanted talents to still feel like a meaningful choice. We wanted players to feel like they were actually making a decision. So it wasn't just, I'm all of the talents at all times and I can swap between them at will whenever I want. So we wanted a little bit, I hate to use the word, it's a very game designery word, but we wanted a little bit of friction between the systems so that, again, like you could make an argument for I want talent A, and even though A isn't always the best talent in every situation, I like it, so therefore, I want to keep it and not have an excuse to always change it around. So I think with all of these things, we look at them again. We keep looking at the talents that we've made, the talent system and how it evolves, and it's something we'll keep an eye on.
I think there are some concessions and conveniences, such as when a random queue pops, or if you're entering arena or battleground, or if a dungeon queue pops, you have a grace period during which you can change your talents, because of course if you're out questing, you don't have control over when that queue is going to pop, and you might want a different build for solo questing than you would when the dungeon is starting, and so we want to make sure that that feels reasonable. But beyond that, yeah, I think as Matt said, we moved in beta from a period of time where there was a gold cost associated with changing your spec to removing that and shifting it over to the talent side, because there are situational talents. There are talents that are a bit better at AoE versus single target. There are things that are better at crowd control versus movement. And all too often, it felt like, the extreme degenerate version was speccing into your sprint talent because it was trivial to do so when you were in town or in a peaceful area, just to move around quickly. But in more practical contexts, switching between trash and trash clearing and boss talents back and forth as part of a set of macros, and functionally having all things when they were best, was kind of branching and bloating classes more than the talent system was intended to do, and removing the idea of a choice where you're consciously a bit better at A and a bit worse at B, and striking a balance.
All right. Our next question is from the internet, and they want to know if there are any plans to add a third tier of level bonuses to items like Warforged, Titanforged, and Metzenforged? I don't know. What would be above that?
Right now, I don't think there's a need for it. I think that's, again, we will look. The whole point of Titanforge is it's really, really, really rare, and it should feel rare to you. And anything beyond that is like, and we'd need the word, which I would look to Alex for.
We'll find one.
Yeah, we'd find one. But I think if the need shows up, we'll come up with it. But right now, I don't think there's a need for it.
All right.
Metzenforge is pretty good, I will admit.
I'm a very creative person. Our next question is here in the audience.
So I love the battle cry for Azeroth, and so I'm wondering, are we going to be able to play with our friends who belong to the other faction without losing progression or faction identity?
So I think we think about your faction identity as being really central to World of Warcraft, really central to the game. And, this is a question that comes up on a regular basis is, I'm an Alliance guy and I want to play with my Horde friend. I feel like we have to be really careful to keep what it means to be a member of the Horde, what it means to be a member of the Alliance, keep those identities very, very controlled. Different expansions kind of focus on different aspects of that conflict, and it's really important to us that choice continue to be meaningful, and so we don't want to blur the lines of those too much.
Yeah, ultimately, exactly, right?
See?
If Horde and Alliance could coexist in harmony, would you have the For the Horde and For the Alliance chants to the same extent? Now, obviously, we're not happy ever about two friends being unable to play with each other, or discovering that your coworker is actually a secret Super WoW fan and you never realized, and oh wow, we can play, oh wait, no, you're the wrong faction, sorry. We would that it were otherwise, but the fact that we continue to hold this line is a reflection of how fundamental we see it as a part of Warcraft lore, the Warcraft universe, and the identity of this game as opposed to others.
All right, we're starting to get a little bit low on time, so why don't we take a few more questions from people here in the audience. The next person up is Catherine.
Hey, so Khadgar's been part of the lore for quite a while, kind of, back in the Thrall days, but yet, unlike other characters that have been around that long, we still don't know Khadgar's last name or who his family is. I mean, come on, he's like an enigma wrapped in an Apexis shard, wrapped in like Azerothian silk, like, come on.
Khadgar might be his last name. So then you don't know his first name.
Yeah. It's Archmage, obviously.
Yes, it is Archmage Khadgar.
So he picked the right job.
That sounds like a fun series of quests for somebody, not me, to do. So we'll look into something, get a little more history going.
All right, I believe the next person we have in line is Kevin. Hopefully.
Hi, this is Scalectra from Argent Dawn server, Emberwing clan. Before I get to my question, for the Horde! To date, engineers can craft a motorcycle, a chopper, a rocket. Will they ever get the ability to craft a submersible like a submarine or underwater craft?
I think it's a great idea. We don't have any plans for it right now, but I think it's an awesome idea. I mean, I could totally see a gnome submarine or a goblin submarine.
Or a water strider.
Or a goblin water strider. Or a
Step one, make huge underwater zones with massive amounts of underwater gameplay. And then, well, obviously, right? And then step two, submarine.
Please don't do that.
You did in Kata, you had the Vashir, and you missed it.
So our next, you guys good? I don't want to interrupt anything. Our next question is supposed to be from Brett, but Brett's not here. He stood us up, so I'm Brett now. If undead can be priests, why can't undead be paladins?
Oh, let me try to handle this one. Could you? So, the way the holy light is used between priests and paladins is slightly different. Okay, so priests use it for the preservation of life, for the most part, outside of shadow priests, which don't use holy light. Paladins use it offensively, and for the preservation, but mostly offensively. So in that world, we've got their biggest enemies, undead and demons. I'm making a terrible argument for this. Actually, I don't know why they can't be paladins. No, I'm kidding. Because it just leaves kind of a sour taste in your gut, doesn't it? No? Anyone? Not feeling
Well,
that?
what if a paladin?
50-50? We'll talk about it. How about that? Good? Okay.
Maybe the real answer here is that undead shouldn't be able to be holy priests. What's that? Maybe the real answer here is that undead shouldn't be able to be holy priests.
Our next question is from an audience member here at BlizzCon.
Hey, my name is Sowers, and I raided Defense Strait on US BlackRock. And my question is, will hunters ever be able to tame the unicorns that we see in Legion?
There are no unicorns in Azeroth.
What's a unicorn?
Did you say unicorns? Do we have unicorns in the game?
No, there are no unicorns in Azeroth.
I don't know what you mean.
But there's some in Valshara.
Oh, you mean those horses with the horns? Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe. We periodically create new pet families the same way, when 7.0 came around, we added, you could go back and tame hippos and that type of aquatic beast in Draenor. That may be something that comes in the future, but no immediate plans.
And no unicorns.
So, unfortunately, we only have time for one more question, and I kind of feel like I haven't gotten to ask a question, so I'm making the executive decision here, and I'm going to ask a question. Now, we know after Legion Invasions that you can do things where a level 7 can play with a level 70, and somehow that works. Is there any plans to expand world quests or holiday events, stuff like that, so that we can play with our low-level friends, or maybe they're leveling alts? We know you can do it. Are you gonna do it?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think certainly things like, queuing for the Headless Horseman, there's no reason why that couldn't be a level agnostic process. Holidays, yeah. So definitely in plans for the future. I think holidays are something that shouldn't just be max level only experiences. They are Azeroth-wide celebrations, and it shouldn't matter whether you're level 81 or 110.
All right, guys. Well, we are getting really, really, really close. Do you think we have time for one more? No? I don't know. All right. We have time for one more. We have one more member of the audience here, Cody.
Hi. I am Man-Bear Wolf from Storm Reaver, and I have a great group of friends that I raid with cross-realm. We're able to achieve AOTC very quickly. Is there any way we can open up Mythic cross-realm to groups like mine?
So definitely, it's definitely something we hear a lot. The Mythic not being cross-realm when the raids are new is one of the few remaining bastions of server-specific identity and pride, and the concept of realm-first achievements anchored to guilds. Almost everything else is cross-realmable. For guilds that are looking for a new challenge, at least in the short run, I think the Trial of Valor raid, which is coming out next week, actually is meant in a lot of ways to pick up where Emerald Nightmare left off. It's meant for guilds that are done with Emerald Nightmare and their current difficulty. Obviously, if it's Mythic, then Mythic. But even for a skilled heroic guild, I think progressing through and defeating Helya should be a reasonable challenge. Going forward, of course, as 7.2 approaches, we will be opening up cross-realm Mythic raiding for the launch raids. But I realize that's probably not the satisfactory answer you're looking for. I think the concern is that removing that last barrier would further significantly weaken server identity and guilds as entities that are anchored to servers, and the whole concept of, the big raiding guilds on your server, that even being a thing that you think of in that way.
All righty. Well, that is all the time that we have today. Thank you guys all so much for coming out here, hanging out in the main stage hall, watching our panel, everybody at home who's tuning in to watch us from all over the world. And most of all, thank you to our wonderful panelists for being here. It was a great time. I hope you guys have a wonderful BlizzCon, and remember to be good to each other.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Diablo 20th Anniversary panel.
Welcome to my realm of terror.
Diablo to me is atmosphere wrapped with action.
Constant action.
Diablo is stories.
Diablo is loot.
Magic loot.
Cool loot. Fat loot.
Diablo is the ultimate epic, dark,
Gothic. Scary.
fight between heaven and hell.
No one would know where that's from, probably.
Diablo was a new style of game for us.
Blizzard's making an RPG. Why would you do that? RPGs are dead.
We want to take the twist of turning a turn-based role-playing game into a real-time role-playing game.
And it made it fast-paced, it made it immersive.
It wasn't something that you would have to invest millions of hours in because you're trying to answer the questions of this story that's going on. You invest millions of hours in Diablo because it's fun to play.
Who doesn't remember some of their best boss fights?
My favorite boss fight is Belial.
Belial?
Duriel.
Malthael.
The Butcher.
The Butcher.
The Butcher.
The Butcher.
Fresh meat.
Fresh meat. Like, what was that? And this guy comes out, chop, chop, chop.
We want you to feel a little bit nervous, a little bit scared.
I think the core of the Diablo experience is that terror or that horror that's there.
There's really two stories going on. There's the story of the game, the story of the ascent of humanity. And of course, on the other hand, there's the player story, the story of
staying up way later than you should have.
If I could just get to that next waypoint.
Like, oh man, I'm super close to leveling. Okay,
You know, that boss is right around the corner. Before I knew it, it was dark.
okay, I'm just gonna play to this last area, and I'm gonna close this out.
I called in sick to work that very first day, the very first time I installed Diablo.
I finished the whole game in one sitting.
You're invited to just come in and stay a while. Decker Kane says it, stay a while and listen.
Stay a while and listen.
Stay a while and listen. Stay a while.
Stay a while. Stay a while.
Stay a while and look. No, I can't do it.
Stay a while and listen.
What makes Diablo fun is getting that awesome piece of gear.
For the first time you saw that amazing item,
And it's got the stats you're looking for.
you know, just completely changed how you thought about your character.
Then when suddenly someone turns their hostile flag on and then kills half the team when they're in the middle of a boss fight.
I just died.
I don't get to get revenge on the bastard who killed me.
You're coming this close to killing Diablo,
Missing the treasure goblin?
having to do it all over again.
But then finally doing it, that's also what makes it satisfying.
I actually would like to see Diablo harder.
I think that there were a lot of things that took a while for people to discover and find.
Best kept secrets of Diablo,
Secrets.
There is no cow level. Cow level? No, I'm sure there's no cow level.
Of course there's a cow level.
That doesn't really sound very Diablo to me.
I know there's the answer I'm supposed to say.
I would have to deny all existence of the cow level.
I would have to deny the existence of a cow level. I've played the cow level.
That sounds utterly ridiculous.
Frankly, I don't appreciate the rumor.
Maybe.
Diablo has a legacy.
We're celebrating a 20-year anniversary, and people are still playing this game.
There's all these amazing stories of how people have made these connections.
I remember we got a letter from somebody saying like, hey, I met this person playing Diablo, we're gonna get married.
I've given a copy of the game to one of my friends every time, and because he's far away, I can only really interact with him at times just to say, hey, what's going on, through Diablo. And I think about that bond, that friendship, like that's massive.
We come to work with the best people, and day in and day out, what's our goal?
To make things explode in blood and treasure. And I can't think of a better job that you could have, and I'm so excited to come in every day.
I just want to say thanks to all of the players.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for 20 years of Diablo.
We'll see you in hell.
Hello, Blizzcon. Welcome to the 20th anniversary panel for Diablo 3. Before we get started, we have a few new things today. We have a lot of new stuff tomorrow as well. I do want to take a moment and introduce our panelists. My name is Kevin Martins. I'm the lead designer of Diablo 3. With me, I have Wyatt Chang, senior designer, Mr. John Mueller, our art director, and Julian Love, the lead visual effects artist. Give them a round of applause. So, real quick, we've got three parts here. We're going to talk about the anniversary event, the Darkening of Tristram, where it came from, why it's there, what it does. We're going to have a new feature, the Armory feature, unveiled today. And we're going to do a deep dive on the Necromancer. A lot of information, art, new skills, all sorts of things there. So even if you played the Necromancer, we've got new things to show you today. All right, so 20 years. How many of you played Diablo 1? Well, thank you very much, and welcome to our 20th anniversary. It has been a crazy time for us. All of us on the Diablo 3 team are big fans of Diablo 1 and 2. That's why we're here. I know you guys are too, so thank you for this journey with us so far. Let's take a quick trip down memory lane. Diablo 1 was released in December 31st of 1996, though Mike Morheim tells me that unless you lived in Irvine, where the discs were physically being distributed, you probably didn't play it until January. And it was released in one language, English. And the reason I have an asterisk there is we did a lot more with that later. A lot of fan mods came out to add other languages to it. The game became a lot more popular, I think, than Blizzard expected, which is awesome. This was the same year that the Nintendo 64 came out, and that's the fact that made me feel super old.
You know, it doesn't feel like 20 years ago. I remember playing that game and calling in sick to work, and I don't feel that much older, but clearly from this slide I am. In tech news, this was the year that in chess, the IBM Deep Blue computer was beaten by Garry Kasparov, right? So humans won, we beat the AI, awesome. But in 97, the computer AI did beat Garry Kasparov, which I'm sure is a fine sign for the future of humanity, and we have nothing to be concerned about whatsoever. This was the year that Diablo came out on Battle.net.
Yeah, Diablo 1 came out in 1996, and back then the internet was still young, and it wasn't common for games to have an integrated matchmaking service for online play. So we wanted to make it really clear that when you bought Diablo, the Battle.net service was going to help you play with other people. This is also, if you remember, those of you who played Diablo 1, you had 7 inventory slots, or 7 equip slots. You didn't have a belt because you didn't have any pants. The inventory was 40 squares big, but most of the items took up 6 different spaces. And of course, gold took up space in your inventory as well. You'd have these piles of 5,000 gold taking up space in your inventory. Skills were different in Diablo 1 as well. You didn't learn skills from a skill tree, you got them from skill books. And then you put, once you had learned the skill, you could then put it on. And for those of you who can remember way back, you had to have enough magic skill in order to learn it. And that number, of course, many will remember, went up to 255.
So fast forward to June of 2000 when Diablo 2 came out, and we had grown a lot. It was released in 9 languages, up from 1, which is quite a significant increase. And 640 by 40 resolution seemed like all anyone would ever need. That was perfectly fine. And I joke about this because this was a huge deal at the time. People wanted 800 by 600, and I think that at that point we were just barely desperate to get this game out, right? A lot of work had been put in. And this was the year that the PS2 came out, which was a huge deal for gaming as well. So a lot of milestones that year. That was also the year that computer AIs did try to kill us all. So thank you, engineers, for saving us from that, the evil overlord there. Good job. And then a year later, in June of 2001, Lord of Destruction came out, which was a huge improvement over Diablo 2. And 800 by 600 resolution saved everything. It was all we would ever need. And this was the year that Battle.net improved dramatically as well.
Yeah, online support continued to improve. We had ladders that were added in Diablo 2, which allowed everyone to play together, as well as improved online services, as well as the mini models where you could actually see previews of other people who are in the same chat channel as you. The equip slots continue to evolve. Still no pants, but we did add a belt, and this belt had special functionality. It held your potions. And many of you will remember that joyous moment on a new character when you got that 4th row of potions, and you were so happy to have that 4th row that you could have. And we also added a special gold counter and gold in your stash, and the amount of gold you could carry was limited by your character level. And the skill system continued to evolve. Some of you may recognize the skill tree bonus points for those of you, Necromancer, recognize the skill tree from Diablo 2. And that way you could, rather than being randomly assigned from skill books, you could pick the skills that you wanted.
All right, so fast forward again to May of 2012, and we've apologized before for how long that took. Sorry again about that. We released in 12 languages. So as Blizzard had grown, Diablo had grown. As the game industry had grown, Diablo had grown. This story, this 20 years, is kind of a story of all of us. It's not just about Diablo. Things got bigger. This is the year that the Mayan calendar tried to kill us all. Now, not the Mayans. The calendar, I presume, was going to fall on us because it's heavy, but we prevented that as well. Console for Diablo 3, that was something that was very important to us. It took us about 14 months, but in September of 2013, the game came out on Xbox 360 and PS3. So naturally, Microsoft and Sony responded by releasing the next generation of consoles in November of that year. So we answered back by releasing Reaper of Souls and then Ultimate Evil Edition and bringing it up to 5 platforms and adding 1 more language, Japanese, for a total of 13 languages. So Diablo has gotten way, way bigger.
Online support continued to improve and level up with the addition of clans and communities in Diablo 3 and Reaper of Souls, as well as the friends list you've come to know and love, with support not just within Diablo, but across all Blizzard titles, allowing you to communicate and see the online presence of your friends who are playing World of Warcraft, StarCraft, and other games. Our inventory augmented now to 13 items, including pants.
You know, I have to say, for those of you who adventured for like 16 years without pants, we salute you. Good job.
Yeah, I apologize that we were a little bit behind on that. And then gold also became auto pickup, and you could hold as much as you want. And then the skill system continued to evolve with 6 active skills with 5 skill runes each, dedicated place for your passives that you could choose. The skill system now allowed players to customize their character builds in a multitude of ways.
So happy anniversary, Diablo. And thank you. And what would a 20th anniversary be without an in-game party? Let's take a look at the Darkening of Tristram events. So, in the beginning, this was a totally different thing. So we were just going to add the classic music tracks to the game. So as you were playing adventure mode in Tristram, you'd hear this song. You'd hear some of the other songs as you wander around doing bounties or rifts, and that was going to be cool. We'd have a party here. That video you watched, it was all going to be good. But that was not enough for this team. So instead of just the music tracks, you're getting 16 dungeon levels plus the boss level. All 4 of the bosses recreated, both the models and the AI of those bosses, all presented in glorious pixelated retrovision, and we're giving you lots of anniversary presents. So the Darkening of Tristram, at this point, the things to watch for are, as Frank mentioned, we took out most of the animations, or about 25% of the movement animations. So the character walks around all stilted and they don't have turn animations. The run animation's gone completely. The camera's changed to make it feel more 2D. The audio is tinny on purpose, so it sounds like the 1990s. Our tech director told me that we're not trying to recreate 1996 because Diablo's engine was actually really advanced for its time, so you really had to capture that late 1997 sound. So that's what we've gone for here. All right, I'm just going to shut up and show you. I do want to say one thing, though. On these big monitors, it turns out that the pixelation doesn't really come across very well, so maybe pay attention more to the animations and the sound, and when you play it next week on PTR, you'll see the retrovision in all its glory. There he is, heading to the Tristram Cathedral. Okay, so combat is Diablo 3, but the movement and everything is straight from the 90s. We've taken all of the levels that most closely match those of the 4 different major looks of Diablo 1. We've recreated the monsters with the ones that look closest to it. In some cases, we did art changes. They have new AIs, so they match the monsters from there. Like we always had the Fallen family, for example, but now we have all the variants, and they have more simplistic AI than they do in D3. And the retro UI is one thing you can't see in that movie. This was another example of something that was out of scope for this, but this mode just kept scope creeping like crazy. It was good. One of our artists, Josh Manning, found out we were going to cut this part of it, and he's like, okay, well, I'll do it. So he grabbed a team of people. They did it largely on their own time, just so you guys could get this little feeling from it. When this event happens, you're going to see this pentagram near the old ruins, and when you go there, you're going to find this portal near the fountain. And you enter it, and everything gets crappy. So, in the retrovision, Old Tristram, look around. There's a ton of Easter eggs there, and a lot of stuff ties into what you find in the dungeon, and you're going to unlock some mysteries. So, the presents we have for you. First up, we have cosmetic items like portraits that are based on those original health and mana globes from Diablo 1. We've got a banner and a sigil to commemorate this event. You can earn this every year. And we have pets. Of course we have pets. So, bit of a spoiler, the butcher's in the game. This is Baby Butcher, and instead of a teddy bear, he's got a little piece of meat that he chews on. We presume it's fresh, but nobody wants to get close enough to find out. And he'll follow you around, so you can earn him. I think you can imagine how you get him. And of course, at the end, the cinematic plays. Why might that be important? Because every character class, including the Necromancer, gets a transmog of the Soul Stone in their skull, because this is our first helmet slot legendary gem, which is the soul of Diablo from Diablo 1, and it unleashes a ring of fire that you can't control the demonic energy within you every so often. So our first helmet slot legendary with that transmog for every character class, male and female. Thank you. And for weapon transmogs, of course, we have classic Butcher's Cleaver and Wirt's Wooden Leg. Wait, you might say. Don't we already have Wirt's Leg in the game? We do, because now, when it advances, now you can dual wield Wirt's legs, both his wooden one and his original skeleton one. And I think the guilt meter with what we've done to Wirt at this point is very high, so maybe we're not going to do any more to him in the future. All right, since you already know the butchers in the game, I did want to show you one of the 4 bosses. And that exactly mirrors my experience when I first found the Butcher in Diablo 1. All right. So here's an example of what we've done to the bosses. So the ones that you already know, like Skeleton King and Butcher, their art has been redone to look more like the 90s versions of them. So that's just one example of the 4 bosses. And of course, Lazarus we had to create because he's not currently in the game. So, of course, when can you play this? It goes on PTR next week, but this is patch 243, and it has more than just the anniversary event, including a bunch of items that we're going to unveil tomorrow at our Day 2 panel, so please come to that. Lastly, the event goes live worldwide in January, and this will be an annual event. So every January, for the month of January, approximately, the Darkening of Tristram event will be live, and you can earn all of these rewards, and all of the ones I didn't tell you about, which I hope you find next week. All right, and of course, this is on PC, PS4, and Xbox One. So now I want to pass it over to Wyatt to talk about the Armory.
Thanks, Kevin. So we have a lot in store for you in 2017. As Kevin mentioned, there's the anniversary event. And in a little bit, you're going to hear more about the Necromancer. But for some of you, I think that the biggest feature coming in 2017 might actually be something we haven't talked yet a lot about, which is the Armory. Now, I know some of you are wondering, what's the Armory? Let me set the stage. Have you ever been out as a monk in a Dashing Rift set, Dashing Strike monk set, but you actually wanted to put on your Uliana's gear? So you have to swap your items and swap all your skills. By the time you're done, your group doesn't need you anymore. We're going to fix that. You guessed it. We have a full equipment manager coming in a future patch in 2017. You're going to be able to save 5 loadouts per character. All your skills, all your passives, all your items, Kanai Cube powers, everything is saved for you. Let's take a look at what that looks like. So here, we want to save our Dashing Strike set. You can see the Armory is located right next to the stash. You can name the set the way that you want so that you can remember what it is later. Once you've saved it, you can inspect it to remind yourself what items were in there, what Kanai Cube powers you had, what passives you had selected. Later on, when you want to retrieve that set, let's say that you just came back from doing some rifts as an Uliana, and now you want to go back to your Dashing Strike set. You switch back to your Dashing Strike set, hit a single button. Here it comes. Boom, just like that. Done. Now you're ready to go off in your Dashing Strike set. There's a lot of details we had to work out to get this to work properly, a lot of questions people have. What happens to my Paragon points? You know, it's interesting, we actually don't save your Paragon points, but it's for a good reason. you're constantly earning Paragon levels. And we didn't want it to be that we saved your Paragon point distribution and then you come back just 20 minutes later, you've gotten 2 extra Paragon points. You have to reallocate those 2 points and save it again. It was actually more inconvenient. We want this to be a convenient feature for you. How about my gems? I've got lots of different gems. We actually remember the engineer who was in charge of the feature, Mr. Kevin Hassett, he wanted to make sure that this feature did exactly what you wanted. So if you put in some Marquise rubies, but then later on when you come back to a set, you've actually upgraded to Flawless Royal, it'll grab those Flawless Royal rubies for you and put those in automatically. Now, some people wondered, well, I have to swap the gems back and forth. How do I pay for it? Because I don't want to have to, we want to be able to swap back and forth, but moving those rubies around every time costs money, right? No, it doesn't, not anymore. Because starting in a future patch with the Armory, we're removing the unsocketing costs. We want you to have no reason at all not to swap back and forth between all the sets and toys that you've accumulated. We're doing the same thing for your legendary gems. Let's say that you've got your Bane of the Trapped, and you're going to level it up. Or you use one for an augment, it'll go to whatever your highest ranked gem is of the type that you saved at the time that you wanted to save your set. Everything is handled for you. And of course, the Armory is coming to both PC and console. Here's a quick shot of the console implementation. So up next, to talk about the Necromancer, I'd like to introduce Mr. John Mueller, our art director, who, fun fact, did the design for the shirt that I'm wearing right now. This is a Diablo dev team shirt, so if you see anybody on the show floor wearing this shirt, they're going to be a member of the development team. It's got this cool design on the back for the Dark Wanderers. They want to talk to you. All the members of the Diablo team want to talk to you. So if you see somebody wearing this shirt, go up to them, say hi, tell them what you're looking forward to in a future patch. So I'm going to pass it off to John. But before we do that, in case you haven't seen it yet, first we're going to play the Necromancer reveal cinematic.
Death has ravaged our world. And the balance that sustained us has been lost. We feared this day would come when the lands are ruined and the champions of the light can no longer save those in need. But I will. For I wield the power they cannot. And a new army of the dead shall rise at my command. All who threaten the balance, beware.
Gosh, wasn't that amazing? That was created by the Blizzard in-game cinematics team, so a big round of applause for them. That was awesome. Okay, so I'm excited to be here representing the Diablo art team to walk you guys through what it was like reimagining the Necromancer for Diablo 3. And this really gets to what sounds like a simple question, but when we kind of got into it, it gets a little bit complex because we had to answer this question, who is the Necromancer? And that question, on the surface, well, the Necromancer is a priest of Rathma who wields powers of the undead. Well, that sounds kind of boring because what the Necromancer actually is, we found, is 16 years of player experiences. And when we started to talk to the team, we realized we had to go far and wide, and this is where, at Blizzard, we use this process called brainstorming and ideation. And that's where we get all the best ideas from all of our developers to get the best results we can get. Now this first concept was, now this is all stuff that sort of influenced where we arrived about who the Necromancer was. This was created by Aaron Gaines, and this is sort of this theme of the Necromancer is the king of the dead, right? This was a very common thing that came up as we were developing the class. This next one, this was by Victor Lee. I call this one The Hunter. And this one is like, you know, the necromancer is this fearsome character who like wears the trophies of the dead on his armor. You know, he's got the demon head in his hand, he's got the scythe, you know, just looks completely badass. And then I call this guy, this is by Michael Frenchie, and I call this guy the Crypt Keeper because he's sort of like, looks like he's literally living with the dead. He's sort of got his hand out, he's smiling, his eyes are torn out, and he's sort of like, welcome to my crypt, you know, just a very happy necromancer to be living with the dead. Okay, so where did we arrive through this sort of ideation process? And this landed us at this very simple statement, which is that the necromancer is the commander of the dead. That he is a rock star. This was an interesting theme that came up because he's got like an entourage of skeletons, right? Like the coolest entourage any rock star could ever dream of. And we thought that this was a really cool theme that we could access to bring the class forward into Diablo 3. And most importantly, the Necromancer is just cool. He's one of the coolest classes. This is when we talked with everybody, the player stories, wouldn't it be cool if the Necromancer did this? You know, there was just so much that we accessed there. And additionally, we had the fun task of introducing the first female Necromancer into the world of Diablo. Yeah. Okay, so now we know who the Necromancer is. The Necromancer is the commander of the dead. Now production begins. You know, this is sort of, we start to put all the pixels and polygons in their place. And this is the classic set. This is the set that, you know, our goal is to stay true to the Necromancer, to make sure that we're accessing those player stories as well as adding our own flavors to it. And we start to begin to add these flavors, and this is that theme, that hunter theme reimagined by Ryan Metcalf. And this is, you know, wearing the trophies of his enemies. This is, trying to get all of the themes of the sort of paganism that we liked about that theme of sacrifice. And then, of course, we have this idea that the Necromancer is also a sophisticated character. And this comes through in this sort of aristocratic theme that we came up with. Okay, now we start to have some fun because we start to mix and match some of these themes that we discovered. And this is what I call the Bone Saint. And this is where we take the idea that the Necromancer is all about the dead, but he's also a king. He's also, kind of like a saint of the dead. And of course, now we have these really cool themes that are pure themes. And this is something that we added to the class, which is like, we wanted to do a whole armor set that was just all about blood. And the Necromancer's shoulder pads, which are hearts, literally like pump blood as he runs through the world, wreaking havoc. And of course, what Necromancer wouldn't be complete without a full accoutrement of bone armor? That was sort of like, we knew we were going to do that, one of those pure themes that we were going to explore. That's by Victor Lee. So on the left, you can see the Necromancer from Diablo 2, and on the right, you can see our reimagined Necromancer in Diablo 3. And this was the first set that we did. This is that classic armor set. You saw it in the intro cinematic trailer. We really knew that we had to get this part of it right, and then we could begin to add all the cool themes that we had come up with in our journey of reimagining what this class would be like in Diablo 3. And of course, here they are together. The legacy continues. The Necromancers are back in Sanctuary, and we just couldn't be more excited about it. Thanks for this, giving this little tour of what it was like reimagining the Necromancer. Next up, our master of disaster, our lead effects artist, Mr. Julian Love.
Wow, those armor sets are looking really sweet. I really want that blood set. Yeah, like in real life, I want that blood set. And wear that speed dating. It'd be awesome. So, not everybody in the room today has played the Necromancer before. You might be a little unfamiliar. So as we take a look at the Necromancer from a gameplay perspective, I just want to start at the top, make sure we're bringing everybody along for the ride. So what is a Necromancer? Really quick, they're what we would call a pet and ranged magic class, darkly themed, very darkly themed. They're going to be our darkest class ever, for sure. Why are they so dark? Well, they're commanders of the dead, and that means they're going to be leading armies of skeletons, and sometimes dead things, and mostly dead things, and oh yeah, and they're magic. Their magic centers on the manipulation of blood and bone and reanimation. These are dark, gritty themes. And of course, curses. Curses are like a personal wish onto your enemies that influences the outcome of battles. This is like dark, heavy stuff. Okay, so that's necromancy in a nutshell. Now, the thing you might have been asking yourself, looking at that first line, is, yeah, you know, pet and ranged magic class, like, isn't that the witch doctor? How are these two things going to be any different? And that's a great question. I'm glad you asked because, well, we built a bunch of slides and I'm obligated to talk about them. Okay, so well, let's do some comparison, right? Witch doctor versus necromancer. Let's see how they're different. Witch doctor themes. We're going to start with themes because themes inform all the decisions that we make about developing a class. So really quick, you know this stuff. Witch doctor, you got your zombies, right? Zombie dogs, zombie bears. And then you got your creepy crawlies, like spiders, snakes, stuff like that. And then you've got jungle culture, right? And you see this in things like big bad voodoo, hexing, even fetishes. They're like a whole jungle culture inside the culture kit of the witch doctor. And you know, here's the thing. Witch doctors, they're dark, no question. But they're also kind of lighthearted. Like, if you really want someone to take you seriously, maybe you should ditch that plan where you turn into a chicken every 5 seconds and explode into feathers. Right? So now, let's compare that to the necromancer a little bit. Now, instead of zombies, we've got skeletons, corpses, reanimation. These are darker, grittier takes on the undead vibe. And then the curses, like I said, it's a very personal wishing of bad stuff to happen, right? And then magic that focuses on blood and bone, which is like the raw materials of life. And now I want you to see, now when you look at all that stuff, what it really adds up to is a class that's very serious, grim, visceral, dark, right? Not a lot of humor going on in the necromancer. So, you know, if you were thinking about swinging by the necropolis for drinks after work, just know, Priest of Rothma, happy hour, it's not a thing. You don't do that. All right. So now, what about, do they play any different, right? We should talk about that. How are they going to play different? So I'm going to focus on pets for a second. Witch doctor pets, entirely passive, right? You pick your pet skill, you put it in your button bar, you hit the button and pets come out, and then that's it. You don't do anything else. There's nothing to do. They just run off, they do their thing. So here's how we're going to make necromancer pets different. All right? They're all going to be what we call active passives, which might be a new term for you, but you've played skills like this. The monk mantras are a great example in that when you pick the skill, you get a passive benefit, but when you press the button for that skill, you also get a short-term active benefit that lets you interact with that skill in a strategic way. This is how we're going to make all necromancer pets. Let's look at our first skill, command skeletons, to see how this is going to play out. So when you pick command skeletons and you put it on your button bar, you're instantly going to get an army of 10 skeletons, some melee and some ranged. But when you activate the skill, it allows you to tell your pets, command them to attack specific targets, and then they get a damage buff for doing it. So here's the thing is, you don't have to wait for your pets to like be distracted on that, whatever was going on the lower left corner of the screen. You can lead them around the battlefield and selectively take down targets, the ones that you want. This makes them a very effective single target takedown skill, and they are a significant contributor to your overall damage output. So the difference between Witch Doctor and Necromancer now, Witch Doctor passive, Necromancer active. Okay, what about resource? Let's talk about resource. Witch Doctor, as you know, is mana. The Necromancer, we're going to have a new resource called Essence. So here's how Essence is going to work. It's a large pool of resource. It's going to power a lot of your spenders, but it doesn't regenerate over time like mana does.
you'll have to take specific action to get your essence back. We'll talk about that in a minute. The really big news here, though, is that the necromancer has 2 resources. The other one is corpses. That's right. Corpses are actually like resource that's out in the battlefield laying on the ground. You generate them by killing monsters, right? And then you get to use that stuff to power some of your skills. Here's how we're bringing this gameplay feature forward into Diablo 3. When a monster dies by any means, whether you kill him or somebody else kills him, in addition to the body that goes flying across the screen or gets melted into a sickly goo of acid or disintegrates, there's going to be a little bit of extra corpse material left behind that only necromancers can see. And these are the corpses that the necromancers can use to power their corpse skills. Really simple. Now, what would we be doing in a Diablo 3 game with corpses? Blow them up. That's right. Corpse explosion, we're bringing it forward from Diablo 2. We're going to let you blow corpses to smithereens. It works exactly as you'd expect. You got some corpses on the ground, some monsters nearby. Goodbye, monsters. Here's the thing is, we made it better. We let you blow up to 10 corpses at a time per click. It's totally unfair to monsters. Totally unfair. But here's the thing, look, they know better. They read the terms of service down there, page 33. It said, might get exploded by corpse explosion. They made the choice. All right, so corpse explosion, we're bringing that forward, right? What else? How about bone spear? You need something to make corpses with, right? You got to kill stuff first before you get them. So bone spear works exactly like it did in Diablo 2. Right? It's a 100% piercing projectile skill powered by essence. It's a significant damage output. It's great for killing monsters, making corpses. Now, once you've bone speared a few times, you're going to run out of essence, so you have to do stuff about that. Now, Decrepify is a great way for us to keep monsters grouped together. So that's our first curse coming back from Diablo 2. The way that it works is you can curse a very broad area, right? And the monsters that are cursed by Decrepify will be slowed by 80%, have their damage output reduced by 20%. This is great for keeping monsters clumped together. So now, about that essence thing. How are you going to get your essence back when you've spent it all? This is where a new skill called Siphon Blood comes into play. Siphon Blood is a single target channeled spell that lets you quickly recover both life and essence by stealing it from your enemies. Right? So when you run out of essence, pull out Siphon Blood, refill on your essence, go back to your monster murdering mayhem. Then we've got another skill, Blood Rush. You need to be able to move around the battlefield quickly sometimes. Pick up some gold, get some loot, G-Rifts and that sort of thing. So Blood Rush is your skill of choice for this. The basic idea here is that when a necromancer wants to move quickly around the battlefield, the skin, it gets in the way, right? If you could just get rid of that skin, you could go so much faster. So they throw off all their skin and organs and other gross bits, channel their blood forward, and then reappear on the other side. Mechanically, it has a lot of the same features that Teleport has. It's very precise, lets you jump across chasms. All right, those skills that I've just covered are all the ones that you can play here in the demo at the show. But we didn't want to just leave you with those 6. We wanted to give you a peek into the future. You wanted that, right? You want more? Yeah, I thought. So let's take a look at, well, we haven't talked about golems, right? What about Blood Golem? We're going to bring golems back. You're going to have multiple golems to pick from. But the first one we're going to show today is Blood Golem. Yeah. Remember when I said the Necromancer's a serious class? Look at that guy. All business. They're going to work a lot like they did in Diablo 2. They're going to be bigs, they're going to be brutes, and of course, because they're pets, They're going to be active passives. You're going to get to tell them to do things. It'll be really cool. One more. One more? I think we got one more. So if you're going to be a commander of the dead, I think it's pretty important that at some point you've got an army to command, right? Otherwise, right? So what if we could just summon all of the skeletons that have ever died in an area to come to help? And when I say that, I'm talking about a skill called Army of the Dead. How many skeletons makes an army? 20? 25? It's like a squad, right? That's not good enough. How about 50? 50 skeletons? That'd be good enough? That's kind of like a platoon. I mean, I don't have my military manual here, but it's not 100. Who said 100? 100? How about 100 plus? Over 100. How are we going to do that? 100 plus skeletons, obeying your command, attacking an area. What is that going to look like? Awesome. Yeah. I got to tell you, I know when we've got a hit on our hands, when we make a skill and we put it in the game, because I can walk around the office and I'll see everybody with God mode on, and they're doing this. Yeah. Look at all of those rib cages flying all over the place. Doesn't it just warm your heart? This is awesome. All right. So that's been a look at the Necromancer from a gameplay standpoint. Encourage you to all head by the demo area and experience the Necromancer in all his necromantastic goodness. Back to Kevin.
Thank you, Julian. All right, so we're almost out of time. The Rise of the Necromancer pack is packed full of stuff. It's not just the Necromancer with everything you'd expect from the class. It's 2 character slots, 2 stash tabs on PC, cosmetic goodies, pets, portrait frames, etc., etc. So it's a lot of stuff, and more information will be coming in 2017 for that. If you haven't played him, Hall C is the Diablo booth. Go play him. If you have played him, go play him again. And when is he coming out, I'm sure, is the main question you have. I'm going to say next year. Is that a good enough answer? All right. Second half-ish. Yeah, you're welcome. So this is an early look for the Necromancer. We thought you guys would prefer to see it early and have to wait a little while for the fully featured class to be out, rather than just wait until next year and get it all at once. So I did hope you enjoy your sneak peek. So real quick, the Darkening of Tristram comes out in 243 on PTR next week. Please come help us test that. It goes live on all of our platforms in January. And then later is the Armory and Rise of the Necromancer pack. Tomorrow at the Dev Talk Q&A, we do have a bunch of other things. We have a brand new game mode called Challenge Rifts. We're going to explain more about the new zones, a whole bunch of features around greater rifts and inventory management. Seasons are coming to consoles, so Xbox One and PS4 guys. More info on that tomorrow. And we have lightning talks again tomorrow on the community stage upstairs at the Dark Moon Fair on the 3rd floor. So if you're interested in deep dives on any of these subjects, some of them are happening tomorrow. So before we wrap it up, I do want to say one last thing. On behalf of this team, it is absolutely our privilege to be up here and represent this team. They so love you guys. They put their hearts and souls into this every day. They go above and beyond. They care what you think. They want you to have fun. They love this game as much as we do. Thank you. And it's been 20 years. One last time, how about 20 more years? Thank you very much. See you out on the show floor. All right, welcome everybody to the Dev Talk Q&A. We have a bunch of new stuff for you today. We did not announce everything yesterday. There's quite a list, and before we get into that, I do want to introduce the panelists. I've got a big group of senior designers with me today. My name is Kevin Martins. I'm the lead designer. All these guys are working on these features and many others that you see today. So I have Wyatt Chang. Hello. Mr. Joe Shelley. Travis Day, and Adam Poole. Thank you for that warm welcome. Thank you all for being here. This was a really exciting BlizzCon for us, not just because of the Necromancer, but also because of the 20th anniversary. So yesterday, of course, you're probably familiar with some of these announcements, but we did talk about the Darkening of Tristram event, where we've largely recreated Diablo 1 in the Diablo 3 engine, and that comes on PTR next week for everyone to play. The Armory, which is a full 5 equipment, skill, everything loadouts for each of your characters, where with one button press you can change your gems, your legendary gems, your skills, your passives, your Kanai Q powers, and of course all of your equipment, no matter where that equipment is. That's probably like a small feature that, at least for me, has a huge impact that saves me a lot of time. And the Rise of the Necromancer pack, which is not just the Necromancer with all the VO for male and female and all the movies all the way from Acts 1 through 5. It also comes with 2 character slots, 2 stash tabs, a Necromancer pet, and a slew of other cosmetics that we'll be unveiling over the next little while next year. So today, we have a bunch of things. And first up, this one was important to me. We've wanted to do this for quite a while, and the team pulled together, and we are bringing Seasons to consoles. Xbox One and PS4 players, welcome aboard. So when this comes out next year, I want to do a brief summary of the feature and go through what it looks like on console. And I understand that many of you are familiar with Seasons from the PC build, so I've put some of the new cosmetic items that you can unlock in later seasons in here, as sort of a sneak peek, so you have something to look forward to until we move on to the new features that are for all of our systems. So let's get started. When you join a season, this is a reset of your character and your account for everybody at one time on Seasons, just like it is on PC. As a community, everyone starts from scratch and starts creating seasonal characters at the same time. And so multiplayer is often a big part of this. When you've created your seasonal hero, you choose which class you want, and you choose whether you're going to play normal or hardcore. I definitely recommend playing hardcore. About half of the seasons that I play on PC, I play hardcore because even if I'm playing an identical build to what I normally do, I get all cagey and scared, and I start using my defensive abilities and my movements, and it feels totally different even with identical characters. So this is a great place to try out hardcore without risking one of your characters. Once you've created your character, you start participating in the season journey, and this is a grand tour of Diablo 3. You accomplish different goals, you do it at higher and higher levels. This is the example of finishing a Nephilim Rift on expert difficulty, and it gets more difficult. And the reason you do this is we have a bunch of guaranteed rewards. So there's 2 categories. We've got cosmetic rewards, like pets, portrait frames, and wings. PC players, these are the Seraphim wings from an upcoming season. So this will be the first time you'll see those, and I won't say which season they're coming in, but you'll find out soon. And of course, you get full 6-piece armor sets for all of the classes, and these rotate. So from season to season, even if you chose to play the same character class, you could get different sets every season until you've got them all. All right, so the way the rewards work is as you start finishing chapters, you start getting pieces of these cosmetic rewards and your full 6-piece set. When that happens, it looks like this. And when you go onto your console UI, you have these cosmetic pickers where you can start unlocking these portrait frames and using them. On console, portrait frames have not been very in your face, and so we're bringing them to the forefront, and they're going to be on the screen all the time and appear more often because you can upgrade your portrait frames. Here's an example of choosing a portrait frame and activating it. So this also comes with conquests and leaderboards. So seasons have a competitive aspect. Those of you who like to race against your friends or against players all over the world, you can race in these conquests. And these are very different than the things on the season journey. This particular example is called Speed Racer. And in this, you play the campaign, Acts 1 through 5, but you play it as fast as you can. You ignore as much as you can. You only click where you need to click. You maximize your movement speed. You only kill what you need to kill. It's a completely different challenge from how you normally play the story mode. And you try to be the first person to do that, either, again, within your friends list or on the global leaderboards. So at the end of the season, your character rejoins your main account, and you can take all of the goodies with you and all of your experience. Your Paragon experience, for example, gets rolled into your main account, and if you've got a lot of it, all of your tunes on your main account start pinging up in experience levels, and you can go spend all those points. You can choose what items you want to take with you and those that you want to junk or don't need, and everything, all those rewards, those 6-piece sets, etc., come back. And all of the cosmetics you've unlocked will be usable, of course, by any of your characters. All right, so that is the first feature we're talking about today. Seasons on console are coming in 2017 for PS4 and Xbox One. And I would like to pass this to Wyatt to unveil more new features.
Hey, folks. I know you probably want to know a lot more about the big features that are coming, but sometimes the major changes to the game aren't just the big ones, and we've got that coming, like the Necromancer and the Anniversary event, but sometimes the biggest changes are actually the little tiny details. Like, last BlizzCon, we were talking about how the Death's Breath was, it was yellow before, and then we were changing it to teal, and then when you go home and you play, you're like, oh, I'm so glad that you guys changed it from yellow to teal. The game's so much better now. Those little changes can make a huge difference. And we've got more little changes like that coming up for you. Let's take a look at one of them now. One of the requests that we got, I wish each and every crafting material would be treated exactly like blood shards and gold, account-wide counters that require no stashing and no inventory management, asks Deus. All right, so your stash looks like this right now, right? You've got your yellow mats, your blue, you've got your Kanai cube materials from all the bounties that you've run. Starting in a future patch, it's going to look like this. A dedicated spot for all your crafting materials. Now, one of the things that's important to us is that the items still feel real and tangible. We've talked about this before. This is why instead of doing auto pickup for a lot of these materials, we instead added vacuum pickup so that you still see the item on the ground, you click, and you pick it up. And we wanted to reinforce that. So although we're having a dedicated storage area for this, we're adding counters with better floating text to come up and tell you what you're picking up with icons embedded right in place. This is going to apply to the gems that you pick up, blood shards, all of these types of things. While we were implementing this, we also had a challenge, but it was also an opportunity. What do we do with Kanai's cube? Well, one of the requests that we often get is if there was just a single button to fill the cube up with all the materials for the recipe. Now that we have dedicated storage for your crafting materials, it made a lot of sense to have your Kanai cube recipe fill itself with a single click of a button. What else have you been asking for? Like I said, it's the little things that make a big difference. Well, if the Transmogrify artisan had a dye kiosk, she could have all the dyes so you don't have to keep going from different vendors hoping they have the color that you're looking for. It's a request from Worldbreaker, and not just Worldbreaker, but many of you have asked for this. Well, Worldbreaker, we're going to break your world.
Wyatt Chang, ladies and gentlemen, at the Diablo Comedy Club.
Okay, so some of you will remember the Clown Satyr from 2 BlizzCons ago. It's our friend Clown Satyr, and he's back. And he wants to customize how he looks. Well, in a future patch, the Mystic is going to have an extra tab right next to Transmogrify. Now, the Clown Satyr is going to have an even easier time looking super styling. You can change your chest piece, you can Transmogrify it to the way you want, switch over a tab, change it to the color that you want. It's all there. All right, and I know this is a big one too. Please allow us to level our legendary gems faster. Okay, now, this was a tough one for the development team because greater rifts and leveling the legendary gems is a core part of the end game for Diablo 3. That's a core activity. We wanted to be really careful about speeding it up by too much. But we had an alternate goal that we were also looking at. In particular, we wanted to find sort of a way to incentivize people to stay alive. Right now we have softcore, we have the normal game, and we have hardcore. And in hardcore, it almost feels like death has an enormous penalty. But in normal play, it almost feels like death sometimes doesn't matter enough. So what we're doing is starting in a future patch really soon, you're going to get another bonus roll on your legendary gems if you complete the Greater Rift without dying. So it looks like this. You get 3 rolls to upgrade if you complete the Rift, a 4th if you empower the Rift, and if you complete it without dying, a 5th. And as you can tell, if you're hardcore, then you're going to get that 5th roll every time, unless you die, in which case you don't care anyway. All right. So that's great. Those are some small changes that make a big difference. I'd like to pass it off now to Joe Shelley. He's going to cover some of the changes coming to Adventure Mode.
All right. Thanks, Wyatt. Now let's talk about Adventure Mode. We've got new zones for you. And they're going to be in Act 2, up in the north of Chaldeum. The first zone we want to announce today is the Shrouded Moors. This is a rain-swept, windy, desolate place. People have come here, they've tried to settle. You can see the wall that's crumbled. Someone had a house there once. It's gone. Monsters, demons. It's a harsh place. And there are ancient monuments with runes on them from people who settled here, moved on. We've got some of the concept art from the Shrouded Moors here. These are some trees that have been blown over by the wind because it's so unforgiving. And another shot of those monoliths with the runes. Our concept artists do all of these pieces so that we can come up with the way that the zone is going to look. This is a preview of the zone right now. We've got, it's in development, and you can see it's very rocky. There are a lot of plateaus, grass. It's a dark and misty area. The second zone that we're doing is the Temple of the Firstborn. This is one of the oldest places in Sanctuary. In fact, it's the place where Inarius and Lilith came. And the place where humanity was first set foot upon Sanctuary. This concept piece features some monks with fire, and we're going to have some really nefarious stuff in here. It's got this Lovecraftian vibe, which is very different from many of our other zones. And this zone is deep, deep underground. There's a relief here of a guy who's in the stained glass there having, really, it's not going to be a good day for him, it looks like. And this is a paint over. We do these to get an idea of what the zone is going to look like when it's finished, so that we can see in very great detail, and we can plan how are we going to fill it with monsters, what is the light going to look like. Pay attention especially to the darkness and the shadows and the way that the light spills across. It's very high contrast. Now, you may have seen a sneak peek of this zone if you got a chance to play the demo today on the floor, and if you haven't, there's still time. Just don't leave now. But this is the first part of the zone that we have finished. We're working on more of it, and again, notice the shadow and light interplay there. This is a very dark place. So I told you we've got 2 new zones, but we're also, our artists are always trying to find new ways to put Sanctuary together. And let me just show you the realms of fate here. You can see, of course, we're in Westmarch, right? We're going to go through this gate. Everything seems normal. There's some weird effect, but it seems pretty normal, right? And now we're in the Pandemonium Fortress. So we're trying this idea of having this sort of portal world where the zones can connect in unexpected ways, and you can move from one to the next just as you're walking through. This last one here, it transitions into this pile of bodies from West March, which is one of my favorite places. All right. So, what would new zones be without new monsters, right? These are some of the concept pieces that we're working on for the zones. We've got a lot of demons for the temple, and we've got some other guys for the Shrouded Moors. The guy on the left here is like a crow monster. I can see him sitting up on one of those walls in the moors. And Soul Reaper guy on the right seems like a perfect fit for the Temple of the Firstborn, right? And this one I really wanted to show you guys because it's a great example of how we approach bringing monsters into the world. So, of course, this is a shot from the Temple of the Firstborn. And one of our artists had painted on these little centipedes. And this is to show how the centipedes could crawl down the walls. They could crawl across these chains. How could they emerge and jump out and scare you? Now, those are concept pieces, but we've also got one of the monsters that you'll be fighting modeled out. You can see on the left and the concept on the right. This is the shepherd. And we've actually got him in game. He's very tentacly. He's going to be a ranged caster that's bringing up spirit energy and channeling it at you. You'll see these guys near the bottom of the temple. All right. So those are the zone changes that are coming. But some of you are probably thinking, all right. I love the new zones. New zones are great. New monsters are great. This all sounds great. But what about greater rifts? What do you have for us? Or to put it another way, I do grift. And we have some awesome stuff for you. We have a brand new way to spawn monsters in greater rifts. No more huge empty areas with no monsters where you're vaulting through. For this, we took a density-first approach. We look at the amount of playable space in a tile set, and we look at the amount of XP from monsters that feels good in that space, and then we fill it that way. So every floor can be a great floor. This is an example of 242, right? You can see ice caves here. The same place in 243. So that's great. But we've also changed, we had a rule for greater rifts where when you went down a floor, we tried to keep the tile set the same. Because we felt like, well, it preserves continuity, right? You're in the cathedral, you go down, you're in a cathedral, it makes sense. But what we realized is what's really important in greater rifts is that every time you go down a floor, it has the potential to be awesome, right? It has the potential to be a great floor, awesome, filled with awesome monsters. So that's gone. You'll see new floor every time. There's an equal chance to get a new floor every time. And monster populations can now spawn on any floor. So even floors that had monster populations that maybe your class had more trouble with, you'll be able to see different monster populations now. Also, the size of each floor is more consistent. And finally, entrances are now safe. I have to say, as a demon hunter, I've gone down the floor. There's 3 elite packs. They jump on me. I run back up the floor, go up and down, up and down. That won't happen anymore. Okay, So that's great. That's a bunch of great stuff. We've also got, though, let's see, have any of you fought, let's see, Lakuni, you know? They're leaping at you, or maybe the winged assassins, and you're shooting them, but they just somehow, they make it that last step and punch you. Well, now, you can kill them all in midair. And this extends to basically all the leaping monsters. So you've got your West March brutes, you've got even the burrowers from Act 1. Basically, if it's jumping through the air at you, you can take it out. Also, have you ever had the experience where you're in a grift and there are a bunch of invisible snake men around you? And you're like, what? Just attack me. What are you doing? Come on. Well, they're going to jump out and attack you now. This also applies to burrowing monsters. So, I mean, this is mostly about Greater Rifts, but you probably had that bounty situation where there's that one rockworm somewhere. You just, where is he? You just wander around. He's going to jump out, and when he does, he's got little floor cracks, so you can see where he's going to pop out. We've also made some changes to some of the affixes that we've continued to iterate on. We've never been completely happy with how reflex damage works. So now when you shoot a monster that has reflex damage active, it'll fire a projectile back at you. This means that you have a chance to dodge out of the way of the projectile. And of course, it still maintains the same damage type that you shot like you're used to. And finally, if you've ever had that last shielding monster, and he's somehow he's still shielded, he's the only guy left, well, that'll now cancel instantly, so you can kill him as soon as the other monsters are dead. I like that one. That's a small change. You remember what Wyatt said about small changes, though. It can be good. All right, so Travis is going to talk to you about some of the new legendary items.
Thanks, Joe. So what would a new Diablo patch be without a bunch of cool new items defined? So in patch 2.4.3, we've got some new things coming for you. It's always been one of our goals that every legendary in the game does something really cool. And we've got some items that aren't there yet. So I'm going to show you what we did with a few of those. Some of you might remember Saffron's Wrap, not the best item ever. But I remember playing when the game first came out in Classic. I had these awesome whirlwind builds where I'd whirlwind through like giant packs of mobs and hammer overpower. And we thought, you know, it'd be really cool if we brought overpower kind of back up in there, sort of gave the whirlwind set a little boost. So Saffron's Wrap now, whenever you use overpower, the next overpower is going to do bonus damage based on the number of enemies you hit. So we wanted it to be powerful, but have some cool gameplay, where you're kind of waiting until you're in the middle of the pack of mobs, and then you hit it, and then your next one's like 2,000% better. So hopefully this will help with that. Up next, some of you may recognize Man-Old Heal as the thing you instantly disenchant when Kadala gives it to you. We wanted to take that and turn it into a really cool lightning wizard build. We always loved the idea of like lightning wizards shooting electricity out of their hands, arcing around the screen. So we thought, oh, all right, well, what if paralysis just did a ton of damage? So now when you get Man-Old Heal and you're spamming your electrocute or assortment of electric spells, it'll do tons of damage and just murder everything around you. Next is Faithful Memory. We really loved the sword. It's been around forever. Also, not the best sword in the game. But now, if you get this, anytime you falling sword into the pack of monsters, your hammers are going to do tons of bonus damage. So you want to like aim for really huge densities and then start spamming out hammers and watching everything die. Rabid Strike. The fist weapon that does some poison damage. Okay. We got rid of that because that was lame. Instead, we thought, all right, Epiphany's really cool, and I love when you teleport around, like spending, and it's really awesome. What if we made a clone of you that duplicates everything you do while you're in Epiphany. So now Rapid Strike will make a duplicate of you that's also going to teleport around, mirroring all of the spenders that you use. For Demon Hunters, so grenades, traps, gadgets have always been part of their kit that we really liked, and we wanted to give them something to sort of play that up. So Hellcat Waistguard will now allow your grenades to bounce additional times, up to, I don't remember, 5 extra. I can't remember how high that goes. But each time it bounces, it'll deal more and more bonus damage. So the final bounce will deal up to 800% bonus damage. So you can really get a grenade build going on. You're welcome. Finally, the Barber. So this one, we just wanted to redefine like how people use Spirit Barrage. It's always been kind of this really cool looking single target nuke. You're channeling your lasers at people. We thought, all right, that's pretty cool. What if instead you're just charging all of that energy into one guy, and then when you stop channeling it, it explodes. So this will change Spirit Barrage from a single target nuke to instead a channeled skill that stores up all the damage, and when you stop channeling, it detonates for all of that damage and kills everything around. This one's a ton of fun to play with. So that's what we've got to show for items today. I want to kick it over to Adam Poole, who's going to talk to you about one of our awesome new features, Challenge Rifts.
Wow. Hi, Blizzcon. I am so excited to be here. I get a chance to represent the Diablo 3 team and show you guys a new way to play Diablo 3. What I wanted to say real quick about this mode, though, is it's only really possible in a game like Diablo 3 and because of the community. This feature would not exist without you guys, so let's dive in and find out why. So Challenge Rifts, what are these? Challenge Rifts are a race for your fastest time in a greater rift. And I know you're saying that's what I do anyways. So why are these different? The difference is everyone's on a level playing field. Everyone has the same hero, same build, same dungeon layout, same monsters and pylons. So we're all on the same level, and we're seeing how fast we can beat this rift. Now, this is where you guys get involved, because we actually get this build, this layout from you guys, from a greater rift run in the community. And we're also going to be updating this thing frequently because people are running rifts all the time, so there's always some interesting things to see. The other great thing about it is it's going to be on both PC and console. So let's dive into a few more details on Challenge Rifts. So what Challenge Rifts really do is let you discover things that you might not have seen before in Diablo. There's so much rich content. First of all, you're able to jump right into these. There's no barrier for entry. You can just dive in and see what they're like. You really get to see something like, oh, I never played Health Tooth Witch Doctor, or, I want to see what a Delcyr's Wizard's like. And these things are changing out. And you get to just, what we say is like, you get to test drive some of these builds and see if there's something in there. Maybe you'll see some of those legendaries that Travis was talking about too. It also gives you a chance to optimize. So you get to learn the layout. And this picture right here is actually a Photoshop that a programmer on our team, Ken Lamb, made. And this thing was like gold. So if you can see, though, he marked where the pylons are, where the elites are, and this layout, and you can see where the dead ends are. And this thing is like burned into our memories as we played this internally on the team. It really made an improvement on all of our times. You can also be more effective with the build. So you really get to analyze this puzzle of what skills should I really be using, how should I be using these against elites, and how do I increase my times with this build. And of course, you get to compete. This is a picture of one of our gameplay programmers, Kevin Hassett, and showing his awesome trophy that he got for winning one of the challenges we had internally. We had a lot of fun going back and forth, running over to somebody's desk, like, I beat you by 4 seconds. Can you be better than that? And then suddenly you're just like spending like hours playing this thing, and you got to get back to work. So yeah, you get to compete with your friends on the leaderboards. And for the really dedicated players, which I'm so excited to see, I want to see what the top of those leaderboards really are, and like the really interesting ways that people optimize and discover the little tricks that go along with a build and a layout. And of course, there's going to be rewards. There's a picture of brownies here because, again, internally, we had our producer, Tiffany Watt, had made brownies for people that placed in the top 10 on our team. And they were amazing brownies, and they motivated people a whole lot. But for you, we are definitely going to give you a reward. If you beat the original runner's time, we'll be giving you some bounty bags. We'll be working out the details on the PTR, but we'll make sure that you get to contribute to your main character as you're playing this mode. So I want to show you some quick videos of a challenge rift. This is basically the hub where you get to test out the build. So you can see this is like a Helltooth Angry Chicken build, and just learning what the skills are and how they really work. And then he dives right into the rift, and you can see early on, you're just trying to figure out what these skills are and which ones you should be using, and like, okay, I get a little bit of a speed boost there, and it goes down the right down here in this path. If you remember from that map, this is a dead end. So you get there and you're like, oh, okay, all right, well, I got to remember that next time. And then he comes back around. So this is the second run where he learns, like, oh god, you got to be a chicken like all the time when you're playing this build. So he runs past that dead end and he gets into Elite Pack and pops that Elite Pack right away. And then this is painful, but he missed the purple orb, and then he kept going and ran across the speed pylon, which is crazy fast, and you just lose all control. This was so much fun to play for our team. So the other thing I wanted to show you is, of course, it has to have multiplayer. It's Diablo. So everyone gets to dive into that same Rift layout, but they're all using the same build. So we get to learn it together, and that was a fun experience itself. But the really interesting discovery we had was the team strategies that come out of this of like, okay, you run ahead to the next level and you get the pylon, and I'm going to go right. So you can even see like these characters split up, and you go and kill all the monsters, and then like, all right, well, we need to gather back together when the boss comes so we can really take him out. And it was a lot of fun multiplayer. So that is Challenge Rifts. And I'm going to head it back to Kevin Martins for a summary.
Thank you, Adam. So we are coming to the end of our formal announcements for BlizzCon. That plus whatever you can make Wyatt trick him into leaking for the future. I want to talk about when all this stuff is coming and how we're going to sort it out. So you probably heard this yesterday, but patch 243 includes the Darkening of Tristram event, and it goes on PTR next week. So if you can't wait to find all the Easter eggs, that's a good time to get in there and help us test it and figure out what's happening beneath that cathedral. But it also includes a bunch of things from today. All those new legendaries Travis showed, the long list of Rift improvements, as well as the bonus roll for legendary gems for adventure mode, and that dies on the Mystics UI. And then over the course of 2017, a bunch of the other stuff starts appearing. And so it'll sort of come on board as it's ready. It's likely going to come out in more than one patch. The Armory feature with all of the 5 loadouts that you have. The Rise of the Necromancer pack, which you should definitely go and play, and you can now see, of course, the Temple of the Firstborn sneak peek at the end of that rift, if you can get there. By the way, who got to play the Necromancer so far? It's not everybody. Booth's right there. Seasons, of course, coming to consoles. Very excited about that. Sorry it took so long. Crafting materials storage UI, which got pretty big applause, I saw. That's great. The new zones, the Shrouded Moors, the Temple of the Firstborn. We'll see what happens with the sneak peek of the stitched together zones in that dream-like land that Joe showed as well. And of course, challenge rifts, where you can make baked goods, challenge your friends, kick their asses, and then eat all those baked goods yourself with our blessing. That's our job. And that'll be coming out over the course of 2017. So we're going to have a question and answer period, but I did want to take a moment. I said this yesterday, but I so mean it, and I really want to say it again. It has been 20 years that most of us have been together, either playing this game or making this game, or making this game and playing this game. And for you guys to be here with us through this process, through all the crazy highs and lows of Diablo 3, thank you so much. We are not the Diablo 3 team. We are a small portion of that. There was a lot of people back at the office, many of whom are at the booth, who worked their butts off for you guys because they love this game and they love this community. We're paying attention, we are energized and engaged, and we hope that you guys stay that way too and join us playing all of these new features in Sanctuary next year. thank you again, and once more, 20 more years. All right, so we're going to set up some questions here on the left side. Just want to step forward a little.
How's it going, guys? I had a quick question. Well, it's more of a request. I love what you guys have done with the end game for Diablo. You guys, everything's fast-paced, speed. You go really, really fast. There was one little tiny aspect of the previous games, Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, that I miss, which is, and I think I'm alone here, is toggling, walk or run. Are you guys ever going to add that? Or is everything just super, super fast?
No. No, I don't know. I remember toggling walk and run, and it was only because my stamina bar was empty. And then I would just be spamming it like, come on, just refill for God's sake. We've never talked about toggle walk run. I mean, is it because you want to RP walk and look stylish?
I guess so. Like I said, I'm alone here. No, everyone loves to go super fast.
Well,
I just thought,
you'll walk during the Anniversary dungeon. That's pretty awesome.
That is
true. It definitely has that
There you
nostalgic
go.
feel
Perfect.
for sure.
Okay, thank you.
I totally
It's safe to
forgot
say
that.
it's not at the absolute top of the list, but thank you for the suggestion.
Hi, big fan. I was wanting to know, since all 7 of the greater Evers are in the Black Soulstone, that constitutes that Tathamet should be out and about and wreaking havoc. So where's Tathamet, or are you going to do anything with Tathamet?
Okay, so that logic doesn't automatically follow, by the way. Diablo became the primeval, which is the combination of all of them. Diablo, of course, has always been conniving, and he's not always agreed with all of his siblings, and he's taken over at that point. And Malthael did something with that in that final fight, and who knows what's happening next. Obviously, we're not going to spoil anything at this point, I'm afraid. But yeah, it's that logic doesn't automatically follow, but maybe it's that. So other than no spoilers, yeah, maybe. Maybe not.
Super committal.
You heard it here first.
Maybe-ish.
Maybe.
Hey guys, what's going on? Love the Necromancer. Played the demo and whatnot. 2 questions, one kind of shorter. Are you willing to let us know what the Necromancer only weapons and armor are going to be? And 2, in the demo and a lot of the concept art, you showed the Necromancer with a comma and a bone shield. Can you let us know what kind of weapons you're designing the class to use? Since in Diablo 2 it used a lot of 2-handed weapons, some daggers, the offhands, which witch doctors kind of use at this point. So what's going on with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you've played through the demo, hopefully you all enjoyed it. The class weapon for the Necromancer currently, we're planning on doing scythes, comma as you called it. So the scythe, the bone shield really was because when we started working on the build for Blizzcon, we had no idea what we were going to put in his offhand. But we were like, I don't know, that shield looks really cool, so just put that on him and we'll figure this out. But the current talks are that he'll have like a main hand, offhand sort of combination. We're still figuring it out. We've got lots of really awesome concept of like glowing fiery skulls or like goblets of blood. So we're still kind of feeling out what the offhand is, but it'll function very similar to like the Wizard or the Witch Doctor in that they have a class main hand and offhand specific for them.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Hey guys, first, great changes on the way. Thank you very much for addressing certain issues. Secondly, were there any plans of making more lore-based dungeons or events in-game like Sigurd from Bear's Hill, or let's say a armored dungeon for Bartok the Bloody?
So the question is, are we going to add some dungeons that are more story-based, basically, given the examples you had? Well, in a way. So the new zones that we have, one is a dungeon and one is an exterior. Shrouded Moors is outside. The Temple of the Firstborn is inside. And similar to what we did with Ruins of Sescheron, there's going to be a bunch of lore moments in there. So in particular, Temple of the Firstborn is sort of a history lesson of like the prehistory of Diablo. So that's going to have a bunch of story elements in it. But the fact that, you know, most of us at this point largely play adventure mode except for specific times when we go back to visit campaign, we felt right now that we wanted to try to get the best of both worlds and have that story be there, but be able to play it non-linearly. So, you know, unlike campaign where it has a distinct beginning, middle, and end, we want to have a story that the more you play it in adventure mode, the more you can explore. So, you know, when that hits PTR, those two new zones, let us know what you think of that approach. And of course, how you felt it went in Ruins of Sescheron.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, it's an honor. My question is, is there anything in the future and plans to do more CGI type movies or for the storyline? Maybe like Overwatch, something like that. But as I know some people are nostalgic for the way the drawings are, but I don't know if you guys ever thought of that.
So we probably wouldn't tease anything like that in advance. Were we working on it? We did have a little Necromancer trailer from yesterday. I don't know if you happened to see that one with some CGI in it. So we did do that. As far as like more story elements, we are often looking for ways to add more lore to the world. Like the world of Sanctuary and all those continents have a lot more lore associated with it. And there's quite a depth of stuff that hasn't always hit you. Even if you've read the Book of Cain and the Book of Tyrael, there's other information there. So whether it be movies or books or in-game lore books or character conversations, we are trying to put more story in on a pretty regular basis. But we don't have a particular thing to say about any movies right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, so season play for consoles, awesome, but I hate when I get into a game and there's a guy, the 420 Blaze It, Paragon 10,000, 3-socket, 40k DPS weapon. How are you going to combat them being number one on the leaderboards, because that's kind of unfair?
Yeah, there's I can't go into a ton of detail about some of the things that our team is doing, that our engineers are doing. I can say that Seasons on Console is a PS4 and Xbox One feature only. That's actually a really big deal. A lot of the Paragons and hacked items were brought over from prior. So since everyone's making a new character and it's a next-gen consoles only, our engineers are going to do their best. Beyond that, I can't promise anything more.
Because there's a thing too is with, I'm kind of curious though, is how, because you're saying it's with the PS3, PS4, but the some of the PS4 items, because it's kind of hidden on the patches that are on PC. So some is like the new cosmetic items. There's a lot of that stuff where those are showing up on PS4 online. So they're not pulling them from PS3. So somehow people are actually modifying PS4 save files. So you know.
Yeah, I mean, I can't talk more about like the details of the specifics of the hacks. Yeah, it's not something that we really talk about publicly. Sorry.
Like online play, will there be a specific like online only version of it, or is it online and offline? Because I know it's kind of right now, that was the difficulty of it.
Well, when we're getting closer to launch, we will have more details about that. Partly the feature is still in development, and so that's part of why we can't talk about it. And as far as the hack thing, we basically have a policy of not saying what we're doing about hacking, except to say that we do have a security team who works on that stuff. And so that's why Wyatt gives that answer as well.
On Diablo 1, when you kill Diablo, the loot drops, but you get a cutscene. Do I get my loot 20 years later?
That's I honestly didn't even remember that, but
I don't know.
Well done.
We'll have a meeting about that next week. That's a good question.
Yeah, I can't promise 20-year-old loot, but we do have a lot of really cool stuff planned for the anniversary event.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things, actually, these guys came up with. They're like, oh, we really want to do a legendary gem. Would it be crazy if you socket it into your helmet? I'm like, hell no. I just want to cram the soul stone right in my face. So you get a legendary helm gem where periodically, like, your guy struggles for control of the demon within and then explodes in fire. So we've got a lot of really cool throwback items. They're not 20-year-old loot, though.
The great thing, though, about the Darkening of Tristram is that you can go back and get that loot that you missed 20 years ago.
Right on, that's what I want.
All right. I played the Necromancer as my main for literally like 12 years now, so it's great to see it come back. It's really good. I was wondering if you guys could do anything towards bringing Bone Wand as the main weapon, because it feels more at home than a scythe sickle type weapon.
That's interesting. I don't think we're going to go with that as the main weapon, but it is super iconic. I could certainly see us doing some kind of like Bone Wand legendary weapon for Necros.
Or even part of a set, possibly, if there's.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So there's a bunch of options.
Yeah. What'd you think of the Necro?
I really enjoyed it. It great nostalgic feel. It was a lot of fun, and everything exploded.
Yes, it did.
One tiny gripe was corpse explosion. It used to do percentile damage based on that. That can't really happen anymore. It'd be really imbalanced with scaling. But I feel corpse explosion was the one spell that didn't quite pop. It visually does, but not damage.
That's totally fair. So we've done tons of like internal playtesting. That's actually probably my fault. So the first pass of the BlizzCon build we had, they had like infinity shadow vermin swarming you. And I was like, no one's going to push anything but corpse explosion. Can we tone down the density? So they did. But your experience with corpse explosion is going to vary wildly depending on what types of monsters you're fighting and the environment you're in. Hopefully, when you do get swarmed by a bunch of shadow vermin, you'll just get to giddily explode everything in the universe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I saw in your challenge riff video that the optimized strategy became to just skip all white monsters and fight the elites and rares. And I was wondering if that is like indicative of that's what you're happy with for the strategy for Greater S being, or if you have any plans to do something else.
I think it actually depends on the build. So in that particular video, if you're playing a Chicken Doctor, Arakirs, then that, with Manajumas, then that is the best way to run that particular build. But there's other builds that are focused on killing, the non-elite monsters as well. And I think that's one of the really neat things about Challenge Rifts is since it's actually a community-pulled build, the optimal strategy changes based on what it's going to be. I mean, it might be elites in one case, but it might not on another one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I have a question about legendary item powers. I see a lot of the legendaries that you're coming up with are focused on bridging the gap between skills and making them less lackluster, maybe more damaging, more exciting. So do you have any plans for legendary affixes like Corrupted Ashbringer, where they're really powerful, they're really awesome, but maybe not cubable, so that more classes could use them, but they're still really cool, basically?
I'm sorry, maybe not whatable?
Not
cubable.
Not cubable.
Cubable, got it,
yeah.
sorry. No, I think the cube is a really integral feature to just how your character development works at this point. I don't think there's any talks about making things not cubable. Really, when we're coming up with legendaries, it's partly, what skills aren't getting a ton of use, or what sets or play styles have kind of fallen behind. Sometimes it's just, what do we think would be cool, like with the Lightning Wizard. It's always our goal to sort of keep introducing just cool stuff, and a lot of the time, we just want to make something because, I don't know, it just seems neat, and hopefully people will find a cool use for this. Frequently, when we add items, if the play styles that we added them for aren't like suddenly getting more play, we'll just keep adding more items until it gets there.
All right, thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Hi, guys. Oh, that's really loud. I played the Necromancer. I really like it. I'm happy with where it's going, and I had played the first two games and loved those games. I'm curious, who else was on the chopping block as far as potential characters you were wanting to put back into the game?
So you're asking what other classes were under consideration?
Right.
What was that?
Back to the drawing board,
Probably
Kevin.
made the short list, yeah. No, I mean, we have ideas for brand new classes that have never been done in Diablo. There's other fan favorites like Druid or something Shapeshifter was certainly a very popular thing around the office, Amazon, etc. So yeah, I mean, all the ones you expect are on the list, obviously. So and some ones you guys have never heard of. But Necromancer, I think we're feeling nostalgic and grim at the same time. Maybe it's because Halloween's so close. I don't know. The Necro seemed like the right guy for this year, and so that's the one we took.
And then just really quick, I know you guys can't dive into this too much, but so you guys were mentioning Sanctuary is this awesome world. You guys have tons of areas to explore. You guys were mentioning how the Anniversary event is this yearly thing. Is there you guys wanting to keep that trend where there's new kind of content you come out only for a short amount of time, or will there be more permanent things that you guys are very interested in doing for the world of Diablo?
We tend to lean towards more permanent elements that are just there and you can play them, and maybe they're unlockable sometimes. Like Kanai's Cube, you had to unlock by exploring the Ruins of Sescheron, which was something of an experiment for us. But the Anniversary event is our first annual event, and we'll see how that goes. And if we have good ideas that are fun, and that it's important that they're not always available. Sorry. Second. Sorry.
Kanai's throne room.
Right. Then if having it be less frequent makes it better, we'll do that. Like, again, using Halloween, that's my favorite holiday. And if I could dress up and give out candy every day, it wouldn't be as cool. So that's sort of the approach to the Anniversary thing. That said, we tried to make it last for a long time, so it'll be a whole month. So everybody, regardless of hopefully whatever's happening in their life, will have a chance to play it during that time once a year.
I'd also like to add the Challenge Rift stuff does a good amount of that, where a certain build will come up in a week with a very specific layout, and we will never see that exact same Rift again. It's going to keep cycling those out, and it's been really interesting for the team because, as I said, we've gotten really like our hearts set like, oh, I remember that whole build, and I remember that whole like finding the right pylon, and it was really cool. So we're super curious and see what you guys think of that feature as something that feels like exclusive time content.
Well, that Wonder Woman movie's coming out, and then there's the Scovos Islands, so maybe we can have, like, theme going on there. Just an idea. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Every season I love playing my Witch Doctor, and I think all the sets are really cool right now, but with the Gargantuans and the dogs, I find that the AI could be kind of strange sometimes, especially, like, maybe you're pushing high-grader rifts like 80+, and 2 of your Gargantuans want to go and fight trash while you're trying to tank an elite. Do you guys have any plans to improve on the AI of those pets? Maybe make it easier to target certain monsters?
You should play the Necro. Joe can talk about AI.
Yeah, we do actually look at the AI for class pets. In some ways, they work similar to the AI for monsters, but of course, they're controlled by you, so they have additional restrictions. Yeah, that's something that we go back and look at periodically. So we'll look at it.
And one more quick question. With new big patches coming up, when you guys are doing balancing and tuning, are there any plans to change the Legacy of Nightmares set to bring it up to par with the other competitive sets?
I don't know if I would say that the Legacy of Nightmares set is behind. I think Legacy of Nightmares is a set that, I mean, it's constantly changing inherently by nature of new legendaries being added to the game. I think there's also always the possibility that there are new undiscovered builds, new interactions to be found. I mean, I think, for example, the Shimizu's Heori with the Fortress Ballista is an interaction that wasn't discovered, the day after Legacy of Nightmares came out. It took a while, and I think we're pretty happy with where Legacy of Nightmares is. I sort of think of it as like a constantly changing fifth set that every class has access to.
All right, we are almost out of time. Let's do lightning questions with lightning answers real quick before we have to shut this down.
So in the video you had explained just briefly on the armory system, I wanted to know, are the items that were going to be extra sets in the armory system, do they have to stay in our stash or in our inventory, or are they going to be blank, just staying in that armory?
The armory doesn't hold anything. Your items are still held in your stash. There's an option to decide whether it goes to your inventory or your stash when you do a swap.
All right, one more question, I think. Sorry. Lightning round, lightning round.
Short
Yes,
answer.
no, yes,
Hi, guys.
yes, maybe no.
Hi guys. I really love playing Diablo on PC, and sometimes it hurts my wrists. Are you ever going to support controllers on the PC or on Mac?
No plans for that.
Go, go, go.
Hello. First off, thank you for the Necromancer. Very happy about that. Have you guys ever decided about making like a time trial boss fight where you go through like a bunch of the Greater Rift boss and then maybe have like Diablo as a point where you hit him and then you move on and you just go like boss, 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 and you can like raise up the difficulty?
Maybe.
Yeah, we actually have, that idea has come up. Yeah, interesting idea.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I'm afraid we are out of time. Thank you again so much. I really do hope you enjoy the Necromancer and all these changes next week in the anniversary events. I look forward to seeing a few more of you on the floor, and see you in Sanctuary.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for attending Diablo 3 Dev Talk and Q&A. Up next, from the arena, the StarCraft 2 WCS Global Finals.
Hey everybody, thanks for coming out. I hope you guys all just caught opening ceremony where Google DeepMind announced that they're going to be working on StarCraft 2 as their AI platform for research moving forward. But we're not going to talk about that here today. We actually have a panel on that tomorrow morning on the main stage. We're going to talk about what's going on in the game of StarCraft 2. My name is Tim Morton. I'm the production director for StarCraft 2. And I'm here with some of the leads from the dev team, and we're going to talk about what's coming up. So in 2016, we really changed the approach to how we developed StarCraft 2. Prior to that, we had always saved up all of our work to release in these big box product launches. But in this last year, we've been releasing our content as we complete it, and we've had patches and new content, new features all throughout the year. So we're going to keep that up in 2017. You guys are going to have a chance to hear a little bit about what we have in store. So I'm going to be asking the dev team here some questions. I'm going to start off with Chris Reed, who we lovingly refer to as Crash on the dev team. Chris is the lead UI designer. So Chris, in 2016, we had a whole bunch of big UI changes. Can you give us just some highlights?
Absolutely. And before I dive into that, I just wanted to take the time to thank everyone on the team who put all the effort into making these features come to life. It was a lot of work, very exciting, and I'm glad that everyone's been enjoying what we've been working on. So in 2016, we touched on all the modes. For campaign, we were able to do new user interfaces for all of the Nova mission packs. For co-op missions, we supported not only custom mutators, masteries, as well as mutators themselves. We also supported the launch of new commanders. For the ladder or multiplayer, we actually did the ladder revamp, as well as separate MMRs per race. So that was another really cool feature we were excited to bring out. And then finally, just across the UI itself, we were able to touch upon emoticons or emojis, as well as bring out the new feature for collections.
That is a lot of stuff. Can you tell us a little bit about what's in store for 2017?
Absolutely. I don't want to spoil too much of the surprise, but not only are we going to be focused on launching new features, we also want to start leveling up some of the existing features and make them better, clearer, crisper, more polished. So we'll be focused on things such as user-generated content, as well as bringing in a new user experience, making that a lot cleaner, nicer for new users coming in. We also want to work on bringing in new rewards, touching up rewards, as well as making new things to fill out the collections. One of the last things another thing that we want to touch on is the social atmosphere. I know some of you really have some requests towards having the events brought back, so I'm talking to you guys. We'll be touching on those social features, and then finally we have a new feature that I'm really excited to talk about.
All right. Well, so what is this new feature to which you alluded?
It is the War Chest. So in StarCraft 2, we'll be launching the War Chest, and what the War Chest is almost like a large bundle that you'll be able to purchase into, and when you buy this bundle, you'll have content that's given to you immediately, such as rewards like skins, decals, emoticons, things like that. Then as you progress through the season, you'll be able to unlock new rewards that will go into your collection that you can use, such as skins. At the end of the season, another set of rewards will also be given to you just for participating. One of the coolest features about this war chest, and what I'm the most excited to talk about, is that the money that you use to spend on this will go towards supporting global esports initiatives. So if you're really into esports and watching StarCraft esports, this is a way for you to participate in that.
That's super exciting. Awesome. And we are obviously all fans of StarCraft esports. Now, you mentioned the seasons. Are the seasons for the War Chest the same as multiplayer seasons, WCS seasons? What's a season for War Chest?
So a season for War Chest is not necessarily tied to the actual ladder itself. It'll have its own seasons. We are going to correlate these two events from WCS and other global initiatives, so there will be tied to those types of events. However, it's not tied to the ladder itself. And I'm going to dive a little bit into actually how the War Chest functions. So it functions as a virtual treasure map. So as you buy something, and disregard my wonderful wireframes. I know you love looking at my wireframes. But it'll work as a virtual treasure map that you can then unlock rewards as you play. So as you see, there's an XP bar. You'll be able to gain experience either playing multiplayer or co-op. And as you gain that experience, it'll unlock a tier of rewards. As you continue to play, new tiers will unlock. You'll get new sets of rewards. There's going to be 3 rounds of rewards that you can unlock throughout a season. So it's up to you to collect all those really cool rewards.
All right, so as a player, if I want to participate in a season of the War Chest, how do I do that?
So we'll have announcements in the client and on the web that will let you know when this is coming or when this is live and when you'll be able to participate. You'll simply be able to buy into it just like you would any bundle, except this is going to be basically a special mega bundle that you'll be able to then, again, unlock all those different things. Again, at the start, you'll get a bunch of rewards just given to you for buying in. You'll have time to unlock all those. And then at the very end, you'll get another bundle of rewards just for participating.
Very cool. You mentioned that this would benefit StarCraft 2 esports. How does that work?
So this is one of the most exciting things for me, and I know exciting for the team as well. So a portion of the proceeds will go to global esports initiatives. We are still deciding how those funds will be separated and moved around, but we are really interested in making sure that this goes on to support esports throughout the future.
All right, so more details to come.
Definitely more details to come.
Got it. Fair enough. All right, Valerie Watros is the lead writer for StarCraft 2. Valerie, is there anything we should know from a story perspective about the War Chest?
Yeah, the War Chest will feature a new digital comic series. The narrative is moving forward after the events of Nova Covert Ops. So we'll get to see where the Terran, the Zerg, and the Protoss are at. Right now, we're going forward with the name Shadow Wars for the comic series.
Very cool. And let me jump to Alan Dilling. Alan led up the art team for Legacy of the Void and for all of the content that came after. Alan, what kind of content will players be able to unlock for War Chest?
Yeah, we have a lot of awesome rewards for the War Chest feature. First, we have a lot of portraits, which everybody loves. Lots of new decals to show off in your base or on your units. Actually, we're going to put in some new 3D race consoles, actual in-game consoles. For instance, the thank you. The Protoss might have like the Purifier race for like their console, or an Alarak themed one, or maybe go to like there we go. Go to like a more Zergy, different color scheme. Anyway, we also have that. My favorite though overall is the skins. So each race has unit skins based on factions. For example, the Tal'Darim might be the Protoss faction. So they're Amon's evil followers. They're evil. They're dark. They have bladed armor, red crystals, very vile. For the Terrans, going back to Wings of Liberty, we actually have the mercenary faction, so they're a little more heavily advanced, more armored, really cool stuff. And for the Zerg, going back to the Heart of the Swarm, we have one of the strains that's a lot more spiky from Xerus, like some webbing, cool new carapace colors, and just overall more vicious. And we also recognize that readability is a huge part of the game, whether you're a pro player or a casual player. So we made sure, even though we're getting kind of crazy and having some fun with these skins, not to mess with the gameplay at all, or the readability.
All right, so what can you tell us about when the war chest will launch?
So right now we're shooting for the first quarter of next year, so keep your eyes open.
All right, thanks. So that is the war chest. We're going to change gears a little bit now and talk about Nova Covert Ops. So Valerie wrote the story for Nova Covert Ops. Can you give us a little recap of what has happened so far?
Absolutely. So Nova was a character who appeared in Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm briefly. Now we're getting her full story following the events of Legacy of the Void. She has found herself mired in a web of conspiracy and political intrigue tied into the reign of Emperor Valerian. One of the things we have coming up too is Nova the Keep. It's a comic that takes place before the events of Nova Covert Ops, but sets up a lot of the stuff you see happening in there. So this was in the early days of Valerian's reign. Those of you who know your StarCraft lore might remember the Ghost program. It was not always the happiest place to be in. So this comic explores that situation and is a great setup for how some of those character relationships play out in the events of Mission Pack 3.
All right, and when is that comic going to be available? Do you know?
The comic will be out later this month.
All right, coming soon. Very cool. What can you tell us anything about what's coming up in this story without spoiling too much for the third Nova mission pack?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, there's this web of intrigue. It centers around an opposition faction that calls itself the Defenders of Man. Recently, in the last mission pack, Nova learned who was behind the Defenders of Man. It was not who anyone expected. And here today at Blizzcon, we have a little teaser for you right from the beginning of Mission Pack 3 as we're catching up with the leader of this faction and seeing a hint of what motivates her to do all of these things she's doing. So here you go.
Have been augmented by technology recovered from the Mobius Foundation. If discovered, it will trace back to Valerian Minsk.
I've accepted that my father is beyond redemption and must be removed from power.
Yes.
The Emperor has arrived, General. He wants to make his announcement soon.
Does he? We'll be watching closely. If anything goes wrong, your orders are to kill that boy.
Yikes. All right. Let's switch over to Alan. Alan, what can you tell us about what the art team has been working on for the mission packs?
Yeah, after Legacy of the Void shipped, we thought this is the best looking StarCraft game ever. The crew did an amazing job, from the cutscenes to the campaign maps, the effects, the UI, everything. So one of the challenges for us is how do we improve on that? How do we raise the bar and just make a better product? One thing that helped out was the scope. We actually have less missions. There's 3 missions per pack, and usually in an expansion it's like 25, 30. So we were able to put more resources toward each map, which means more detail, just more cool stuff. Telling a better story. How do we complement the gameplay further? And then also, we've had like 70-something missions over the course of StarCraft 2. So we've seen a lot of jungle planets, space platforms, cities, all these things. So trying to figure out, how do we best tell these stories in new environments, keep it fresh. And one thing is to actually make new locations wherever the story allows. So, for instance, Mission Pack 2, we had this cool tropical resort, which seems kind of un-StarCrafty, and then, of course, it gets invaded by Zerg, and there's like burning boats and everything, and then it feels very StarCrafty all of a sudden. We also have like a mining planet that has terrazine gas throughout the atmosphere, actually produced by these huge flying space whales, so kind of getting more fantastical with it. And then we have the other side of that is how do we take something we've already seen before, like a city, and try and just give it more detail, make it more immersive, more engaging for the player. So here we have another city, but we've added a lot more distinct areas and like industrial districts. There's like a biker bar. There's a banking area. We actually have a natural history museum that has ultralisk bones in it, which is really cool. And just a lot more small details in it that we're able to put into the maps. And then on the cutscene side for the story mode team, they did an amazing job just, improving camera work, lighting, scripting, all these things that try and tell the story in the best way possible. And I think you saw from Valerie's video, they did an amazing job.
Definitely. So how about on the unit side? Our team doing anything special for Nova's units?
Yeah, we felt Nova is such an awesome character. She deserves her own unit. So for the mission packs, she has all her units used in the mission packs are her own skins from the Covert Ops theme. So and starting with the new Mission Pack 3 coming out soon, all her buildings will also have the Covert Ops themed skins. So we did some fun stuff with these. It's kind of nice because it's a departure from the old skins, the old technology of Terrans, where it's a little more clunky, traditionally, kind of welded together, rusty. And this is the opposite end of the spectrum, where it's a little more elegant, more stealthy, more high tech. It's the pinnacle of Terran technology. So it was kind of fun for us to flex in that manner.
Got it. And so will all of these new art assets be available to arcade content creators?
Absolutely. Just like all the campaign art in the past, all the assets and all the source art will be available for all the mod community or the arcade maps, whatever you guys want to do with it. So we're really, really excited about that. And also, we actually put in some new functionality. Like, for instance, we needed a hologram to turn on, and that's all we needed for it. But we went ahead and made sure we had different states, and now it's to turn it off and include those animations in the final files, so that way you guys can use it however you wanted to.
So I know a question that's going to come up since we're not working on other mission packs right now. Val, is this the end of the StarCraft story?
We've wrapped up Nova's story with Nova Covert Ops for now. The story will be moving forward with the comics that we're calling Shadow Wars. So you'll get to see what all three races are up to in that content.
Very exciting. And how do players experience those comics then for War Chest?
For the first time, they will be available right in your StarCraft game. So you can go straight from playing to reading comics.
That is super exciting. Very cool. All right, we're going to change up gears again and talk about co-op. So at the end of the row, we've got Matt Morris and David Sum, who led up the co-op vision and implementation. So Matt, co-op turned out to be a really popular game mode. Can you tell me a little bit about what your expectations were ahead of the launch of Legacy of the Void?
Yeah, our expectations, it was a little hard for us to gauge. We've never done something like this before, never done co-op in our RTS for our games before, so it was a little hard to gauge, but we had hoped that everyone who enjoyed the campaign would come over here to the space and they would play after they finished the campaign, and we were hoping that players would stick around for like 10 hours, which is roughly the equivalent of a full-length campaign. However, when we launched Legacy of the Void, we found a couple months later that there was a large group of people maxing out a commander, which is roughly 20 hours. And when we launched the mastery levels and the weekly mutations earlier this year, we never would have expected that the number of games being played per day at times would exceed what you would see in the competitive multiplayer scene. And that was just something we never expected.
Excellent. Well, so David, then, over the course of this year, we've seen a pretty steady stream of new commanders and new maps. Can we expect that to continue into 17?
Yeah, definitely. We're really excited about next year. We're planning on making new commanders, new maps, as well as some new features.
And is there a predetermined schedule for how that stuff's going to release? Is it going to be as it's finished? What's the plan?
Yeah, we started looking at the next year, and we have some goals we've laid out, but as usual, we focus on quality, so the times and the release schedules may vary a little bit.
All right, fair enough. So you led the design on the commanders. Who's the next commander?
The next commander will be Alexei Stukov. He's the infested Terran. You guys may remember him from StarCraft Brood War, and more recently, you may remember him as one of Kerrigan's allies.
All right, so Stukov is here to play, right? Can you tell us more about his abilities?
Yeah, so Stukov has, he's kind of like Terran and Zerg, so we've incorporated both races kind of into his playstyle. We also wanted to represent the infested zombie-like theme that he has. So he's got things like a building that spawns endless waves of infested civilians. He's got production structures that are infested Terran buildings, but they use cocoons. And he's also got like this theme about being having grotesque monsters, which are just mashups of Terran and Zerg. For example, his siege tank has tentacles that can poke the enemy. It'll eat your own civilians and then shoot them out as ammo. So he's got some really crazy stuff. And speaking of some grotesque monsters, some of you guys may remember the infested bunker that we showed at BlizzCon many, many years ago. Here's a preview. If you guys see if you can remember this guy. So yeah, that guy is definitely not your typical bunker. He can uproot, he can walk around, he generates his own infested Marines inside of himself, he can unload them, so he's got some pretty crazy stuff going on.
Seriously, all right. Is he going to be a playable hero on the battlefield like Kerrigan?
He is not. He has some pretty fun abilities on his top bar. For example, an ability that lets you control your infested. He's got the ability to infest structures. You can target your own structures, your ally structures, and even the enemy structures. He's also got a couple abilities that'll call down some of these big monsters, which I won't spoil here. You guys can check him out on the show floor. He's playable just down in the hall. Just a little caveat, he is still work in progress, so you guys are seeing a very early version of him.
All right, very cool. Let's see, do we have anything to show?
We do. We have a very special sneak peek video to show you guys, so let's check that out.
I still know a thing or two about leading an army. My forces are unorthodox, but effective. Our opponents lack a basic understanding of strategy. I will send my forces to establish control. Have you any idea how many infested there are? My army might be monsters, but that is what makes us strong.
That's a great line.
All right. Well, now I know we don't just have a new commander coming. We've also got a new map. Is that right, Matt?
That is correct. We have a new map here at BlizzCon called Minor Evacuation. We are also introducing a new character with this mission named Deborah Green. She's a Calmorian Guildmaster, and she really needs the help of the commanders to help evacuate some civilian shuttles from an infested planet.
All right, so how does the player help do that?
So the way this mission works is there are 9 shuttles on the map, but there's only ever 7 of them that will ever be active. This will be different every time you play the mission. This is something we're trying to get into a lot of our missions, is more replayability. And so when one of these shuttles starts activating, the infested units will come out and they'll try to destroy the shuttle. So the player needs to do 2 things. They need to get over to the shuttle, they need to clear it out, and then they need to stay and defend the shuttle while it's prepping to take off. Once enough shuttles have left the planet, you will then win, but if you lose too many shuttles, you will lose the mission. And I have, just if you guys haven't had a chance to go over to the demo station, I have a little video as to what the mission looks like. It probably speaks more to Alan and his art team and some of the stuff we're doing for the co-op.
And this map is also based on that one mining plant I told you about with the terrazine gas and the giant space whales. And I think the Calamarian miners came in here and kind of colonized it, but we've taken these old maps in the campaign and turned them into co-op maps, so it's been really fun. Lots of creep.
Okay, so Left to Die. It's been a really popular arcade map. Any plans to bring that to co-op?
Yes, we're actually working on the Left to Die map. This was a very popular arcade map that Blizzard published right after Wings of Liberty. It was technically our very first cooperative map where you saw 2 players against objectives. So this is something we're working on, but we had to make a lot of changes to this mission in order to fit into the co-op mode. So we're going to change this mission and call it Dead of Night now. Now this mission still has all the same flavor you remember from the previous mission. It has the day-night cycle. At nighttime, the infestors are going to come in and they're going to try to overpower the commanders. And then once the day breaks, the sun comes up and it's going to destroy all the evil infested units. And you can also expect to see a lot of those custom units that you saw in the previous one too. So you got the kaboomers, the chokers, the hunterlings, and stuff like that. So we're really excited to get this mission out. Right now we're looking at sometime early 2017. And just got a little sneak peek video of what the mission looks like and how it's coming along.
Very cool. So on the multiplayer side, we see a lot of great community maps. Is there going to be an opportunity for the community to get involved in building co-op?
Yeah, I want to make an announcement. Rock the Cabinet is a contest that we've really enjoyed. Last year's theme on the fantasy-based, we really enjoyed that. So the Rock the Cabinet contest we're doing this year is actually going to be focused on co-op missions. So anybody out there who's been excited to create a co-op map and try to get it into the pool, we're going to have the full announcement with the full details coming in weeks after BlizzCon. So please stay tuned.
Excellent. Yeah, and I think we have a co-op map making panel happening also. Is that right?
Yes, upstairs in the third floor, the
Dark Moon Fair.
Dark Moon Fair?
Dark Moon Fair, yeah. 4 o'clock.
Okay, so get some details there. David, jumping over to you for a second. Mutators have really increased replayability for co-op. We've seen just a ton of new mutators over the course of the year. Is that going to keep up next year? Are we going to start recycling? What's the plan?
So we've been really excited about mutations and the mutators that we've made, along with the mastery levels. It really was a game changer for us. It gave fresh content to players every week, as well as the long-term goals with the masteries. So we're really excited about continuing to work on new content, new combinations. We're even doing like special events, like the Halloween one that we just played. So there'll be more of those in the future, so we're really excited about continuing our work.
Tremendous. Anything else, Matt, that you can tell us coming for co-op for next year?
Yeah, we're in the middle of designing a new feature that we're calling the co-op leaderboards. And what co-op leaderboards will do is it's going to give a score to all the co-op players. And the way this works is when you complete a mission, you're going to get a score based on how efficiently you beat that mission. Once you've played all the missions, you're going to get a final score, and this is what the default leaderboard will show. Now, our goal is not just to do the normal gameplay. We also want to do the weekly mutation challenges, so you'll have a weekly scoreboard there, and also for the custom mutators as well. Like I said, we're still in the middle of designing this, so there's a lot of details we need to still iron out. But we want to try to get as much flexibility into the system as we can. We want players to be able to look at individual missions to see how they improve the score. They want to see which commanders are doing best on which map, and even per difficulty. So right now we're looking somewhere probably middle of 2017 when we'll be done with this.
All right, that's going to be a great addition, definitely. Here's a question that I suspect people out there would like to know. You guys, having worked on co-op, what co-op commanders do you play?
Well, for me, they're all like children like my own children. So it's really difficult to pick a favorite. It really depends on the kind of mood I'm in. So for example, if I feel like pew-pewing things from space, I'll play Karax. I have a lot of fun with Abathur because I like picking up power-ups on the map. So yeah, it really just depends on the mood. I like to cycle through them all.
How about you, Matt?
You know, I think from day one I've really gravitated towards Kerrigan. I enjoyed controlling a lot of power in a single unit. I run around, I try to destroy as much of the map as I can. Obviously on the higher difficulties I get myself in trouble because I'll tend to forget to build an army. But I have a lot of fun running with Kerrigan, and right now I want to say Alrak is coming in for a second for me because he has that very similar feel that I could go onto the map and just destroy a lot of units. So really enjoying those two commanders.
All right. David, I know you've helped from time to time on the multiplayer side as well. What can you tell us about what's coming up for StarCraft 2 Multiplayer?
Well, StarCraft Multiplayer has a full panel on its own. It's at 4:45 right here on this stage, so make sure to come back. We're going to be doing a deep dive into the upcoming patch with all the changes.
Okay. Very good. Well, you guys are probably tired of hearing me ask these guys questions, so if you have questions for them, or for me for that matter, you can start lining up at the microphone that's going to be in the aisle. I think it's over there. And just to recap a little bit, we have a tremendous amount coming up in the year ahead for StarCraft 2. You've heard about War Chest, which is a very exciting new feature that will help support StarCraft 2 esports. The conclusion to the Nova mission packs that should really be pretty epic. And then just a ton of stuff that's coming on the co-op side and more to talk about in the multiplayer panel later on today. Before we get to questions, I want to highlight that we have a number of other StarCraft panels that are happening here at BlizzCon. There's one that I think overlaps a little bit with the end of this one, StarCraft 2 Art and Design. We've got the co-op mission panel that we talked about earlier, the multiplayer panel we alluded to. We have a co-op show match happening that should be super exciting to watch. Of course, WCS Finals, and then finally tomorrow morning, the Google DeepMind AI collaboration with the StarCraft 2 dev team. So be sure to check out all of those if you can. And for now, we will start taking some questions.
I think we went too fast.
All right, while they're doing that, I also forgot to mention that we have a very special BlizzCon mutation challenge. It's one that we made just for BlizzCon. So that's also playable on the show floor. So make sure to check out Stukov, the new map, and the special mutation challenge.
Yeah, right over there.
Hi. I was a little unclear. There's co-op here commanders that are off map and just have like global abilities, like, you know, and then there's ones with the unit you control, like an actual hero unit. Is Stukov one of those? I couldn't tell.
So Stukov is not a hero on the field. He's one that has the powers that you call down from the top bar.
And are you leaning more towards those kind of heroes? Because I personally prefer the off-the-map heroes.
Okay. We like to keep a variety. Okay. It really depends on the theme and the play style that we're going for. So, you know, for example, Kerrigan and Nova, they make very obvious good heroes on the field. So it really depends on hero to hero.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, I'd like to ask if you're planning to add an option to disable skins for competitive multiplayer.
We don't have that planned right now, but I think that's feedback we're open to. So definitely if people have opinions on that, let us know and we will take that to heart.
Okay, thanks.
With the death of Pro League, is StarCraft multiplayer dying? Ending?
I actually think that StarCraft multiplayer is in an amazing place right now. If we look at what's going on here at BlizzCon with 3 foreigners in the round of 8, this is going to be one of the most exciting WCS finals that we've ever seen. We've got some big plans for WCS Circuit and for WCS Korea coming up next year. Obviously, Pro League has been wonderful to experience all of these years, and we've enjoyed it very much. But we do believe that the ecosystem in Korea will stay vibrant and stay healthy, and we see StarCraft 2 multiplayer gaining in popularity. We expect that we will have another great year next year.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I was wondering if, let's say, what you're doing with Alexei Sukov, we'll be able to see with more heroes kind of like that. For example, a match between Protoss and Terran or Protoss and Zerg heroes as well.
Want to take that?
Well, there are, I guess there are hybrids out there. There's some Zelnaga maybe. I don't know. Well, what kind of hero would you like to see?
I'd kind of like to see something between Protoss and Terran. Mostly sort of like a tech combination. Like, let's say they've got a carrier that shoots off a bunch of ships, but on the bottom of it, it's got the weapon of a siege tank that can shoot the ground as well.
Yeah, people have been posting lots of crazy ideas that are really awesome on the forums, so maybe you can write up a commander pitch that I can read later. Steal your ideas.
Okay, cool.
Thanks.
Hello. I was actually wondering if you were pursuing any ideas for different game modes.
Well, I think there is always brainstorming going on. We don't have anything specific to talk about right now, but we love to hear ideas from the community as well. We've seen a few come in, so if you guys have ideas, please share those too.
I know a lot of people like to have like siege or defense type game modes where they can try to get like a high score. That kind of game mode is great for single player and multiplayer where you can try to get the high score.
Okay.
Yeah, we have the we announced the leaderboards coming out, and so as we talk about the leaderboard, we do talk about what more can we actually add to co-op. Obviously we have the weekly mutation challenges. We've had conversations of what can we do differently than just mutators. It's something we could slide in for that week, something that would feed a system like you're talking, but nothing solid at this point.
All right, thank you.
I think also the mutation challenges may give us a space to kind of explore some of those wackier ideas like defense maps and stuff.
Hey, now I'm a huge fan of StarCraft, and I think like your game is amazing, and every time I present it to somebody, they love it. Like, they don't know the game. Even if they don't game, they love the game. So I feel like if there's a lack of marketing, like coming to find new players, like, I don't know, like new trailers or things that would pass on TV, or like putting boards, like when Overwatch came to be, there was so much stuff on, like everybody see it everywhere, and I feel like StarCraft deserves some of that love with all this new co-op and everything. It's less overwhelming now to start StarCraft than it ever was, because it was so overwhelming before to play this game, and now it's like easy. You can go in, you can play co-op, you don't have to like fight a bunch of people that are just going to destroy you. It's really satisfying. So is there any plan on like giving a new punch of marketing or something?
We will be doing some things towards the middle of the year to really encourage players to come in and check out StarCraft or check back in on StarCraft if they haven't in a while. I think already there is, with co-op, with the new tutorial that we did with Legacy of the Void, so much content for players who are coming into the game new. The other thing I would mention is we do have Starter Edition, which is free to download. The first 5 missions of Wings of Liberty, the 3 prologue missions from Legacy of the Void, custom multiplayer, arcade. So there are a lot of tools for players who are new to StarCraft to come in and check it out. And the biggest thing that you guys can do to help is spread that word and get your friends in to check out StarCraft. But we will definitely try to encourage them this year as well.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. In regards to Stukov, great new commander, but are you guys looking to add Talendar with the Purifiers or Dahaka with the Primal Zerg anytime soon? Because those would be amazing commanders.
Those do sound like really cool commanders.
But we have nothing to say at this point, but yeah, we have a list of commanders that we'd like to do. Those are commanders that are definitely on the list. So, I mean, if you guys are going out there and posting on Reddit and the forum, like which commanders you like, because this is really a good opportunity, the way we drop content now, to actually interact with the community and really see what you guys want, right? Because that's ultimately our goal, is to make content for you guys.
Thank you very much. I'm super excited for when Dahaka comes out.
Sweet.
Hi there. I'm a big fan of StarCraft. I love all the stuff that you're doing with the co-op missions and the story. Being a big fan since the first one, it's an awesome build. One thing that I really like is the competitive play. And with the topics that you discussed today, there isn't too much on things being added to the meta, new units for each of the different races. Do we have plans for that? Maybe not this year, but maybe in 2018 or 2019?
That's a good one to hit David Kim with in the multiplayer panel. But what I will say, and Davey's kind of gone on record with this before, you know, we are constantly evaluating the game, and I think the balanced test map that's out there now represents some thinking about how the game should evolve. But Davey in the past has expressed openness to consider other changes moving forward, so that's a great one to hit him with at that panel. I don't know, David, do you want to say anything else on that front?
Yeah. That's all right, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hi, I was wondering, with the implementation of the mastery levels for the commanders, for future plans, how would you keep the balance in check with them sort of like expanding on power?
Yeah, we're definitely keeping a close eye on those. There are a bunch of mastery categories that are not super desirable, so we're always looking at those. We're trying to, you know, look at the data, read the forums. But the nice thing about the way that we're releasing content now is that we can easily patch, and we can make not only balance changes, but we can make some design changes as well. So
cool.
We're definitely open to feedback. Again, I want to plug our talk at 3 o'clock. It's on the 3rd floor at 3 o'clock in the Dark Moon Fair. So if you want to drop by, we can kind of talk about some more details.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that is it for questions. Thank you guys so much for playing StarCraft. We really appreciate you coming out to BlizzCon, and we will see you on the show floor and in the arena.
Hello everyone, welcome to the multiplayer panel. My name is David Kim. This is Michael Scipione, and this is Aaron Kirkpatrick. We are a few of the members on the StarCraft 2 multiplayer team. So today we're going to be talking to you guys about the 2016 major balance design patch. And before we get started, I'd like to point out that we have been working together with our community for the past couple years. So for those of you who have been keeping track of our design processes, design philosophies, and the decisions that we made together with you guys, a lot of the information that we're going to be talking about today will hopefully not be a surprise, but we still wanted to get into this panel so that we can talk to you guys about the cool stuff that are coming, especially to the people who haven't been paying attention, so that you can come back to StarCraft 2 and try out these awesome changes. And speaking of which, if you wanted to get involved in working together on StarCraft 2, we actually have the balance testing queue on the live game. So if you go to Battle.net, click on the multiplayer tab and the testing sub-tab, you can actually queue into it, play some games, and then join in on the discussions. And for the discussions, we have the weekly updates that we do on a weekly basis, as you can see on the other side. So you can join in on these discussions, give us your feedback so that we can work together to make sure that StarCraft 2 is the best game that it can be. So let's get started. The main goal, as many of you already probably know, of StarCraft 2 is stability to promote mastery. And what we mean by this is we want to have a situation in StarCraft 2 where the game isn't changing so much so that players can feel like they can feel like just like my number of hours that I put into the game and really like hard work, giving the hard work at practicing the game can't be disrupted by major changes that come to the game so often. So that's why we have this goal, because we believe the core fun of StarCraft 2 is really mastering specific parts of the game And then feeling that sense of accomplishment that you get from StarCraft 2 is unlike any other game out there, is what we think. So how do we get there? And we had balance patches and expansions so far. So let's talk a little bit about both of these things. For balance patches, our biggest goal is to make the smallest changes possible. And the reason for that, like we said just now, is to respect the players' time and effort that they put into the game. And we didn't want to make big design changes or big balance changes to kind of disrupt that flow. And therefore, the big stuff we left for expansions. So in expansions, this is where we did the big balance changes and the design changes, and we also introduced new units. And the reason for this is because sometimes small changes aren't enough to solve specific issues. So we needed a place where we make these big changes, and we kind of looked at these as a bit of a soft reset. So players can play with these changes during the off-season, and we can finish tuning and polishing the changes after the expansion launches during the off-season. And when the new ladder season begins, all the ladder players can go back to that fully competitive experience that they're used to. So now that we don't have expansions anymore, because StarCraft 2 is a live service game, we asked ourselves, and as we evaluated the game throughout the course of this year, we said, hey, but there are some big issues remaining with the game still. And because we don't have expansions anymore, how can we handle these big changes? Because we're not going to change our philosophies on the more frequent balance changes, balance patches. So we said, what if we were to do a major patch, and we kind of align it as if we were doing another expansion. So we kind of looked at this as a bit of a multiplayer-only expansion type of deal. And that's why there are such big design changes, big balance changes, as well as we did some exploration on potential for new units as well. So these three things will be what we're going to talk about today. So before I hand it off to Michael Scipione to talk about redesign and rebalance, I'd like to just point out that because of the number of changes that we're doing with this major patch is so massive, we can't go into every single change, but we tried our best to make sure that we cover all the big changes. But if you wanted to check out that full list, you can either log on and play online, or you can go to starcraft2.com and check out the blog that's going to come up right after this panel.
Hi, everybody. I'm Michael Scipione. I work on the StarCraft 2 multiplayer team, and I also work on the campaign team. But here, we're going to talk about each of the races and some of the big changes we're doing with them. Up first is Terran. Specifically, we're looking at Terran Mech. Terran Mech serves as a strategic zone control play style. This is different than Terran Bio, which is more of a multi-pronged tactical play style. So for Terran Mech, we decided to look at what do they have and what preys upon mech. For what they have, we looked at things such as the Cyclone, the Siege Tank, and the Battle Cruiser. We also looked at what preys upon mech, especially the relationship between mech and Protoss with the Tempest. So starting things off, we have the Cyclone. On the live version of the game, the Cyclone acts as a sort of assassination tool. You pick your target, you lock on, and it opens fire. And then you need to keep the Cyclone alive by moving around. It is not a frontline fighter, as we see here. So when we were looking at mech, we thought, what if mech had an armored unit that could come out earlier and give them more map control and fight against early enemy armored units? And so we looked into redesigning the Cyclone to do this. In this way, we gave it a new auto attack and changed its stats a bit, as you can see here. The Cyclone actually maintains its lock-on ability for fighting against air units. With this new ground attack, we're hoping that the Cyclone will be able to get map control, and when defending your main stack of units, it can ward away small groups of enemy armored units that might try to pick off your big guns. And speaking of those big guns, let's go to the Siege Tank. On the live version, the Siege Tank does a good amount of damage, but can be overrun when faced with large amounts of enemies. So, since I said we were looking at zone control, we decided to make a change to the tank, and I'll let you see it here. Post-patch, the siege tank does a lot more damage. This will make it very dangerous to just walk into an enemy siege tank line if you're unprepared. However, Terran commanders, you have to be careful. And greater damage means greater friendly fire, so you have to be careful with your siege tank positioning. We also, in order to make it more of a zone control style, we removed the medevac pickup ability from the siege tank. So now it's more of a commitment to where you want to siege up and where you want to destroy your enemy. We also looked at the battle cruiser. And with the battle cruiser, we looked at its abilities, specifically that right now, tactical jump, which allows you to warp anywhere, and Yamato cannon, which allows you to blast an enemy to pieces, are tied to the same energy. So you have a choice of using one or the other. We made a change where they're now on separate cooldowns, so you choose both. So here, instead of saying, which one do I want, you say, when do I want the battlecruiser to go full power and attack the enemy, or when do I want to use it more defensively with both abilities? We also looked at what preys upon mech. Specifically, the Tempest with 15 range outranges everything in the mech arsenal on live, and this makes it have consistent damage against mech forces, which is very difficult for them to engage into because, again, they have low mobility. So we took its auto attack and reduced its range, and instead gave the Tempest an ability that can stun units, but only if you don't move out of the way in time, making it more of a combo piece. At 8 range, the new Tempest actually has lower ground attack range than the Thor, which should allow for a more interesting back and forth. Also, before I go on, I'd like to point out that all the art and sound effects you see here are still temporary. They'll be different once it goes live. Up next is Protoss itself. With Protoss, we wanted to look at the gateway units and make sure they're all getting the same amount of use. To that extent, we believe Zealots are a little bit weaker, so we've been looking into buffing their speed post-upgrade. We also looked at harassment units and making sure that the harassment options for Protoss are a bit more evened out. To that extent, we're nerfing adepts through their shade vision range. So now if you shade aggressively, you need to be much more careful as the amount of information you get is lower. We're also reducing Warp Prism's whole amount, which means it has the same amount of shields, but if you're careless, you could lose that prism much more easily. But we're also buffing some of their harassment options with the Dark Templar. With the Dark Templar, we're giving it a blink, which should help it for later game, as it comes online later game. We also looked at air units, specifically the Void Ray and the Carrier. We wanted to promote more of the Carrier Interceptor micro, and with the Void Ray, we've increased its speed, so it's a bit more of a strike. So with the Dark Templar, before, they do serve a role, and they're very good, up until detection starts coming online. So in the patch, we have introduced a late game upgrade off of the Dark Shrine that will give the Dark Templars a blink that is very similar to the Stalker ability, but does give you some vision of which direction it's moving. which should allow you to do more carry like this. Up next is the Zerg. The Zerg have a few interesting changes. The Hydralisk is being seen more as a core unit as opposed to right now where it's more of a pure support unit. To that extent, we've looked into increasing its range, and also post-upgrade, it'll now gain speed both on creep and off creep. Before, it was only role, we believe its role is correct, but its cost might be too high for what it does. So with the Hydralisk, with that increased speed and increased range, here you can see when a Liberator comes into attack, they now have the ability to attack and kill off the Liberator, whereas before they could not. Which was a good effort, but not quite enough. So we thought that perhaps this role is correct, but they've been costed too much for now. So for the same amount of cost, here's how many more swarm hosts you can have. As another little thing that changed with the swarm hosts, we actually increased the swoop range of those locusts by 1. This means that they'll be less vulnerable to anti-aircraft fire and allow more of them to get in range to actually attack their targets. So, up next will be Aaron Kirkpatrick to talk about new unit exploration.
Hey everyone. So, as David mentioned earlier on, we were looking at accomplishing with this major patch a lot of the same things that we do with expansions. In fact, we think of this as sort of a multiplayer-only expansion. And a key part of any expansion is, well, it has been the addition of new units. They act as a focus point for new strategies. They add a lot of excitement to the game. And so this was something that we knew we definitely wanted to take a look at. but ultimately did not end up working out. And so I wanted to go into a little bit what we explored, what we tried, and sort of give you a behind-the-scenes look on why it didn't end up working out, but what did come out of it. So when we started, we were looking at two specific areas. There was the Terran and the Zerg to start with, and we knew that with Terran mech being such a big focus, the Goliath could actually be a really good unit to add here. We get requests to see Goliaths from Terran players quite frequently. It's a very beloved unit from StarCraft 1, and so this seemed like a great opportunity to explore adding it, seeing how well it can round out the mech arsenal. On the other side of things, for Zerg, we were really just looking for anything that Zerg was missing. We didn't have anything in particular in mind, but we were thinking that maybe there's some role that isn't being filled or some cool tech option that we haven't thought of. We've often come up with units like that in the past, so we wanted to make sure we were being thorough and really take a look at the Zerg race and all other races as thoroughly as we can. So on the Goliath side, we knew we couldn't just take the unit from StarCraft 1, bring it over into StarCraft 2, and everything would be fine. There's a lot of new threats that Goliaths would have to deal with that weren't there. For example, Void Rays are a very strong anti-armored unit. There was nothing really comparable in StarCraft 1, and when we played with it in games, we found that Void Rays would actually just wipe them out very quickly, especially if you had a small number of Goliaths. Also, Mutalisks, although used quite heavily in StarCraft 1, couldn't be grouped up in the same numbers as we often see them in SC2. StarCraft 2 Zerg player will sometimes bring out like 20, maybe even 40 Mutalisks, which really is capable of focusing down small numbers of Goliaths that you're trying to react to harassment with, and it just didn't feel very effective. So when we were looking at what could we do to bring the Goliath up to par, we were thinking about some of the weaknesses that it had here, like AoE would be really good. In order to deal with some 40 Mutalisks, having splash damage would be really effective. However, that's already what the Thor does. It does that job pretty well. In fact, it's even more mech-like when it does it. It's not very mobile. You have to really carefully position it. It matches that kind of gameplay we have. And so we were thinking maybe that isn't right. But the Goliath had always been a long-ranged unit, so maybe we could go down that direction. But when we tried that, we found that the Goliath was really acting just as sort of a mech marine in these matchups. You were doing a lot of stutter stepping, you were taking groups of them around and just using them as more of a general all-purpose unit, and we were losing some of that positional feel that we feel defines mech. So we said maybe anti-air isn't the way to go. Maybe it can be a capable anti-air unit, but it's going to have a lot more anti-ground power. We had noticed that mech has a hard time claiming map control against other races, so we thought maybe we can do something there, but taking care not to make it feel, again, more like just a mech marine. So we were looking at a fast attack speed unit that isn't really used for stutter stepping so much, and was also targeted more on the armored side of things, since the Hellion already deals pretty well at anti-light map control. Now, while we were thinking about that, we also realized, you know, this doesn't really feel like a Goliath at all anymore. It's this unit that's being used for, you know, skirmishes, harassment, mostly anti-ground usage. So rather than just bringing back the Goliath for the sake of it, we were looking at other units like the Cyclone, which weren't being used as much as we'd like to see them, and we thought it could really use a revamp rather than just putting in a unit for the sake of having something new. So ultimately, we decided no Goliath, but we were going to take that exploration and put it to good use, and so we still got the gameplay that we found and liked. The Thor, we decided, will be the core anti-air option for mech, but we were going to commit to making any changes we needed to in order for this to be viable. Skip went into that with the Tempest range reduction, and we've also looked at tweaking its damage if necessary. And the Cyclone is serving that sort of map control, anti-armored unit role that we had looked at and liked, but didn't feel fit a Goliath. So on the Zerg side, like I said, we were taking a more general approach to things. So we had to sort of think back to when we didn't have as much to go on back in Wings of Liberty. And in Wings of Liberty, we had this thing called the 15-unit max rule, which, as I'll explain in a moment, is really more talking about unit overlap. So the 15-unit max rule was a restriction we placed on ourselves that said we are not going to put more than 15 units on any given race, just period. And it's not because 15 units is some magic number, it's the perfect amount of units that you want in an RTS or anything like that. It's actually just that having that constraint forced us to really choose which units we're bringing the most to that race, which we're adding the most strategic options, and really forced us to create a very tight and clean set of units that had very clear roles. And we found that although 15 units per race wasn't really the max number for us, as we've added many more since then, it's still that process of saying, what does a unit add to the race? What roles does it fill that we really needed to look at? So going back to Zerg specifically, we started applying this mindset and saying, okay, what roles are currently being filled by Zerg units? What sorts of attack types do they have? What are they used for, like in terms of harassment versus main army engagements or skirmishes? And like, what units do they counter? So we look at Zerglings, Roaches, Hydras, etc., anti-light, anti-armor, generalist. And we started playing with some of these and seeing if we just started adding units that we didn't have, what would it be like? An example of this is a tier 1.5 unit, which means that it requires a tech building, but you don't need a lair. And it spawned in groups of 3 and was very tanky. And the idea here was maybe we could have a tanky unit to buffer for your Hydralisks. However, when we were doing this, we found that because it spawns in groups of 3, it was feeling a lot like a Zergling. It was very swarmy, and you were using it in a lot of the spots that you would just want to overwhelm your opponent with a lot of units. And on the high health side, it was feeling a lot like a Roach. And since we already have these 2 roles in, we were finding that we weren't really clear when we wanted to use a Zergling, when we wanted to use a Roach, or when we wanted to use this new unit. And as somebody fighting it, it wasn't really clear what tech options you'd need to go to defeat Zerg, even if you knew he was going that Hydralisk tech path. So it was feeling really muddy. We didn't really like it, and so we moved on to the next unit and tried a new role, and we tried another one, and we tried this for all 3 races. We did a lot of exploration on the Terran side and the Protoss side as well, but none of them really worked out. That doesn't mean that we didn't get anything out of this, though. As I said earlier, we were able to take these lessons and really apply them to underused units, focus on strategies that weren't seeing as much use, and we think we were able to increase the diversity of the game, and it feels like there are a bunch of new units because stuff is being done in a way that wasn't before, even though we aren't adding anything new right now. With that said, that doesn't mean that we're never going to add new units to the game. This is just the conclusion that we've come to right now, and depending upon what we hear from all of you giving us feedback from how this is playing, or any ideas that people bring up, because we've had a lot of really cool stuff added lately that came from the community, that's when we'll be making the decision as far as new units being added to the game in the future. And now, to talk about what specifically we're going to be looking at up in the future is David Kim.
Hey, so we're going to get into the Q&A section of the panel very soon. So if you guys can start lining up on, I think it's the left side, for questions, that would be great. And as you guys do that, I want to talk about what's next for us. And the answer to this question, I think, is a lot simpler than you might expect, because last year we had Blizzcon soon after Legacy of the Void released. And then we had the off season to really focus down on polishing and balance testing the changes that just came out to get ready for the new season this year. So because right after this BlizzCon, we're thinking maybe in a couple weeks, we're going to release this to the live game. So it's going to be the same thing. We're going to have to focus heavily on playtesting these changes on the ladder, tuning and polishing these changes so that we're ready for next year. And next year, it's going to be similar as this year as well. throughout the first half of next year, we're going to have to really make sure that these changes were really good for the game. Are there any more big changes that are needed to the game, or is it just more focusing down on small changes? These are the questions that we're going to have to answer. And depending on the answer to these questions, the second half of next year will go potentially go quite similarly, or it'll go differently. But we won't know until we get to that point. So that's what's next for us. So let's continue working together so that we can make StarCraft 2 really awesome next year as well. So before we get into questions, we actually brought a few copies of Collector's Edition Legacy of the Void, and then we asked the StarCraft 2 development team to sign them to show our thanks to the most dedicated people that came to this panel today, even though the great matches are happening just over there on the arena stage. I think Zest versus Stats is playing right now, and I'm also like super curious who's going to win. But that's what we did. So how we're going to do this is before you ask your question, if you can pick one of 3 StarCraft races that is your favorite, and we'll roll a dice using Aaron's great technology phone that he has. And if we'll go by the expansion level. So if you roll 1 or 2 and you've picked Terran, then you'll win a copy. If you roll 3 or 4 and you've picked Zerg, then you'll win a copy that way. And 5 and 6 for Protoss. Thanks.
Hi, David. Hi, panel. My name's Mike. I've been playing since StarCraft 1, 96. Just some feedback on Legacy. The Ultralisk, it cripples Terran so much. None of my friends can really keep up when we play now, so my feedback is that watching an Ultra gut like 30 Marines just makes my heart bleed, and I'm really happy to see mech being viable, but I really hope you keep flying tanks in. I can't unsee it. Thank you very much. That's it, just feedback.
Hey, but you didn't say your favorite race.
Oh, Terran, of course.
Oh,
Terran.
Okay, let's roll for it and see.
Drum roll. Terran.
You win.
You won. And speaking of winning as Terran, I would also mention that we have already talked about, and in fact, we're going to roll out changes to the Ultralisk coming up with the new changes soon, where the Ultralisk will have one less armor point after the upgrade, which, although it sounds kind of minor, is actually a pretty huge deal when dealing with Marines. Cool. Enjoy the signed copy. Cool.
You mentioned the Cyclone is going to have a different attack for air and ground. How will that prioritize with a unit like the Colossus that's both air and ground for attacks?
Well, right now, the way the Cyclone works is that the air and ground attack are not both its auto attack. The anti-air weapon is its lock-on, which is actually an ability that you manually activate, whereas its ground attack is its normal attack. So against the Colossus, it would depend on if you have the anti-air attack and you click on the Colossus, it'll lock on and start using that against it. If you do not lock on, it'll use its anti-ground weapon.
And you forgot to say your race also.
Yes, Protoss.
Terran. My phone is biased. It was made by Terrans.
Hi guys, Excalibur Z, nice to meet you all again. My question is obviously about the ladder. So now we have different race MMRs. Third-party sites are reporting this as dramatically shifting the rating distributions for these races. What has that done internally, if you can verify those claims? And do you think that it was a mistake to bootstrap new race MMRs from the existing rating that a player has, as opposed to starting them fresh?
Yeah, I think you're talking about the post that just came up like a couple days ago, I think. So we haven't had a chance to look into it too deeply yet because we were so busy planning for BlizzCon. But it's something that's at the top of our list to talk to our online team about it. And it is very interesting because when we saw that graph too, it was like, oh, like what's going on here? And then I think the top comment said the reason, which makes total sense. So we'll definitely look into it.
Favorite race, Terran, by the way.
Okay.
Terran.
I think Aaron really loves Terran.
Hi, I have a question. Are we going to have some more dynamic multiplayer maps, like with the lava, so we have to more adapt to how the map changes?
Oh, so you're saying you want to see that on the ladder?
I would like to see on the ladder, because StarCraft has already about adapting to the situation. So if we had like the map itself changed.
Yeah, so we actually tested something like that exact map, and what we found was it was a little bit more restricting for strategies than not. And the reason why we found that, I think, is because right now, like say I want to go for an attack, I can go for that attack anytime I want, right? So the opponent has to prepare the whole game, whereas if with that kind of mechanic, it says, okay, for X minutes, the lava's up, so you can't attack unless you have air units. So it kind of restricts the options. So we felt like the added complexity plus the restricting some strategies and timing attacks that players can do, we thought was not that great for the game. But next year, one of our main goals for maps is to kind of open up the rule set a little bit. So for example, a lot of people in the community have been asking for maybe different types of different numbers of mineral patches or gas patches per expansion, things like that. And we've been resistant because the game has been quite new up until this point. So we didn't want newer players coming into the game to be confused. But I think at this point of the game, there's a lot of experienced players. There's a lot of people helping out new players and so on. So we want to bend those rules a little bit. So that's something that we can definitely discuss next year as well.
Also, race is Terran.
Zerg.
Hey guys, so first favorite race is Protoss, and my question is, have you tried these 3 different units? So I've seen this come up like a few times. I've seen it on Team Liquid. Someone suggested an AA Robo unit for the Protoss, caster unit for an energy caster unit for the Terran at the factory, and some long-range, I don't know, some long-range air unit, air-to-air unit. Are those things that you've tried? Are those, or have there been other units as well like this?
Yeah, I think we've tried various versions of those things. Like, for example, the last thing that you said, we tried this like bomber type of unit where you launch this fighter out to a target location. You can't really control it. So it goes, does its thing, comes back, and if you're able to save it, then it can go again. Versus if the other guy killed it, then you have to build it again. So that was the counterplay. But it didn't really work out because it didn't really feel like a StarCraft unit, because like I think the fun thing about StarCraft is you can really have that full control of each unit, right?
Yeah.
So.
And I remember not too long ago, we were actually taking a big look at what we could do in terms of anti-air with the Robo, like exploring what that would add to the game. And I mean, we got really out there sometimes. We added a unit at one point that would actually change the attack plane that robotics units would attack. So like while it activated, now your Colossi are shooting air, and it would murder Mutalisks. But we found that it wasn't really improving the game because Robo units are really strong at what they do, and making them more versatile was taking away from it. And we found that that was true even if we added a more versatile Robo unit. That part of what makes Robo so good is that commitment to specific strategies. Let me.
Thanks.
You said Protoss?
Yeah.
Protoss.
Yes. So I guess that's it. That was the last copy.
Hello. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you guys for everything you've done.
My question was about Archon mode. So I think Archon mode, a lot of people had a lot of really high expectations for how it was going to go, especially going into Legacy of the Void, but we haven't really seen as much participation. Were you guys ever considering opening it up to be allowed to queue up for Archon mode without a partner, so auto matchmaking? I know there's a lot of hesitation against it, but I think that's something that may help it out a little bit.
Yeah, so first, we want to also thank you for making so much great content for all the StarCraft 2 players within the community. That's pretty awesome to see every time you post one of your posts. And for Archon mode, the reason why we included Archon mode and co-op missions, there was actually a couple of reasons. One was we wanted to lower the barrier to entry because StarCraft 2 is the most competitive game in the world, and we want to keep it that way because we kind of want to have this game where if you think you're a good gamer, then you should play StarCraft 2 because that's where you can show off your skills the most, right? But at the same time, we still wanted new players coming in. That's why we included these two modes. And the secondary reason for Archon mode was, say I have a friend and he's kind of intimidated by StarCraft 2. I can bring him in Archon mode and show him exactly how to play. And in terms of how it turned out just as well as the bigger team play modes, but it didn't replace 1v1 or anything like that. But I think that's still a great place because it is a good entry point. It is still a good coaching tool and so on. And 1v1, we believe, is the core game for the PvP mode of StarCraft 2.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm just curious, with a lot of other Blizzard games, there's cross-platform integration of do X, get Y. Why haven't we seen that a lot with StarCraft 2, particularly multiplayer, other than portraits? So do you ever plan on doing like extra unit skins or maybe a new menu map animation to kind of integrate and draw people from more games into StarCraft 2?
Oh, with other Blizzard games? I think we do like whenever, do we? Yeah, that's a great point, I guess. Yeah, we'll definitely look into it.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi.
First off, I want to thank you guys for making such a great game, and I've really loved it over the years. It's changed my life. My question's about Protoss, how the mothership core kind of affects early game micro. So in a lot of other matchups, we see, like Hellions, Lings being used to harass, but the mothership core kind of stops that dead in its tracks. Have you explored any units or strategies to harass Protoss early game?
So what I would actually bring up is that although this is feedback that we hear, like not too long ago, I was actually just watching a PVZ where there were a lot of Lings doing a lot of damage despite the mothership core even activating photon overcharge a lot. So we don't think it's quite as extreme as some people might think. I know that it can feel really oppressive playing against it sometimes, but we think that it's actually in a pretty good place right now, but that doesn't mean that we haven't been looking at other options for early game defense or early game harassment on the Protoss side. We just haven't found anything that puts the game in a better state right now.
Also, with the new Cyclone change with its anti-armored auto attack, actually makes it very strong versus structures, which is what the mothership core is going to be overcharging. And also, because it has its anti-air lock-on, mothership cores have to be very careful about where they position.
Hi, David. This question is for you. I mean, we've always known Protoss to be this race of making a big death ball and scary. Now it feels like the other races have more options. Like we've seen Protoss are now like against Zerg doing adepts, and it's like very simple and then it's fragile at the same time. Now with all these changes, I mean, Terran's going to get a siege tank, so it's going to be zone controlled, and other races are getting many changes, but Protoss, it feels like it's going to be limited. I mean, you have the DTs with Blink, but that's going to be a high investment, and after that, it's like, what do you have left? So what's the future of Protoss is going to be after all these changes?
So for Protoss, we want each of the options as well as the harassment options to be a little bit more of a choice. Because right now, as you said, adapts are very powerful. War prisms, I think, is another thing where Protoss players tend to lean towards in most games. So by doing very slight nerfs to both of those things, buffing the Void Ray, like Air Protoss would be more viable now. And as you mentioned, the Dark Templar side is stronger. And we also wanted to explore High Templar route a little bit more, and we ended up not doing so because there was a lot of disagreement within the community, and community members brought up good points towards it, but that's always open as well. But ultimately, we want Gateway, Robotics, Stargate, and the Twilight Tech all to be kind of viable in different situations.
Thank you.
Hi. When the game launched, the player experience was single player into multiplayer. Now with all the added game modes, how do you see a new player experiencing the game?
I think I mean, there's multiple ways, and I wouldn't call any of them wrong. Like, if people want to jump straight into multiplayer, that's great. But with the addition of co-op, I think the most natural transition is to go from campaign into co-op, play with some friends, get used to playing online with other people, and then maybe transition into practicing against the AI a little bit, and then diving into the latter. I know a couple of people who have actually tried out the game since Void doing that, and they found it to be pretty natural.
Hello? Oh, cool. Hello. So my question is in regards to the MMR per race, which is really cool. But I'm finding that when you're in the loading screen for a ranked game, it's showing your highest rank, highest league. So I could be a Diamond Zerg, and they see the Diamond, but I'm Protoss, and it's very deceiving if I'm like a Silver, and it's showing that I'm Diamond. I'm wondering if that's on purpose, or what the reasoning might be behind that, if it can show the current one.
Yeah, initially we put that so that we show you the highest potential of the player, but I think that's great feedback, and we definitely want to explore maybe splitting that out, and then for team games, maybe showing the team-specific one, all that stuff. So we'll definitely discuss that one and try to do something if we can.
Hi guys, I'm just curious if you've messed with the mobility of the Swarm host at all. I like the ideas of what you're doing with it now, but I do feel like it doesn't feel like a traditional Zerg unit, which is high mobility, high rate of speed. Especially when I'm playing with it, and usually why I don't use it is I feel like it gets lost outside of my army, and it's easy to get caught out of place when you are using it as a harasser.
Yeah, so we tried a couple of different things, like we tried adding deep tunnel to the unit so you can get away easily, or burrow move to the unit also so that you can remain cloaked as you run away. But we realized the threshold between, like if it's a little too difficult to kill the Swarm host, then it feels, on the opposite side, it feels like, man, I can never kill the Swarm host. And as you probably know, if you have like 6 or 7 Swarm hosts, you can even take out like a Nexus, right? So when we were testing it, it kind of felt like, man, now it feels like there's like nothing I can do, because like I can never take my 4th base or my 5th base because he has 6 Swarm hosts, and it's so difficult to catch them, right? So I think finding that good balance where you can sometimes, especially if you went like Phoenix, you should be able to counter the Swarm host, right? But I think we have to be careful that we don't cross that line where it feels like it's getting away too easily, so it's just doing way too much, right? But if the changes currently aren't enough, we can explore more. But I think with the mobility, we have to be very careful.
Hello. I would like to talk a couple questions. First one is about new players in general and how they feel very intimidated, and kind of tying it in with third-party sites and stuff like that. I think one of the most important things and one of the issues that a lot of players have with 1v1 is it's really win or lose, but there's no one to tell them what they did wrong. There's no one to help them improve. There are sites like SC2 Replay Stats as a replay aggregator, stuff like that. Is there any plan to improve maybe the score screen or give options for a player to go more in depth into like, well, I could get supply blocked a little bit less next game and then maybe get some sort of achievement for achieving a certain level of that, as opposed to just, I lost 4 times in a row, even though I got supply blocked 30% less, it feels like I'm just losing every game and I don't want to play anymore. Do you have any plans for advancing in that, or better training, or improvement options in general?
Community collaboration is something we've had a big focus on lately, and in fact, we've been talking about improving community tools inside of the game a lot recently, but that actually isn't one that's come up, and I think that's a great suggestion, so thanks.
And popular streamers like yourself can also help out new players, right?
I try, but that's something I get a lot is, how do I improve? It's like, well, spend your money. What does that mean?
Sure.
A lot of players have that, but the second one is, I know you've gone a little bit into detail about it, and with the new map pool for the balance test, you're going with a set of older maps. Do you have any sort of guidelines or testing for map makers or custom maps coming up in 2017?
Historically, we have had some guidelines and such. We did a blog post about it before the last big map contest we did, about like, here's some kind of doodads, don't put a whole bunch of them, don't do a ton of water effects, because we all have to make sure the game runs on lots of platforms, including very old ones. I suppose we can look into it again when it's coming up for when we're looking to do more community maps once again, as sort of like a refresher of like, here's some base rules, here's some kind of like things we're looking for, here's some optimization tricks you can do.
I think the biggest one that the artist would say, I think, is it's easy to get caught up on trying to make your map look pretty, so you use way too many doodads, so not all the machines can run these maps in a reasonable way. So I think that's a good one to look for. And like I said before, I think the other thing is we want to try maybe stretching out our rule set a little bit on the design side. So if you had cool ideas that you always wanted to try, maybe in the next map contest, we can try out those maps as well.
So maybe having a larger, have you ever considered having a larger map pool with more vetoes to maybe have a little bit more variety?
That one's difficult, especially because we try to tie the tournament maps with the ladder maps as well, and we don't want to create such a more difficult situation for players trying to play in tournaments and prepare for tournaments and so on. So we think right now the 7 maps with 3 vetoes is the right number, but it is open for discussion as well.
Okay, my name is Tempo. I'm like your biggest fan, and not just kidding. But my question is in relation to these major patches, right? I was wondering if your purpose is to kind of shake things up at the end of or every season, or like WCS season, like after BlizzCon, whether the goal is to actually shake things up, or are you trying to maybe do them every once in a while, not necessarily only after the season?
Yeah, so our ultimate goal for StarCraft 2 is to be in a place where the game isn't changing so drastically, so players can really focus down on every single aspect of StarCraft 2. That's our ultimate goal. But right now, we felt like we're not quite there yet. That's why we did this major patch. So year to year, we're going to have to see, engage, and check if we are there yet. So next year, if we're not there, then maybe there's another major patch. But if we are, then that's great. And maybe we switch our focus to doing smaller changes and maybe focus on other parts of StarCraft 2 instead of changing the game design in a major way.
A follow-up for that. After this one does go through, are you going to like work to perfect that one, or is there ever going to be a thing where you're like, this might not really be working as you start to see it in tournaments and there would be some kind of revert or anything like that? Or is it maybe just like, we just got to go and just try our best to make it the best it can be until the next year?
We're going to be watching the patch very closely once it goes live, especially since there's a lot of big changes, a lot of potentially very drastic ones that are going to affect the gameplay, like how you fight against Terran can be very different now, that you have to look for different signals and different build orders. So we're definitely going to be very careful about what are players doing, and we're going to make changes as needed and be watching very closely when this patch goes live.
And like Turtle Biscuit's doing the show matches on the test map very soon, I think, maybe 6 o'clock today. So like when we were talking to him about it this morning, I was kind of saying, I kind of wish there are some broken things that get found so that we can fix those things, whether it's a full revert or a balance change or a design change, because it'd be great to find these problems right now and then fix them before they go live, right?
right, thanks.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you for attending the StarCraft 2 Multiplayer.
Hi everybody, I'm Phil Gonzalez, and today I'm joined by my fellow Heroes of the Storm developers, Kent, Eric, Ed, Jade, and Alex. The Heroes of the Storm Deep Dive panel, this is more or less a look behind the scenes of what goes into making almost every hero. And we've been going through this process throughout the past year since last BlizzCon. We've released quite a few heroes, obviously, very, very distinctly different, each and every one. Our latest one being Samuro, the Blade Master. And as we get behind the scenes into how things are made, keep in mind we do this for almost every hero. But what makes Samuro, the Blade Master, very interesting is the Blade Master was actually the very first hero we ever made when we started this adventure called Heroes of the Storm. We just released StarCraft 2. The editor was a very, very powerful tool. And for BlizzCon 2010, we wanted to show people what we could do outside of the StarCraft 2 gameplay. So we started developing a brawler-style game, and one of the very first heroes that we developed was the Blade Master. And this was a very big learning experience. We were experimenting with things like bringing in new abilities, even testing out things like skins. You can tell that the Blade Master kind of has a Dark Templar influence. This obviously took off. And for the next couple years, we were making heroes like crazy. It was like, okay, who's your favorite? Diablo, Chen, Arthas. All these heroes were rapidly being implemented into the game. In that 2-year rapid implementation, there was a lot of stuff we learned. There was a lot of ground we covered. And at a certain point, we stopped. We had enough heroes. We'd experimented enough. And we realized it was time to kind of shift our focus from new heroes to developing some depth into the game, and that's when we started undertaking the talent system. This screenshot right here, this screenshot represents the point in which we stopped making new heroes. And right about now, almost every one of these heroes has finally gotten into the game, except Varian over there. Lonely in the bottom right, gray and unfinished. See, Varian was the last hero that we were blazing ahead trying to develop. You can see the date here. That happened in 2012. Varian's been waiting a long time to get his turn in the Nexus, but the talent system and other features needed priority. This kind of represents a typical implementation cycle for a hero. We'll build out the hero in a block-out gray model stage, kind of understand the proportions, what we're going for. Obviously, our art style has gone through quite an evolution as well. Varian's been waiting since 2012, and during that wait, something really awesome happened. When World of Warcraft Legion was released, the Blizzard cinematic team developed a high-resolution model of Varian. Whenever we develop a hero, we want to get as much reference as possible together so we can make the best version of that hero possible. Having a high-resolution cinematic model is a huge resource. Not only can we reference this model, but we also get all their concept sheets, understanding what the armor looks like, how it works, how it layers together, what the shininess of certain metal surfaces are, what his portrait looks like at a very great detail, what the weapons are supposed to do. All this stuff helps us tremendously, in addition to doing what we always do, gathering concepts together from all the iconic images of a character. One that we really gravitated towards was the image that Wei did for the 10-year anniversary, in addition to finding concepts that kind of supplemented new ideas. Our version of Varian uses a shield, and so we thought, let's use that shield that came on the fan art tribute book. So with all those resources, we head off to work. This is Varian's second iteration, and the detail level is incredible. As you might know, these heroes take a long time to develop. There's several departments involved, not just art or animation or game design, but we're also working with technical artists, effects artists, voiceover, writers. There's so many people, and I'm missing some right now, but a lot of people contribute. And you can see here, we started Varian in February. But the process is more or less the same as it was back in the day. We start iterating, we start building the model out, we search for those proportions, we're looking to see how it all lights, we're playing with shapes, we're finding out how all the equipment looks. We put it in game and we see how it compares to all the other characters that it's kind of relative to. We're always kind of iterating and checking in, making sure things are reading well from game view, that the level of detail works across all these different viewports, such as the store, the hero select screen, the portrait, in-game above all is the most important. We continue to iterate, and once we get locked in, we go to a high-resolution sculpt. This lets us get an even more intricate level of detail. We're adding in rivets, the scale mail, detailing the fur, making those lion and eagle heads really shine. We're doing that same treatment to all the weapons. It's stuff like this is when the heroes really come to life. At the same time, we're also doing concepts of supplemental models. A lot of characters have supporting models or effects. Varian uses banners, as Kent Eric will explain later on in the game design aspect, but we concepted the banners and more or less got to a point where we finalized the art. This is Varian's final art. This is an amalgamation. This is the amalgamation of that cinematic art, the aesthetic of Heroes of the Storm, blending all those universes together so it looks cohesive. It was a real privilege to work on Varian and finally bring him into the Nexus after a 4-year wait. In addition to that, you know we do things like color variations, making sure these are unique, that they're sought after, and we have progression rewards. When you get to level 10, we love to make master skins. We crank the aesthetics of the skins up even more. And for Varian, we wanted to get that eagle head, that lion head, we wanted them roaring. We put a little bit more finesse on the weapons and the cape. And the helm, what's really fun is when we get to reference historical landmarks in universes that these characters come from. And something we did with Varian's helm is when the World of Warcraft movie came out, Varian's father, King Lane, was a very prominently featured character. And we wanted that helmet to kind of emulate his father's helm, almost like it was an heirloom. It's very, very cool to get the opportunity to do things like that, to hearken to a character's legacy, to amplify their presence and make a really, really great character. Speaking of the legacy, another thing that was really, really fun with Varian is his launch skin, is his Logosh appearance. You may or may not know, but when Varian, in his sword history, before he figured out who he actually was, he had amnesia, and he was a pit fighter, enslaved by Rhaegar the Shaman, and he was fighting alongside Valera and Brol Baremantle as a gladiator, and his gladiator garb was strongly orc-themed. And whenever we get a chance to hearken to that legacy, to acknowledge where these characters came from, it's a real privilege. And that's what we did with the launch skin. This was something that was really, really cool to develop, and I hope you all enjoy Varian in the Nexus. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Kent Eric to talk about the game design.
Thank you, Phil. What's up, Blizzcon? My name's Kent Eric. I'm the lead hero designer. I'm going to walk you through how we developed Varian from a gameplay side. So his history, much like Sumero, goes way back when we came up with that talent system. We were looking at this thing, and we were realizing, man, it just offers so much capability, so much potential we could do with this thing with having this freedom of choice. And for a long time, we've had in the back of our heads this idea of a build-your-own hero. I don't know if you guys remember the Terrortron from StarCraft 2, this horrible thing where you mashed all these buildings together, but it was like, could we do a hero like that, where every tier of talent, you're like, oh, I want that mechanic, no, I want that mechanic this time, and just kind of mishmash. And we were talking about that, and we were thinking about what does it mean to build your own hero? Like, how does that work? Like, is it fun? Like, is it balanced? Is it interesting? And we were realizing, we're really talking about high levels of customization. Now, we've done hybridization to varying degrees in the past. We've done heroes like Tyrande, who dips a little bit into that assassin tree. Karazim, who really tried to push it with his level 1 traits. But we wanted Varian to be even more than that. We wanted players to know this is a different kind of hero. He really stands apart. And we realized that we really needed to tackle this problem right at the front, and what we label him. And so Varian is our first multi-class hero, meaning he is labeled both a warrior and an assassin For all you daily quest lovers, he will complete both quests for you at the same time. But we really felt like if players know at the loading screen, or even, and this is where stuff gets funny, in the draft screen, they don't know who Varian is, they'll understand that he's very adaptable and that we can get away with a lot more in the game design. So with that kind of knowledge in mind, we set about designing Varian. Now what's really interesting about him is we designed him completely backwards from all of our other heroes. We started with the talent tree, which doesn't make any sense at all because we didn't even know what he did, yet we knew we wanted to start augmenting whatever it was going to be. So in talking with the art team, we already knew we wanted Varian to do these really epic artistic moments, like maybe splitting his swords in two, like we see him do in Legion, or picking up the shield to become a tank, or going into a two-handed grip with his weapon. And so from there, we kind of already had, all right, there's 3 gameplay styles. That's pretty crazy, right? We have the tank Varian, we got this burst DPS, we got the sustained damage with the splitting swords, but can we do more? Because this is Blizzard, right? We always got to do even more crazy stuff, right? It's BlizzCon. So we realized, well, you know, we look at these specs, we look at these gameplay styles, there's 2 variations of each of these that we could easily pivot to. So what if we do another tier of choices, where Varian could spec either more defensively or more aggressively offensively? Well, sure, that sounds great. That's just 2 choices. That's not that unreasonable, right? But when you start combining these things, you start to realize you're actually talking about 6 different heroes now. And that's when we start kind of getting scared as a design team. That's a whole lot of hero for one guy. But he's the High King of the Alliance, so he can do this, right? So we looked at these specs, and we realized that actually we already have heroes in the game that kind of embody each of these choices. When it comes to the tanks, we have 2 types of heroes. We have heroes like Johanna and Chen, who represent this kind of very frontline tanky hero in the form of really defensive in Johanna, or aggressive and diving your backline like it's just, it's insane, Chen. Sorry, I may have lost the game to Chen yesterday. I'm not going to fuss about that one. Or when it comes to burst damage, we have heroes like Sonya and Zeratul, both of whom bring a ton of burst damage, but Sonya much more durable, Zeratul very flighty, he's here, he's there. And when it comes to rapid attackers, we have heroes like Artanis and Illidan, both of whom, again, are just continually piling on sustained damage, but Artanis is basically unkillable if you get to level 20. And Illidan, who I don't know where he was there, I don't know where he's gone now, right? Oh, look, our support's dead, it must have been Illidan. And so we looked at this and realized, okay, well, let's take each of these heroes and let's start breaking them down into their core components. What are their mechanics that make these heroes tick? What are the abilities that they have? And in doing this process, we were looking for the patterns and looking for the things that split these heroes and made them different from each other. And we started to find the patterns. We started to find the clumps. Maybe there's some AoE damage here, some self-survivability there, some gap closing here and there, and oh, look, these guys have this and these guys have that. And it was in doing this process, this mega Excel sheet of Doom, that we started to kind of see, oh, this is what Varian's going to need in order to do all the things we need him to do. And it was from this process we designed his entire base kit, which I'm about to walk you through next. So, Varian. First up on his queue, we've got Lion's Fang. Now, Varian's going to take his sword, he's going to slash it in the air, send out this shock wave. It's going to deal damage to all enemies that it goes through and apply a slow to them. We've got a video here. This gives him some reach. It's on a relatively low cooldown. Gives him some area control, especially in the early game when you're doing some laning. Next up on the W is Parry. This is Varian's self-survivability tool. Helps him stay alive. Varian's going to bring up his swords, and he's going to deflect all incoming basic attacks for a very short window of time, allowing him to take 0 damage from all of them. This is a multi-charge ability, so you got to get really good with your time if you want to start mastering this one. You're going to see Tracer's going to come up to here, and Varian's going to wait until the right moment to proc it, and just deflect that entire magazine from Tracer. And finally, we have Charge. Because what's a World of Warcraft warrior without Charge? Varian's going to dash to his opponent and apply a hefty slow to them, allowing him and his allies to follow up with some mean damage. Pretty straightforward, kind of what you'd expect out of a warrior. Now, at level 4, we have these 2 options. These allow you to really become super defensive or super aggressive. First up, we have Shield Wall. This will cause your parry to give you the protected status. All you Medivh players out there just went, oh my gosh, you're insane. And you're right, we are insane. This will cause you to become immune to all damage. But maybe that's not what your team needs. Maybe what you guys need is something more aggressive. You need to get to that backline because they're running 3 squishies. And you should definitely be taking Warbringer instead. This is going to cause your charge's cooldown to go from 16 seconds to 6, which is kind of insane. We don't usually do this on talents, but this is Varian. It's going to cause that slow you saw to be a stun, which, if you're hardcore, you're doing the math, and you're like, you're insane. And yes, that's exactly right. Now, let's talk about these level 10 choices. The real gravy here. First up, we have Taunt. This will make Varian into a warrior. When you select Taunt, 2 things are going to happen. Varian's going to pick up his shield, and passively, his maximum health is going to be increased by about 50%, making him way tankier. Second, with a low cooldown ability, he gains Taunt, where he can force enemy heroes to attack him. This allows him to peel for his allies or lock down an opponent so that you guys can blow him up. Our animators had a ton of fun with Varian, by the way. Next up, for that burst damage roll, we have Colossus Smash. Varian's going to go into 2-handed grip on his sword, almost doubling his attack damage, giving up a little bit of health to compensate. And he'll be able to leap to his opponents and slash them for a ton of damage and make them vulnerable so they take bonus damage. I think we've got Arthas here, our favorite punching bag. Going to take a hit from Varian. Very good at blowing up squishies. I think we got another clip against Zool, who is going to mistakenly stand still and eat all that extra damage. No, y'all wanted to see him leap again, didn't you? Finally, we have Twin Blades of Fury. Varian's going to split his swords in 2, doubling his attack speed. And this is a passive heroic. With every attack, Varian's going to gain a huge boost to his movement speed, and every third attack he's going to do a bunch of extra damage. We're going to watch him chew through his arrow tool. This is super fun, by the way. The numbers are just flying everywhere when you're playing him. Before he dashes onto Jaina to finish her off. Now, what I just walked you through is a ton of mechanics. And don't get me wrong, it's super important, especially when we're talking about a multi-class hero. But that's just one side of the coin when it comes to hero design. And the other is fantasy. We really want you to feel like you're playing not just a WoW warrior, but you're playing Varian Wrynn, High King of the Alliance. And while making his kit, we're like, well, this is really cool. Like, we love it. It's awesome. Splitting the sword, super Varian. Can we do more? Can we do more? And we're looking at the art. We're looking at pieces like this, where he's got this giant banner behind him, and we're like, well, he's like, kind of like this frontline leader king. You know, he leads his armies from the front. Very heroic of him. So what if he threw down banners to inspire his allies? Okay, that's kind of cool, but can we work it more? Well, we have this idea of customization, and lots of it. So what if we had Varian? He's the High King of the Alliance, right? There's not just Stormwind. There's other nations he represents. And so at level 13, you'll be presented with 3 different banners, each representing a different nation. And you'll get to choose one to bring this buff to you and your teammates. First up, I'd like to show you the banner of Ironforge. Now, maybe you're going to look at your team and realize that you guys need a little bit of extra armor in order to survive your fights against your enemies. And you can throw down this banner, and you and surrounding allies will be given a big boost to your armor. Now, the sound team had fun with this one, and they've actually included each city's music with the banners when you throw these down. Maybe you're running a double mage comp, and you really want to see just how much damage your Chromie can do. With the banner of Dalaran, you throw this down, you and your allies will get a big boost to your ability power. I'm sure it's pretty insane. It also always gives me that nostalgic feel for Wrath of the Lich King every time I throw this down. And finally, Varian's own home kingdom, Stormwind. This banner is going to give you and your allies a movement speed boost. This is great for catching an enemy who's out of position or disengaging from a fight that's gone bad. And I believe we've got a short clip of this in action. For all you Hearthstone players, you can very soon behold the armies of Stormwind. And it's Tracer and Zarya. Very strange. And yes, the shrine did just pop. Did anybody else get like triggered? Like, oh, I got to go to mid lane. Now, this variant, he's playable here on the show floor. But next, I'd like to invite up Ed Crane to talk to you guys about the art of our next hero.
Thanks, Ken. I'm done. So you guys saw that trailer at the opening ceremonies, right? Oh, chills. Man, so I'm Ed Crane. I'm a character artist on the Heroes of the Storm team, and I get to tell you about the art of Ragnaros. So with Varian, we decided to create him starting with his ability kit and his talents. But Ragnaros, we just wanted to embrace the nostalgia of being the raid boss. So to do that, we're going to start with understanding his lore and his history. Who is Ragnaros? Well, Ragnaros' release back into Azeroth and the creation of the Molten Core begins with a story of Thaurissan and the War of the Three Hammers. Now, Thaurissan, he was a dark iron dwarf, and he had his enemies bearing down on him after his treacherous schemes had failed. So, the War of the Three Hammers was a war between the Bronzebeards, the Wildhammers, and the Dark Iron Clan. So, Thaurissan grabbed his 7 most powerful dwarven mages and descended to the darkest depths, expecting to summon and enslave a powerful elemental. But, to their surprise, they summoned Ragnaros himself. So, with Ragnaros' arrival, it caused a violent cataclysm, ultimately the enslavement of the surviving Dark Iron Dwarves and the demise of Thaurissan. Rest in peace, Thaurissan. Your Hearthstone card is awesome. How many of you remember your first descent into the Molten Core? Man, walking that spiraling molten pathway to summon the Fire Lord himself. He was so colossal, so massive. You had to scroll your camera all the way out just to look him in the eye to see what trouble you were in. What you felt in the raid at that moment is what we felt when we set out to create Ragnaros and bring him to the Nexus. A call to arms went out to the art department, and we grabbed our flasks, our pots, and our food buffs. We were prepared. Our mission was to recapture that powerful Ragnaros summoning moment and make you feel like a raid boss. So to do that, to make a big raid boss, you need a big concept. Boom! Man, we went all in on this. We knew we had a very difficult task because our normal hero is a model with some supporting effects, whereas Ragnaros, he's on fire. I mean, he is fire. So we decided that we were going to make portions of him out of 3D, and then we were going to have the effects team make up the rest of it. And then we were going to just bring them all together into the final character, just really try to bring this concept to life. So there is the final turnaround of base Ragnaros. Now, the lower half is a 3D blockout model that we hand off to the effects team so they can create that whirling, flaming cyclone that we all know and love. Now, there was many challenges that we had to overcome, but we were committed to bringing Ragnaros to the Nexus. But what would Ragnaros be without Sulfuros? The first legendary weapon added to the World of Warcraft. Now, luckily, Ragnaros has already farmed up all the mats, so this legendary weapon is yours. Now, we were very inspired by the asset in World of Warcraft, but we wanted to give it that heroes aesthetic, so we made it bigger and chunkier and more readable from player camera view. But that's not all. We concepted out each of his ability models because we felt it was crucial to gameplay that Ragnaros' effects feel different than, like, say, Kael'thas's fire and Butcher's fire. And to do that, we really incorporated a lot of his environment from the molten core. And you can see the options we were exploring with meteors, both the rolling and the falling varieties. But to make sure that the kit felt cohesive, we set up an effects sheet similar to this, where we can see all the abilities playing at the same time. This is important to Ragnaros because he has two forms, a hero form and a raid boss form. And we really want you to know that when an ability is coming at you, it's from Ragnaros. Here is a concept sheet that we did for his death sequence to his molten core ability. That lets you take over a fort for a short amount of time, but we wanted that ability to feel powerful from beginning to end. So we went all out. Now this is where we attempt to recapture that powerful Ragnaros summoning moment. Now he gets an entirely new model, and I wouldn't be surprised if several of your enemies decided to stop and try to get away, but nobody escapes Ragnaros, right? And you can see the death sequence coming up. Engage. There you go. Pretty cool, right?
Pretty hot.
All right, Ragnaros. He's ready for the Nexus. Developing, creating Ragnaros was an immense challenge, but you know we love to take a challenging hero and bring him to Blizzcon and show him off. So, we pushed the concept of Ragnaros to a 10, to the limits, and we started working on the master skin for Ragnaros. Well, ETC kicked in the door and yelled, "Crank it up to 11!" So, we always listen to heavy metal cows at Blizzard. So here is that master skin concept cranked up to an 11. Yeah. When we start working on a master skin, we are really just trying to take the core aspects of that character and just level them up. So with Ragnaros, we were inspired by the armor he wore in Sulfuron Keep in the Firelands. He's more metal, more imposing, and we added more spikes. I mean, love him or hate him, spikes are aggressive, and that suits Ragnaros' style just fine. So here in gray, you can see the pieces that we needed to add, the 3D that we needed to add or replace over his existing character to create that master skin. And here's those same pieces sculpted in place over top of the base Ragnaros sculpt, just to make sure that we've got that concept. Master Ragnaros, in-game. So we took that base concept, pushed it to a 10, took that master skin, pushed it to an 11. Now where do we go from there, right? 12? 13? Nah, we're Blizzard. We go right to an 18-month-old version of himself. So you may remember Lil Rag as an obtainable battle pet in the World of Warcraft. Well, we decided that would be a great launch skin. His proportion is significant enough that we needed to make an entirely new rig and set of animations, but you know, you always try to give your kids the best, right? Well, I showed you some awesome abilities, and I'm sure you are very curious on what they actually do. Well, here's the man with the most epic beard up here, Jade Martin, Ragnaros hero designer, to walk you through those.
Thank you, Ed. That was a great introduction. I appreciate it. Hello, BlizzCon. How's everyone doing? I'm Jade Martin. I'm one of the hero designers here on this wonderful game. I'm super pumped to be here to talk to you guys today. Ragnaros is a unique addition to the Nexus. For those of you who don't know, his trait Molten Core allows him to channel on allied or destroyed forts and take them over for a period of time, getting a new set of empowered abilities. This is pretty unique to the Nexus, and I can't wait to see what everyone does with it. But before we get to that, I'd love to talk to you all about the development of Ragnaros. You see, Ragnaros was an immense challenge for us. How do we take this character from Warcraft lore, this iconic character, and transfer him into the Nexus? We knew we were going to have a challenge in front of us, but we were all excited, and we kind of had an idea of what we wanted to do. We wanted a hero that can manipulate the battlefield. And there were a couple ways we could go about this, but one of the very early prototype ideas that we had was actually having Ragnaros replace the core. And as you see here, is a very early prototype of his Firelord model from Warcraft 3. He had a global set of abilities, and these abilities would allow him to rain destruction from the sky with meteors, send lava waves, throw sulfurous into the air. A lot of the abilities you actually see on his kit today. But he also had the ability to summon a Son of Flame. Now, this Son of Flame was controllable by the Ragnaros player and gave him a lot of his team presence. Well, we were pretty happy with this design, and we decided to take it to our team. You see, when we are happy with a design, we like to take it to our team so they can give us feedback. It's very valuable to us because they're our front line of defense. They really let us know if we're doing a good job or a bad job. Well, we got that first round of feedback, and the majority was pretty good, but we knew there was an overwhelming amount of feedback from our own team saying, I don't feel like Ragnaros. And that's a huge problem. If you're locking in as Ragnaros, you want to play as Ragnaros. So we got together, the design team, and we discussed what it was the players were missing, where we weren't hitting that mark. And we boiled it down to two things. The first being, this early concept Son of Flame you see here, the players were controlling that the majority of the game. That's kind of the avatar they saw. That was the hero they were playing. And number two, the only time you ever saw Ragnaros was when you were losing. He was stationary core hero, and so you never saw him except for his global abilities, and that felt horrible. It was like, okay, I'm losing, and oh, I'm Ragnaros. That didn't feel epic. That didn't feel like the raid boss. So we knew we had to do something. And so we gave him the ability to submerge. Yes, that's right. I gave the ability to Ragnaros to submerge and move the core. As you can imagine, this is a terrible idea. Terrible. There are so many things wrong with this. I mean, is he invulnerable? Is he taking actual core damage? What gets left behind when he moves the core? That's a prototype in the top left there. It was Heart of the Core is what we were calling it. And he's so colossal, right? He's the size of the core, going up anywhere in the battlefield, blocking off choke points, appearing above players. It was just not healthy for our game. And we realized, I think it was about a playtest, maybe two, that this wasn't going to work. So we cut the idea, but we did learn something from it. It was really cool to see Ragnaros in the battlefield, despite all the problems it caused. And we really wanted to chase that fantasy of the raid boss being summoned in. It was at this time we kind of realized Ragnaros wasn't the core hero. That wasn't his fantasy. Everyone wanted to play as Ragnaros. They didn't want him sitting at the core. And so we said to ourselves, if not the core, then where? It was at this time we got together and discussed where we could get that same epic raid boss feeling of summoning him in Ragnaros. And someone had the idea of, what if he was able to take over forts and keeps? And it was like a light bulb. It clicked. It was like, I think we could do that. We could transition the kit from the core to these forts and keeps, and we know this space is large enough. He's not just showing up in random choke points. We know we can fit a fort there, so we can certainly fit Ragnaros. And the great thing about the forts and keeps is they're all over the map. They're predetermined. We know the space is large enough, and players are going to see it more than when they're just losing. So we had this awesome idea, but we needed some way, some sort of vessel to bring Ragnaros in. Enter Major Domo Executus. So this was another iteration. And what better hero to summon in Ragnaros into the battlefield than the one that actually did it in the Molten Core raid? Well, we went forward with this idea of your avatar being Major Domo, and we gave him a set of abilities, but his primary goal was really trying to summon in Ragnaros. That was the epic moment. And we took this to the team, and lo and behold, feedback came back. I still don't feel like Ragnaros. I love playing as the raid boss. It's cool when I summon him in, but when I lock in as Ragnaros as my hero, I don't want to play as Major Domo. Well, this is a huge deal. Like, we were not hitting the fantasy of Ragnaros then and there. And we knew if our team didn't like it, you guys wouldn't like it. And it's very important that we hit that fantasy. So we got together, and this is very, very late in the development cycle, much later than we would ever feel comfortable making changes. But we got together with our artists, our design team, our sound, our writers, and we talked. What can we do? We have this really cool, unique mechanic of him taking over forts, but we aren't nailing the hero fantasy. So we discussed, and one of the ideas that we had lingering in the back of our minds was, what if we just let the player play as Ragnaros the whole time? So he has the hero form and then the molten core form. And the hero form's kind of like his weakened state. He's not quite as powerful, but when he takes over that fort and those keeps, he becomes this gigantic raid boss that enemies fear and allies love because, well, let's face it, who doesn't want a raid boss? And so we moved forward with the idea, and something really amazing happened when we took it to the team again. The feedback went from, I don't feel like Ragnaros, to I feel like the raid boss. And it was so awesome, and we were so pumped and jazzed that we were heading in the direction that we wanted to go. And a large part of that is his trait, Molten Core. Molten Core allows Ragnaros to channel on an allied or destroyed fort, and after a couple of seconds, he takes it over, gaining a new set of abilities. The first ability is Q, Molten Swing. He swings so furious in a huge arc, stunning and dealing damage to enemies. His W is Meteor Shower. He summons a volley of meteors from the sky that damage and slow enemies, making it hard to escape the Fire Lord. His E is Rune Explosion. He summons a rune on the ground, after a short delay, explodes, dealing damage, as you can see here with our punching bag Arthas. Now we knew we needed a kit worthy of the Fire Lord, even for his hero form. And so his first ability is Empower Sulfuras. It causes his next attack to instantly hit, dealing AoE damage and healing him for a portion of the damage dealt, making him a very strong melee assassin with the ability to sustain. His W, Living Meteor, calls down a meteor at the target location that rolls in the targeted direction, dealing damage along the way. Now this is great against fleeing enemies, as you can see here in this clip. And his E, Blast Wave. Blast Wave can be cast on Ragnaros or an ally, granting a short burst of movement speed that after the duration expires, explodes, dealing damage. This makes it a great initiator. Now let's talk about his heroics. His first heroic is Sulfurous Smash. Ragnaros hurls Sulfurous into the sky, and it smashes down at the target location, dealing damage. Now, if you're really precise with it, it will deal triple the damage and stun enemy heroes hit in the center. Great against mosh pitting ETCs. Now his R2, Lava Wave. I don't know if anyone's seen this yet, but this is for those of you who prefer chaos. Ragnaros summons a lava wave from his core, sends it down a targeted lane to the enemy's core, instantly killing minions and dealing incredible damage to heroes caught in its wake. Now I'm really happy and so proud of the team for all the work they put into Ragnaros, and I can't wait for you guys to get a chance to play him on the show floor. But before we do that, I would love to hand it over to Alex to talk about future updates.
So Ragnaros and Variant are awesome, if you guys haven't seen yet already, and it's really just shows how much as a design team that we've grown since Heroes of the Storm was first created. Ragnaros is basically has this ability to become this giant monstrosity that can almost kill a whole team on his own, whereas Variant is essentially 6 heroes in one. Now, my name's Alex, and I'm on the Live Balance team. I just want to say that we don't just look at these new heroes, but we're constantly going and remembering all of our old heroes too, to make sure they feel just as awesome as the Fire Lord or the King of the Alliance. So a common question we get when we do these sort of talent updates or kit revamps is, why are we doing what we're doing? What's our thought process? What are we doing? What are our talent philosophies? So I'm going to share just a couple of those with you right now. So one of the first things we were doing, we were making our talent trees, is we were starting to try to shy away from having too many synergies within the kit, or within the talent trees themselves. If you took a ton of multi-shot talents on Vala, say, all of a sudden multi-shot was really OP with all of them, or really underpowered without all of them in order to be balanced. And so we started to kind of shy away from having too many synergies. But what we actually found was that players really enjoy kind of finding these sort of builds that you can make. For example, with Nazebo, with his rework, we have like a spider build, we have a toad build, we have a wall of zombies sort of utility build. And what's cool about these, as long as we don't make too many of these things that synergize with each other, it's really cool. It's a different style of play. You say, oh, I'm a spider Nazebo main. That's what I like to do. That's my jam. Or maybe you want to really do a toad build because there's a bunch of melee guys diving you and you shotgun them down. So we're really starting to pursue this with more and more. And I think Variant is a good example of sort of this idea that we're looking at. Okay, now the other thing that we're starting to do more of is realizing that some characters just need certain things. Like Illidan, for instance. If any of you guys used to play old Illidan with his old talents, he would have a couple survivability talents sprinkled throughout the tree. In fact, you probably can't remember what any of these other talents are because that's all you picked. You picked First Aid, Stone Skin, whatever you could to live. Because that's what Illidan needs. That's a mandatory necessity for him to be effective. He's this kind of swarming gnat that wears you out, and as long as he's alive, he's doing his job. So instead of what we're starting to do with characters like this, where they just really need these essential things, is starting to pair them together. So Illidan, for instance, on level 13 has a defensive option. And these are all defensive options. So instead of just choosing, do I want to live, you're choosing, okay, how do I want to live? Are there a bunch of mages on the team? Is this better for my gameplay style? Does this work better with my team? Similar choices for damage, because this frees you up the option now of maybe there were a bunch of really cool damage options you wanted to pick on Illidan before, but you couldn't because you had to live, and that was all that mattered to you. So we're starting to do more and more of this as we go. Now, one of the cool things about having these sorts of guidelines is that we know that we can break them. And that's actually a really important thing in design in general, is you create rules so that you know exactly when you're going outside the boundaries. So for a character like Karazim, for instance, where he has 3 very diverging play styles, that does not mesh with the mandatory choices idea. But that's okay for this sort of character. We're going into it right from the get-go with this in mind. So you could have a Transcendence Karazim where you're attacking and getting lots of mana, casting lots of abilities, or an Insight Karazim where you're punching to heal your allies, or an Iron Fist Karazim where you're more of a bruiser style and you're doing lots of damage and kind of a hybrid on your team. But I just want to say, I'm sure you guys have heard a little bit about talents, but what you really care about is like, hey, what's coming next, right? Okay, so the first thing is I'll say that Karazim is getting a talent update. As you can imagine, we were doing Varian right, and he's like this multi-class hero. So we knew that we could do better with Karazim too. So there are a few things that we're doing. The first is at level 4, he's going to be able to pick between 3 different Mystic allies, pictured here. So these kind of function similar to a healing ward or a scouting drone, where you place them on the battlefield and they last for a limited period of time. You'll be able to choose the Spirit ally here on the left, which it heals your nearby teammates, an Earth ally that will block basic attacks to anyone in the area, or an Air ally that provides you vision, and you'll be able to place lots of them too. Now, one of the core sort of design philosophies of Karazim is he's very mobile. So we thought it'd be really, really important and introduce lots of really cool playmaking to also allow Karazim to Radiant Dash to jump around to all these allies too. So you'll do sorts of really fancy things on the battlefield. Like in this video here, Karazim has seen a Thrall taking a mercenary camp, and he's pretty low health, so he jumps over, takes the camp, and then jumps back to his air ally before the Vala can punish him for it. Now, the other thing that we're doing with Karazim's update is we're sort of embracing this idea of Bruiser Karazim. And it just didn't really work right now, honestly, as most of you probably know. It's fun. It's a ton of fun. But just your team, when you really wanted to win, you kind of needed one of the other two. So we wanted to embrace Iron Fist and make it really effective so that you can actually fulfill that sort of melee assassin role. Melee assassin role. So what we thought he really needs is that uptime. So now every 3rd punch, in addition to doing extra damage, will also give him some extra movement speed, so he really can stick to opponents. Now, something else we're doing with Karazim, and this is just kind of a fun thing, is that Wave 100 Fists is a talent, if you don't know, that you can take, and when you Radiant Dash to enemies, you also unleash a volley of blows. So we're also going to make that work with his trait. So it's going to be kind of this really cool defining sort of trait build idea of a talent that lets you do lots of cool things, like you'll see in this video of a Karazim that dashes to a Vala, launches her with a series of punches over and over again, and she just can't quite escape. If you guys haven't had a chance to play with Way of the Hundred Fists on live yet, do it. It's so awesome. Those punching noises are like the best thing ever. Okay, so something else that we're doing is we're going to update Dahaka. Now we're going to make a few, So now the majority of his changes, there's a few base kit things, just really small, and a lot of shifting of talents around to kind of just make more sense, to kind of fit, we think, better with who the character is. We're pretty happy overall with who Dahaka, or how Dahaka plays, but we think our biggest objective with his update is to allow him to be picked in more situations, particularly as a solo warrior. Right now he's played a lot as kind of that duo guy on big maps, but we really want him to be able to be that frontline presence for his team. So what we're going to do here is there's a few small things, but one of the cooler ones is we're going to allow you to cancel burrow early. So, yeah. I know a lot of you guys wanted that for a long time. This one's for you, Reddit. So what we think is going to allow you to do is use this defensive option, his primary defensive tool, and sort of just burrow under the ground, but also then pop right back up and still be that frontline presence that his team needs him to be as a solo warrior. You'll be able to do lots of really cool playmaking, like dodge a pyroblast or lunar flare, as you can see in this screenshot here. There's a few other minor things coming. In particular, we're going to just buff adaptation to now heal you for all damage you take, and not just 60% of the damage you take in the duration. So it's full healing for him. Don't hit Dahaka. Okay, so now if you guys have any questions for us, we're going to field them pretty soon here. There should be 2 microphones in the aisles if you want to come up to it. But before we get there, do you guys want to hear about one more thing? Are there any Artanis fans out there? This one's for you, Trick Slayer. So with Artanis, we have a talent update and also a few base kit changes coming to him. Our primary goal is to make him just a better bruiser, a better sort of fulfill the roles that we think he needs on a team. And if you guys saw in the PTR a little while ago, completely on purpose, we showed the ability for Blade Dash to you be able to cast Phase Prism, his ability to swap with opponents during a Blade Dash. So that's going to go live. So I thought it'd be really cool to show you some of the cool things you're going to be able to do with these cool functionality, or using these two together. For instance, you can Blade Dash from really far away and swap an Asmodan to drag him halfway across the screen. You can dash around people to make sure you get the backline targets that you want to swap. You'll be able to dash back into your team or town to throw people back toward them. And my personal favorite, the ability to swap completely over unpathable terrain and swap a guy completely out of the fight. It's awesome. So we're looking forward to seeing Artanis, Varian, and Ragnaros, and all of you guys in the Nexus soon. Thank you, everyone. And if you have any questions, now is the time.
Oh.
There's a lot of questions.
There's a lot of questions. Bye. Got our first question? All right.
How's it going?
Hey.
Hey, I have a question about death animations. I don't want to see Ragnaros ragdoll, and I don't like seeing Diablo ragdoll or any other Protoss character ragdoll. And you guys have an amazing art team, and I know you got a million things in your backlog, but I feel there's, a minimal effort, maximum reward on something as small as a death animation. So I asked this question last year, and a lot of people seem to like it when I talk to them, but is there ever going to be death animations in your game?
It's a feature that we definitely want to implement. It's just the prioritization of it and when we can get it in. Thank you for the feedback, though. Appreciate it.
I like the Ragnaros dropping down with a... that's a good one.
Hi. These multi-class heroes that you're talking about making now, they're some of my favorites in the genre, with heroes such as Windrunner and Nidalee from other games. While these jack-of-all-trades heroes often sound good on paper, one of the biggest difficulties when designing them is to maintain an iconic and powerful feeling compared to heroes with a more static hit. Can you comment on sort of challenges that a multi-class hero brings to development, and do you feel that you have conquered all these challenges with Varian?
Sure. So when making him multi-class, what we really wanted to do is we wanted to make you lock into a specific choice. So after you've made those choices at 4 and 10, you can't change, and you are statically bound for the rest of that game into those choices. So you don't have all the access. You're not like a Swiss Army knife who has all these tools. You're locked into those specific choices. And I think that that's going to do a lot to keep Varian in the places where he needs to be per each game. Thank you.
Hi. So Samuro has entered the Nexus and has arguably had one of the strongest impacts of any hero that has come into Heroes of the Storm. How do you feel about his launch, and why do you think he's having such a strong effect on bans? And he's basically first ban all the time, and I just kind of want to get your feelings about where you think he stands right now.
Yeah, he does a lot of damage. That's why he gets banned a lot. Overall, he's just probably stronger than we want. In fact, we have some nerfs coming in next week. Yeah. Quick match, rejoice. So yeah, we're going to tone him down some. I mean, that's the majority of it, is just too strong. So, yeah.
They're coming.
They are coming very soon. We're sorry.
Hi, I had a two-part question. One being, when you're creating character skins, I'm thinking of a big burly hero like Diablo. I know you're trying to keep a similar silhouette so that when you see the hero, you always know it's Diablo. So would we ever see a Diablo 3 skin where it's still Diablo, but it's kind of skinnier in different parts without the same silhouette? Or the other question is, I'm thinking of scale. You talk about putting Ragnaros next to all the other characters to see how big and burly he is. So what happened to little Azmodan, who my other favorite boss takes up 75% of your screen and is really giant?
Go ahead and do Ragnaros first.
So what was the question with Ragnaros again?
Scale.
The scale.
Scale. Oh, he's a really good example because he's got such a strong silhouette by himself that we can kind of shrink him down and you'll never not think that that's Ragnaros. So some heroes can kind of break the rules a little bit, but other ones, they have very, very similar heroes to them that we try to make sure that we always have a separation. And you can...
And in regards to that Diablo 3 skin, it's almost done.
All right. So when are we going to get some more Blizzard Classic love? Like the Lost Vikings Evil Alien Emperor, the Rock and Roll Racers?
I think that's something we're super excited about. We also have to ask the question, like, man, how many people actually played Blackthorn? I know in this audience it better be like 80% of you guys. I want to see some raised hands for Blackthorn here. But it's definitely something that's on our radar. Like, we have that little B button in the hero select screen, so we haven't forgotten about it. Just give it time. Give it time.
Hey, first of all, level 20 Artanis, so thank you for that.
Nice.
You're going to love it.
My question is, you mentioned earlier when you showed the picture of Varian with all the other characters, you said almost all of them are already in the game. I noticed Zul'jin was in there. Any chance of that?
You notice the Amani Warbear in the opening ceremony? Good eye.
That was a nice bear.
Very nice bear. Very nice bear.
So a number of other Blizzard games like StarCraft and Diablo have clan or guild systems. Are there any plans for that? And if not, do you have any thoughts on that for helping foster community within the game?
Oh my gosh, I want that yesterday, like so badly. We are definitely working towards clans. I can't say when it'll come out because we're going to do it right, or we're going to work really hard to do it right. We have lots of really cool ideas for stuff you could do with clans, none of which I can say because it'll probably all change tomorrow. So, but it's definitely on the forefront of our mind. We want to do it.
Hey guys, thanks. I love your game. My question is, do you ever plan on introducing any kind of MMR decay? Because there's literally zero movement at the top for the people who go away for a long time and then come back to the game. There's no downside to that. And the second part that I wanted to ask is, where's Alaria? Sylvanas has been in the Nexus alone long enough.
I mean, have they even found Alaria and Azeroth? As for MMR decay, for that question, the clans, we have the State of the Game panel as at 4 p.m., I think. Memory's failing me. I think it's on the main stage at 4. Definitely check it out. The guys who work on that stuff will be there, and will be. I know they were talking about clans, and I think that they will talk about MMR and MMR decay. It's something we're actively looking at how we can continue to make the ranked play system even better. I mean, I'm a hardcore ranked guy myself. I'm playing it every day. I definitely want to see these things in there as well.
I think we have time for one more question.
Hello. My question is around spectator mode. That's one of my favorite things from a previous mobile I played, and I think it'd be really good for watching other people play and just see esports and that sort of thing.
Live spectate also would be really awesome. It's like the same team though. I'd be working on clans and in-game voice chat and MMR stuff. So again, something I've been dying for like 2 years. Like, come on, live spectate. I want to watch my friend before I jump into a game. We'd like to do it, definitely.
All right, thank you everyone.
One more.
Oh, just kidding, one more.
Yeah, bring
Come on.
Murloc
You were
back.
so dedicated.
Get that Murloc over here.
Yeah.
Come on, we can handle it.
We love Murlocs at Blizzard.
Boy, this is weird and really awkward because I was going to ask the same question. And that was, I've been commentating for the past couple of years since Alpha, and I've been wondering, when I'll be able to live spectate. And really want that because it's hard just kind of finding random games on here, Hot Slogs. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool, we'll do.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you for attending the Heroes. Welcome to the Heroes of the Storm State of the Game panel.
Blizzcon. This is the Heroes of the Storm State of the Game panel. Got with me Alan DeBeery, our technical director, and Travis McGathy, senior designer on Heroes. We're going to talk about all the stuff we've been doing in the last year and stuff yet to come in the future. All right. I love you too, man. Thank you. There we go. All right. So 2016 was an absolutely incredible year for us. If you remember back, when we were last on this stage talking to you guys, we had just released a couple of heroes. We had just released Morales and Artanis. This seems like it was an eon ago to me that these heroes were first entering the Nexus, but these were the last two heroes we shipped before BlizzCon 2015. We had just recently shipped a new map. We shipped Infernal Shrines. I thought this map had shipped in the 80s. In fact, it was just last year. Now, since then, we have done a ton of stuff for Heroes. We did a massive ranked play update this year for Heroes. If you remember, last year we were playing with this system where it was 50-1, and it was very easy to go up and down in your ranks very rapidly, very stressful way to play. We redid the entire system this year to go from Bronze to Grandmaster. We finally got a Grandmaster League, a huge, significant improvement over the game in 2016. We also added bans to rank play this year. Now, last year when I was up here, I think Alan and I were up here together, and we were saying, bans, yeah, it's a pretty good idea. Well, probably. We'll get to it. We finally got it in. Huge value. Big props to you guys for pushing us on that. Really has helped make the game a whole lot better. Absolutely. Now, we've also done a whole bunch of heroes this year. We shipped Cho'Gall right after BlizzCon last year. We did Lunara, one of my favorites. Greymane followed soon after. Li Ming, easy enough to play, but hard to get the most out of this character. And we kept going as the year went on with Zul and Dahaka and Tracer, our first Overwatch hero to come to the Nexus. And then we started adding heroes that are a little bit more challenging to play, like Chromie, where she can really do some damage, but she's got no real practical escapes. And then we went a little nutty, and we added heroes like Medivh, where you really need to know what you're doing. You got to work with your team to make this guy functional. He's a very, very high skill cap player, and it's really difficult to use him to really show off what you can do with this character. Gul'dan, getting some sort of classic heroes into the game. Ariel, we needed to get some more supports. The more interesting to play. And all in all, we've added 14 or 15 heroes to the Nexus this year, depending on how you want to count our two-headed ogre Cho'Gall, Alarak, and finally Zarya. Oh wait, I'm actually one more. There we go, Samuro. So it's quite a wall of dudes and ladies up there on the screen. Tons and tons of heroes went into this game this last year. We've also done a bunch of systems and Battlegrounds. So for Battlegrounds, we just shipped Towers of Doom after BlizzCon. We did Braxis Holdout with our Machines of War event, adding StarCraft to the Nexus, and one of my favorites, Warhead Junction, where you can lob nuclear weapons at your enemies. It's a really fun map to play on. Now, we also did Lost Caverns this last year. This is one of my favorite stories. This is what's so fun about working at Blizzard and working with this community. So we had one of our designers, John DeShazer, come to us and say, hey, there's guys on Battle.net doing this weird thing. They're going into custom games. They're playing on Cursed Hollow. They're all agreeing to play random heroes. They're all agreeing not to go for tributes. And they're playing sort of an all-random, all-middle gameplay as best they can using Cursed Hollow. I think I could give them a map and if I could have a couple of weeks. And I said, oh my God, that sounds amazing. Let's do it. So he built the map. He went to the art staff. He said, guys, I need a little bit of art. Can you help? And they said, oh yeah, we'd love to. So they snuck in the work. Now, we didn't get a game mode for you guys, but we got this into custom game really within about a month of hearing what you guys were doing out there in the community. So this was 100% inspired by somebody out there who thought up this idea of using, Cursed Hollow to make an ARAM mode. And it was just a really wonderful addition to the game. And of course, now it's something we can use in our Brawl mode, and we can look at adding a mode for it down the road. In terms of systems, we did a huge matchmaker update this year. We've got more to come on that, but we had a big update this year. We have more heroes in rotation. We added ranked draft this year. We added unranked draft, another great add, a big suggestion from the community, huge help for the game. We also added ranked seasons and rewards. This is something we've needed for quite some time. We've been working on this. It was a big update for the game, and it was sort of that end game component that Heroes has always needed finally went in. We added questing talents, which I don't know, maybe this isn't a big deal to you guys. This is one of my favorite things we added in the last year because it really allows players to show off their skill in the game. Now, as a player, you can try to complete the quests on your talents before the enemy players do on theirs, before your allies do, and you can really get a leg up and be one of the more powerful players in the game for a window of time. We also added MVP and death recap, again, ways to show off who the best players are in the game and who you have to watch out for. In terms of balance updates, last year we were doing balance updates every 4 to 6 weeks. So at the beginning of this year, we had a bunch of feedback in January, like, guys, this is not enough. You got to go faster. And so I remember I went and we talked to the producers and we talked to the live operations team and we talked to our designers and they said, you know what? I think we have the technology now. I think we can go a little faster. So for a very short period at the beginning of the year, we were doing it almost every week. We were just throwing balance update you guys so quickly that a few guys out there in the community said, whoa, this is a little too much, especially for esports. Can you kind of get it right a little bit on a more consistent basis, maybe not every week? And so we scaled back to every 2 to 4 weeks, but we have this capability, and we're very open to your guys' feedback about what the right rate is, and if that rate needs to change for a period. That could be the case as well. And so that's an option we now have in play, and that's something that happened this last year. We did 19 hero and talent reworks this year. Now, not all of these were as successful as others, but all of these reworks really showed the value of our talent system and really showed what our design staff was capable of doing in refreshing a lot of these older heroes that you guys and we're loving playing and getting them back into the game, or if they're not really still a really high win rate, at least the choices on their talents are a lot better. And they have more options in the tree and they're not sort of, mono choices across their talents. terms of esports this year, this was our first full year of esports. Remember, we shipped in the middle of last year, so 2016 was the first time we were, from the beginning of the year to the end, we've had a chance to do esports. We had Heroes of the Dorm this year, which was absolutely amazing, with players all across North America competing for a chance to win college tuition for the rest of their four-year university. We had 3 global championships with over $4 million in United States dollars prize winnings. We had amazing community tournaments, some standout tournaments were Chair League and Heroes United. And we had over 1,000 tournament matches globally this year. So huge props to the community, huge props to our esports team and all of our players for making an incredible esports for 2016. All right, so that was 2016, sort of in a nutshell. Now, we're going to have Alan talk through a little bit more detail about some of the things we learned during 2016 from all of these updates.
Cool, thank you, Dustin. So yeah, as Dustin mentioned, why don't we dive a little bit deeper into some of the things that we actually finished during 2016. So one of the nice things is we collect a lot of stats. We can look at these stats and then kind of make a determination of how did these changes actually work out in practice? How were players using them? We get a lot of feedback from you guys, but it's great to also look at these stats to help us make decisions. So first off, let's take a look at what happened after we actually made the major changes to our ranked experience and also adding in unranked draft. So this graph is going to show you, this is player time in Heroes before we release that update. This is where players are spending their time in Heroes of the Storm. So here you can see about 60% of our player game time was spent in Quick Match. After that, we had about 22% in Versus AI, and then finally followed up by about 19% in Ranked, which while it's the least played prior to the update, it's still pretty good for a highly competitive mode. So now let's take a look at what happened after we actually released that update, where we improved the ranked experience and we added unranked draft. So first off, we can see that Quick Match dropped a good amount down to 46%. Rank jumped up quite a bit to 30%. Versus AI dropped down to about 16%, and finally unranked draft made a nice showing at 8%. And while that might seem like a lower amount, we were actually really excited with that engagement from the player community. Like, we weren't entirely sure how people would use unranked draft. Was it going to be something that everyone was going to want to use, or was it something that maybe no one would end up using? And so to come out with this new game mode and actually have about 10% of players use it was awesome, and it's a cool bridge between Quick Match and the highly competitive ranked play. So like I said, these were just a snapshot from right after we released that update. As time has gone on, things have changed, but we're actually really excited that more people are playing with some of these newer game modes. So, speaking of ranked play, we just had our first season roll. We had Season 1 ended. Prior to that, we had preseason. Preseason went on for quite some time, so we're glad we were able to actually finally get out the updated ranked experience. And so again, we can kind of turn to some numbers internally and look at how things looked versus preseason versus the end of Season 1. So first I want to show you, this is a graph that's showing the distribution of players at the end of preseason. And so if you weren't familiar with the system back then, we had a system where ranks were from 50 to 1, and you kind of just climbed up that ranking system that way. And so already by looking at this graph, you can kind of see some weird things, and this is part of some of the reasons why we wanted to change the ranking system. First off, you can see that between 50 and 40, there's basically nobody there. It's really empty, and that's because of some original design ideas we had where we wanted to make some of the earlier levels more progression-based. We wanted to actually make it so that you felt like you were moving up, even if it wasn't necessarily directly reflecting your skill. And so as a result, you didn't actually lose any points in that range, you only gained points. So at the end of preseason, of course, everyone's kind of out of that range, and you see that large mass of players between 40 and 30. The other thing that you'll see that's kind of odd is that large peak at rank 1. And this also speaks to an issue we had with the old system, where we did not have a high-end aspect to the ranking system. Really, rank 1 was just this open-ended system whereby anyone above a certain skill rating ended up in rank 1. In addition, we did not have season roles. We didn't have the opportunity to really redistribute the players along that ranking curve there and put everyone in the right places. So these are just a couple examples of things that we weren't happy with this old system, and kind of just showing you that distribution. Now let's take a look at what happened at the end of Season 1. This is with the new ranking system now. So right off the bat, you can see that things are looking a little better here. we do have a representation at the bottom end. We want, one of our goals was to make the ranking be an accurate reflection of your skill. And so we want players at all of these areas within the range. So we do have a representation at the bottom at about 11%. Then you can see the largest mass is in that silver to gold range. Silver being a little more represented than gold, but majority of players are in that range. And as we move up there, you can see it becomes more exclusive, less in platinum, less in diamond. Finally, you get up to masters, where there's only 1% of players on that region who are in masters. And finally, grandmasters, where when we shipped our ranked update, we actually had 500 players in there. Since then, we've actually changed it down to 200 players to make it even more exclusive and to really highlight the best players on your region. So this is looking way better, but there's actually a couple things here that we'd still like to explore that we're thinking about changing for a future season. Number one, while we do want the majority of players to be in silver and gold, we think that's a nice place for the masses to be. We think that right now silver is a little bit overrepresented. When we first made this distribution, we thought that that was maybe the right place to put players. Since then, we think we'd like it to be more balanced between silver and gold, and we'd actually like to bring more of those players into gold. So that's one change we're going to be doing, is making some adjustments in that range. Another change that we'd like to look at is we actually think that diamond is a little too overrepresented right now. We'd like that to be a little more exclusive and to really represent that increasing skill as you move through those ranks. So we're going to take a look at actually redistributing some of that as well into the rest of the range and bringing diamond to be a little more exclusive. But either way, this was a much better view than our preseason. And as we go through seasons, the nice thing is we can make these adjustments, we can look at the data, and we can keep making things better. So continuing along with ranked stuff, I want to talk about party sizes a little bit. So right now we've got our two leagues in our ranked system. One of them, you know, Hero League, solo and duo players only, and Team League, full parties of 5. So we've heard a lot of feedback from you guys. We've been this way for a little while now, and we've actually, you know, we play ranked a ton ourselves, and so we have some experiences and some thought on this ourselves. And so there's a couple of potential issues here. You guys have brought it up, we've thought about it ourselves, and so I just wanted to outline those for you. So right off the bat, there's a perception amongst a lot of the players that solo players are at a disadvantage when it comes to Hero League. Basically, the idea is that if you're not in a duo, there's no chance for you to get to the top of the Hero League ladder. And the reason why I put perception there is because it actually doesn't entirely play out in reality, in the sense that when we look at the top of Hero League, we do have a good representation of solo players. It's not just duo players. And in addition, when we actually look at the stats, we see that duo players, the advantage that they have is a little less than 1% over solo players. So it is not this like hard guarantee that duo players are going to be the only ones at the top of the ladder. But the reality is there is that perception, and it makes the ranking a little weaker as a result, since there is that perception. Another issue here is 3s and 4s can't participate in ranked. Just by nature of our party size restrictions, there's just no place for them. So as a result, you need to pick up or lose players, or you go play unranked draft or quick match. And then finally, simply by nature of how Team League works, the fact that you need a full party of 5, you need to kind of find those 4 other friends that you're going to log on with at the same times, your schedules need to line up, your kind of play styles need to line up, all that stuff. There's less times that you're going to get a game going in Team League. Queue times end up being longer, and as a result, our matchmaking is actually not as good in Team League as well, and so that's not ideal. We want to improve that. So what are we going to do about this? We've actually heard a lot about your feedback. We've talked internally a bunch as well. And so there's something we'd like to do for a future season. We're going to test something out and see how this goes. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to make Hero League solo players only. Only solo players can enter into Hero League. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to move 2, 3s, and 5s into Team League. So what are the benefits here? Why would this be something that's actually better? First of all, Hero League truly becomes a representation of your personal skill. This is just you entering into the queue by yourself. We're going to match you up with people of even skill, and then we're going to see how you perform. And so now there's no more of this question of, well, did he duo or did he solo? It truly is a representation of your, your solo skill in this game. The other benefit is that Team League is going to reflect your coordinated team skill. Now you get all of the party sizes, with the exception of 4s, and I'll talk about in a second, into Team League. These are the players who maybe are on voice chat, maybe they've coordinated with their team as far as what hero composition they want to have, talked about strategies. Team League is now really the place to do that. Now, unfortunately, we couldn't get 4s in here simply because all of our solos are in Hero League, but we think that the ability to maybe pick up another player to get in Team League is an easier option now. Alternatively, you can still go and play Unranked Draft or Quick Match. And then finally, we're going to have, well, I just talked about, we can get parties of 3s in there now, so that's an awesome addition. And then finally, we're going to have higher Team League engagement. So as a result of being able to get more players into the game for Team League, that mode is going to have quicker matches, better matchmaking, and as a result, the ranking will actually have more significance as well. It's no longer going to be thought of as like, okay, well, that's just Team League, you know, you don't get a great match. Now it's actually a good group of people playing in this mode as well. So, like I said, we're going to try this out in a future season. We don't have the specific season just yet, but we're going to explore it. If it works, great. We're going to make it permanent. If for some reason it doesn't work, we're either going to make improvements or we're going to decide to go back. Either way. So, let's talk a little bit about matchmaking. As Dustin mentioned, a little over a year ago, our matchmaker was in a very bad place. We were not doing well. We track a lot of metrics on matchmaking and internally so that we can kind of evaluate our own matchmaker. This is in addition to the feedback you guys give us, and we play this game a ton ourselves, and we knew it was not good. And back then, even the metrics we keep track of were saying the matchmaker was not in a good situation. So earlier this year, we completely rewrote the matchmaker. We made significant improvements, and the matchmaking, all of our metrics actually increased significantly. We made much better matches. In addition, we also have been rolling out fixes and updates all throughout the year, and this is the great thing about the matchmakers is since it's completely on the server side, we can roll out fixes independently of patches, and then we can kind of look at the data and see how that goes and keep on making more fixes. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of the changes we've made. We've actually made a lot more than this, but just to touch on some of these things. First one is about hero level, and this is for Quick Match specifically. Prior to this change, we looked at your skill as an individual reflection of how good you were at Heroes of the Storm, but we didn't necessarily actually consider how experienced you were with a specific hero. So let me walk you through this graph a little bit. There's two things being shown here. This is before we actually included hero level, and this is after we started including hero level. In the middle there, you've got that dashed line. That's kind of the ideal win rate. That's where we have our even games. This graph is a little bit zoomed in, actually, so it doesn't mean that bottom is 0% and top is 100%, but we wanted to kind of highlight it a little better for you. And on the bottom, on the x-axis, you've got hero levels going across to 20. So first, let's look at the blue line there. This is without considering hero level. This is before we took this into consideration. You can see that at level 1 for a hero level, your win rate is quite a bit lower than that ideal rate. And this is purely because even though you're really good at maybe Heroes of the Storm, you're playing with a brand new hero, you don't know how to use them yet, you don't know what all the talents are and when you should pick what when to counteract what the opposing team is doing. And as a result, your win rate was lower. As you kind of move up to the hero levels there, and you get to around 7 or 8, you see that you start crossing over that line. That's like that sweet spot where players start learning how to use their heroes, how to counter opposing teams' compositions and whatnot. And then you see we actually jump quite a bit over that line. As you get more experience with your hero, and you go into the teens, now your win rate is a good amount higher. So either way, this is not an ideal kind of view. The purple line is what happens after we start considering hero level in our quick match matchmaking. So already you can see from 1 to about 8 or so, we're bouncing around that win line there. It's in a much better place. As we cross over again, once we get to 8 or 9, you see again, players start understanding how to use that hero, and we start crossing a little bit over. And so while it is a little bit over that ideal win line, it's much closer than it was before. So this has actually been a great improvement to quick match matchmaking, and it's one of those things that we're going to look at. We're going to keep on tweaking these numbers, and we're going to keep on enhancing as time goes on. One of the other changes we made, and this is more for Hero League, is we also add an additional restriction where we will not match you up in a game where a player is 2 divisions lower than you. So what that means is if I'm Gold 1, we're going to match you up potentially with someone in Gold 2 or Gold 3, but we're not going to drop down to lower than, like down to Silver or Bronze or something like that. So this was a huge improvement as well for our Hero League matchmaking. And one of the reasons why this was necessary is occasionally we get into situations where the matchmaker says, look, I can't actually find a game right now. And we essentially say, they've waited long enough, let's just start this game. And we started a lot of games that weren't ideal. We put this restriction in so that we said, look, it doesn't matter how long they wait, we don't want to actually start a game that is significantly poor quality. So this has also made a lot of improvements. Again, these are just 2 changes we've made. We've made many more, but I just wanted to highlight a couple for you. So now, one of the things is all of these changes have actually had an impact to our queue times. Back when we started on this initiative to improve our matchmaker, we said, look, we're willing to trade queue times up to a limit for match quality. We were laser focused on improving match quality. So as we kept on making these improvements, we basically deliberately traded that aspect of queue time for match quality. And so in some cases, just to give you some numbers, in quick match, our times may have gone up by 50%. And in some cases for Hero League, it may have gone up by 200%. And now realize, this is at the same time, if you think back to my other graph, where we actually had an increased number of players playing in Hero League. And so this is basically a great view on what happened here, where we decided to really focus on match quality, which we still feel is the priority. However, we don't think it's the only thing. We want to get you into games quickly. And by the way, let me just touch on, while some of these numbers look very large in terms of going up 50% or whatnot, previously maybe we were finding you a game in 60 seconds or so. Now in quick match, we might be finding you a game in 90 seconds. And so, regardless, even that increase, it's more than we want. We want you to get into games quickly. And so this is something we're also looking at right now. We're going to be working on bringing those queue times back into check, and while still not actively hurting match quality, it's something that we still value and we still want to prioritize. So next up, we have Travis to talk about some cool new stuff coming up.
Thanks, Alan. Hey, everyone. I appreciate that. It's my first Blizzcon. It's great to see you all out there. So I'm the lead systems designer for Heroes of the Storm. We've taken a look back over the last year, all the great things that have been added to the game. We've done a little more in-depth dive into where things stand currently. I'm here to talk to you about the future. Because in addition to all the content you've come to expect from us with new heroes like Ragnaros and Varian, it's amazing new skins, mounts, battlegrounds, events, we got some cool new features coming your way too. Before I get too far into this, though, I do need to say that everything I'm about to talk about is still in development, which means it can change, and I don't have hard dates on when any of this is coming out, so give me a little slack. So, yeah, let's just dive right into it. First up, one of the big requests we get from players is they're looking into more insights into how they're performing as an individual in a match. The MVP system was a step in that direction, and it's calling out players who performed well or excelled in some way within that match. But it is specific to those match conditions themselves. It's not really telling you whether you're doing better or worse than you were previously. So this new feature, which we're just calling personalized stats, is taking the next step on that. It's going to look at your performance in the game, and it's going to compare that to your personal history or the historical performance of players of similar skill. Now these comparisons are specific to the match conditions, so it's only going to look at games that are played in the same game mode and with the same hero, and when it's doing community comparisons, people in the same region who are in the same MMR bracket, so basically have the same skill. Now when it finds something you've done well, it's going to notify you at the end of the match. I got a few examples here for you. Here we've got an example of, let's see, you've been playing as Alarak in Hero League, and over the last 30 days, you've been averaging about 60,000 hero damage per game. This particular game, you did about 10% better than that, so good job on that one. Next up, this is saying people who have been playing Kerrigan in Quick Match that are similar to your skill level over the last 7 days were averaging about 11.7 assists per game, and you just utterly destroyed that with 21 assists that match. And it also looks at battlefield objectives, or battleground objectives. In this case, Zagara in Team League over the last 30 days was getting about 10.6 thousand damage to Shrine Guardians on Infernal Shrines, and you did 17% better than that game. So these stats are initially, we've got about 25 different metrics going on, and it is specifically calling out things that you've excelled on in this game. We do want to improve on both of those in the future, adding both more metrics and finding ways to look for areas where you can improve. You have to be a little more sensitive about telling you you've done badly, so the messaging on that has to be a little careful. Okay, moving on. Haunted Mines is coming back. Yeah, I'm as excited as you are. This has been one of my all-time favorite battlegrounds, despite the problems when it first came out, and I'm really excited to get it back into play. Now, when it launched, it did have some issues. We pulled it out of rotation, and we've been reworking it. So I want to kind of get into the changes we've made. First off, we changed the way the golem spawns worked. In the original version, your golem always spawned in the same lane, and the opposing team's golem spawned in the opposite lane, basically creating one lane that's for attacking and one lane was for defending. It wasn't the most balanced. So now, every time your golem spawns, it's going to be spawning in alternating lanes. This is similar to how the Zerg waves work in Braxis Holdout. In addition, golems no longer respawn where they died. Instead, every time a golem spawns, it's going to spawn a fixed distance from the core. It was just a little too snowbally before. We've also updated the Merc camps. We got rid of the Bruiser camp that was on the map, and we replaced it with 2 Sapper camps. This will be the first time those have been used outside of Towers of Doom, so it should add some pretty interesting gameplay. And then we've reworked the mine layout pretty extensively. There's now 4 entrances instead of 2, making it a little easier to get in and out without getting ganked. So I'm kind of excited by that one. The skulls are more evenly distributed, and the boss is now dead center in the middle of the mines, making for really active play space. Should be pretty cool. This one is in the final stages of internal testing, and we're expecting to get this back into the game before the end of the year. So you should be seeing this really soon. Yeah, it's good stuff. On to a big one. We're updating the progression system. Now, before I get into the changes about what we're going to be doing with progression, I want to take a minute to talk about what is it about the progression system that we're not happy with right now. Why are we changing it? So first off, progression is capped, as I'm sure all of you know. Account level is capped at 40, hero level is capped at 20. We had a quick show of hands. How many people here are at account level 40? Yeah, that's a lot of people. How many people have a hero at level 20? Far fewer. Yeah. Kind of gets to, Alan's got one. Yes. Kind of gets to the second point. Hero levels get really grindy after level 10. On average, it takes you anywhere from 10 to 13 hours of play per hero per level after that point. And you're not even playing those guys every game. It takes a long time to level up. And the rewards are pretty infrequent. From hero level 1 to 10, it's actually pretty good. After level 10, it gets sporadic. And then account levels, you're getting a reward only about every 5 levels or so. So what's changing? Well, first off, we're going to uncap progression. So, yeah. This will be for both account and hero level. We're probably going to have a cap in place, but I want it high enough that I'm not standing here again next year telling you we're increasing the cap again. So we're looking at something like hero level 999, big numbers. Going along with that, reworking that hero level experience curve. I want to get the time it takes to get a hero level down to more in the 3 to 4 hour range as opposed to the 13 plus it is currently. Then a big one. We're getting rid of the idea that account level is its own thing that gets experience and gains levels, and instead, your account level is just going to be the sum of all of your hero levels. So if you've got, say, 5 heroes at level 10, you're going to be in account level 50. We think this is just a better indication overall of your experience with the game and your breadth of experience with the heroes. And then finally, if I can fast forward, we want to get the rewards more frequent. We're working out the details here, but my goal is that every time you gain a level, you're getting a reward. And we want to go beyond just gold. We've got this amazing catalog of things we've created for heroes over the last couple years. Amazing skins, mounts, even the heroes themselves. We want to dive into that for our reward pool. So as I'm kind of talking here, now I'm going to get even further ahead. These are into areas where we're just starting development or we're just talking about them right now. So this is kind of the section that I like to call things I really shouldn't be talking about. But we thought it would be useful for the community to know where we're going and what's important for us in the future. So first up, we want to get hero swaps in draft. Yeah. This is a big request we get from the community, and we agree. We want to get that in there so that after you're done drafting, you can swap those heroes around so you can focus on drafting the heroes that are right for the strategy for your team composition first, and then putting them in the hands of the people best equipped to play them afterwards. This is probably going to show up first in custom games for use in tournament modes first before we roll it out into the main game. Next up, battleground rotations. We're at 11 battlegrounds right now. It'll be 12 when Haunted Mines comes back, and it is a lot to ask for people to master not just their heroes, especially in ranked play, but also how those heroes play on the different battlegrounds and all the different battlegrounds themselves. When we did the Machines of War event, we reduced the pool down to 7 in order to get those StarCraft maps popping in more frequently. And just overall, people reacted really positively to just having a smaller pool and then having that change each patch. So we want to make that more permanent, especially for ranked play. We want to get this down so that we've got a ranked play pool of around 6 to 7 maps at any one time, probably changing them about once a month or so you're getting about 3 rotations over the course of a season. Unranked will still maintain the full pool. That way you still have your full breadth of your maps and your favorites will still pop up in there. Next up, integrated voice chat. So Heroes is a team-based game, very much so. And whether you win or lose can a lot of times come down to how well you coordinate and communicate with your team. We want to make it as easy as possible for people to do that. I know when I play in a party right now, I always use voice chat. I'm sure a lot of you do too. So we want to get that Blizzard voice chat that just launched. We're going to get it integrated into the client so that everybody can use this really easily. Similarly, we want to make it easier for people to find parties. We want to take that party finder and make it more intelligent. When you're looking to get a party, I want you to be able to select what gameplay mode you want to play, what role you want to fill, and then intelligently match you with parties who are looking for those needs. And building on all of that, clans. This is, again, a huge community request, and we totally agree with it. Clans are a fantastic way for you to log into the game. You've already got this social community of people who play the same way you do, that you can get in there, you can chat, you can easily put parties together, and you can go off and have fun. And then the systems designer in me looks at this, and there's so many cool things we can do once we have clans in play. You can add clan ranks, you can add clan advancement, and I can even see clan versus clan tournaments coming out of this. That could be a lot of fun. So, as I've been talking, I've been kind of getting further and further ahead, which makes me feel a little bad. So I want to end up here on something that's currently playable on the show floor, which is Blackheart's Revenge. This is a unique new custom brawl map, which is really showing off the creative freedom that this gameplay mode gives us. This is the first time we've really done an attack-defend gameplay, where you've got two forces here. One of them are playing as Blackheart's forces, who are trying to protect Blackheart's ship as it's making its way into the docks to blow up the Commodore's port. The other team is trying to stop that by gathering cannonballs from around the docks, taking them to cannons, and trying to sink Blackheart's ship. Blackheart's forces win if the ship makes its way all the way into the port and blows up the Commodore's docks. The Commodore's forces win if they manage to sink Blackheart's ship. This is also an asymmetrical layout map, which is kind of unusual for us. You can see the layout itself here. Only one side has a core. Only the Commodore has a core. And the objectives are dynamically changing as the ship makes its way into the port itself. Now, we got some gameplay footage of this I want to show off here, but we're going to do a quick Q&A afterwards. So to make things easier, I think we got a microphone here in the center. If people, yeah, the guy waving, if people can start lining up over here for questions, we'll get into it right after this. Can we play the video, please?
I'm getting my revenge by destroying those docks, and you're gonna help me. Blackheart's closing in. Stop that wretched ship. Guns! Get out there! And don't let them fire those cannons at me ship. We're getting close. If I had a tongue, I could taste it. You can't stop the undead, Commodore. Go and gather the cannonballs quickly. I want to hear those cannons thundering. Your revenge is in shambles, Blackheart. Vengeance denied. I'll be back.
Hi. First of all, thank you for making such an amazing game. I love it. I play it every day. Secondly, in Overwatch recently, they had a really cool Halloween event where there was this thing called Junkenstein's Revenge, which was just this PvE brawl. And I couldn't help but think how awesome it would be to get with my friends and do like a dungeon crawl or a wave-based tower defense thing in Heroes of the Storm. How do you guys feel about adding PvE content to Heroes of the Storm, and what do you see for the future there?
I think we like it. Like, there's a lot of guys on the team who are very passionate about that, who are very excited about that as a direction we could take some modes in this game. I don't know when we will get to it exactly, but you are not alone. There is a small army of developers on the team who share your passion for that kind of game mode.
Hey guys, big fan. So I know you mentioned swaps, and is there going to be some extra stuff? Because no, the HGC is going on right now, and they have their own drafting mode with time pools and the bonus time and stuff. When are we going to be able to actually replicate that inside the game client?
Yeah, that's actually what I was talking about when we're going to be getting it in the custom games first. Our goal is to be able to support the tournament draft like you're talking about in-game through custom games first, and then we're going to be rolling that out into the main game afterwards.
Hello, got two questions for you. One, in Overwatch, you can, when the player disconnects at the start of the game, the system kicks everyone out and starts a new match. Are we going to be seeing that in Heroes? And the other question is, I have over 100,000 gold. Is there anything I can burn that on?
Yeah, so as far as when someone leaves the game and kind of what happens as a result, that's actually something we've experienced ourselves and we've gotten a lot of feedback on. It is something we're exploring right now. We want to give some kind of whether it's restarting that game, because there are times when, because we can allow players to reconnect, we have a grace period where people can come back in, but there's a point where probably we say, you know what, this team is at a disadvantage. We probably want to forgive this loss for them, and whether that's actually disbanding the game or just making it so that the loss doesn't count against them, that's something that we're looking at, and we'd love to kind of talk about that some more in the future.
For the gold question, we are investigating different ways to spend gold for people like yourself that have tons of it, but I don't have anything I can talk about right now. Thank you. Sorry.
Hello. Currently, we have to use hot slogs for personalized stats. I'm wondering if what you guys showed us here today will end up replacing that at some point?
We don't want to replace hot slogs. We love these guys, but we would like to get you more stats in-game so you don't have to go externally to see a lot of these things. The personalized stats is just the next step in that direction, but we do plan to keep expanding down that path.
Hey guys, big fan. So in ranked, there are people that drop either intentionally or not, and the times where the teams that have the drop player lose. Is there any way you guys want to address that as far as maybe making not the penalty so steep if you lose?
Yeah, definitely. We call it loss forgiveness. It's on our list of things to do. It's something we're actively working towards. Basically, if you're in a situation where, through no fault of your own, you lose a match, we don't want to penalize you either at all or as heavily, just depending on how it works out.
Hello, I had a question about queuing for specific roles. Has the team ever thought of a way to queue for assassin or tank or support so that we don't get into a game and have 5 people that want to play the same role?
Yeah, definitely. When I was talking about the party finder and letting you queue as a role there when you're looking for a party, I want to extend that functionality too, so when you're queuing up for different gameplay modes, you can select the roles you're interested in playing, and then let the matchmaker use that when making matches. Now, this goes back to what Alan was talking about, though. We have to be careful not to continually increasing the queue times, so we'll have to investigate the impact of that first. But it's an interesting thing we're looking into.
Hi there. First, I'd like to encourage you to bring the Team Finder and the Party Chat to the game ASAP. I think that's really the gold standard where Heroes is going. But my question is around level 20 rewards. I know that I've got some heroes on the cusp. I know a lot of people have level 20 heroes. They'd like to see some kind of capstone for that. So do we have anything in the works, maybe?
Yeah, when we're talking about progression and talking about getting rid of that cap, we're also looking at ways that players can more easily kind of show off their prowess within the hero, even beyond 20. So yeah, we're investigating things like that right now as part of that progression update.
Hey guys, thanks for having me here. I have a question about some of the older heroes that don't get any of the love, like Murky. Are we ever going to get any updates to Murky gameplay?
The team does look at, like I said, we did 19 hero reworks this year, and I'm sure we've got more reworks coming in future years. I know that the team has been asking themselves about Murky. I don't know if or when they're going to make the decision to sort of pull the trigger on making a move on Murky, but I'll take your feedback on that right now. I understand what you're saying. You want to see a Murky update. I think that's very fair feedback, and we'll talk with these guys and see if and when they can get that into play. But there will certainly, I expect at some point every hero gets hit, right? As we've gone forward, we've changed what we know about talents. The esports community has taught us a great deal about what is possible in this game and what is fun. When you guys play on Battle.net, we see your picks. We see your win rates with those picks. And every time that a hero's been out for 6 months or more, there's always some designer in the balance team that's like, look at that, we got to fix it, right? And so I think you'd expect all of these heroes to come into the microscope at some point. But yeah, I'll definitely take your feedback right now on Murky. It's good.
Hello.
I have a question about building the team with the MMR. The theory of the MMR says that the average of the MMR is different from the MMR of the team. Are you using the variance somehow to build the teams for the matching? And another thing is, why are you using only the average for the badges that you just showed, saying that your damage is higher than the average? Why not show that your damage is in the top 1% of this character?
Yeah, so on the first part, it's actually more than simply just a straight average, but it's heavily influenced by that. But we realize that there's more to it than just a straight average. It can mean different things if you have a team that's very close in skill and then someone who's far lower versus a team that's very close in skill and someone who's far higher. And so that's actually one of the things. I talked about all those improvements we're making. That's one of the things that over the course of the year, we keep on looking at how we tweak that kind of team MMR that we're looking at. And so that's something we'll keep on looking at as we move forward.
For that second part, when you're talking about the badging for the personalized stats, we're looking at exactly what you're talking about as a secondary thing once this comes out. Right now I'm playing around with things that are like, you are 1% global in this particular stat, something that's really meaningful.
This will be our last question.
Hey guys, absolutely love the game. One thing that you guys do that's unique that I think is really interesting is you take pretty risky design decisions, such as Cho'Gall getting controlled by 2 players, this new map you have coming out. But I think that's part of what makes Heroes really great. Do you ever find issues striking the balance between doing really unique things and keeping the identity of your game?
I think the design team always struggles to find the right balance between really trying to push the limits and yet also creating stuff that's easy for players to play and understand. And you'll see us throughout the year trying different things, seeing what we can figure out, how to both bring you new experiences you've never had before, but also trying to bring you things that are very accessible. We certainly tried that this year with Blizzcon. Varian can be a very easy hero to play in a lot of ways, but his talent flexibility is very high. Ragnaros is kind of nutty when he turns into, he takes over a building, but he's kind of a fairly ordinary melee assassin in some ways before that moment. So we're always looking to ride the line, and we always welcome your feedback when it comes to how much more you'd like to see where we push the boundaries and how much you'd like to sort of see it be played a little bit more straight from time to time. But it's absolutely an ongoing question, something we do ask ourselves every week, every month, every year. Have we gone too far? Have we not gone far enough? It's a very good question. All right, everybody, that is it for the State of the Game panel. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
We'll see you all in the Nexus.